হ্যাঁ মনির, কেমন আছো?
আসসালামু আলাইকুম আপা।
ওয়েলকাম টু দ্য সেশন।
থ্যাংক ইউ আপা।
ছিলে সকাল থেকে দেখছো?
ইনশাআল্লাহ ছিলাম, খুব ভালো হয়েছে। সবচেয়ে ভালো লেগেছে রুহিত, ডক্টর রুহিত মানে ডাকাতি মনোভাব দেখে একদম গলা কেটে দিচ্ছে, টাইম সুন্দর মেইনটেইন করছে।
রুহিত ডাকাতি মনোভাব।
জি জি।
শুনো, ওরকম না করলে তো চালানো যাবে না।
খুব সুন্দর হয়েছে, খুবই ভালো হয়েছে, এটা আমার খুব ভালো লেগেছে যে ও সুন্দর টাইমিং করেছে।
এখন আমি কতটুকু করতে পারবো আল্লাহই জানেন, দেখা যাক।
করে দিয়েন ম্যাডাম, আমাদেরকে বাঁচাই দিয়েন।
আসলে তো আমাদের সময় অনেক কম, বুঝছো, সময় অনেক কম। তারপরে আমরা চাচ্ছিলাম যে মানে পার্টিসিপেশনটা সবার কিভাবে বাড়ানো যায়, সেজন্য আমরা অল্প সময়ের মধ্যে অনেকজনকে অ্যাকোমোডেট করতে বাধ্য হয়েছি, উপায় ছিল। এই ম্যাডাম আসছেন, আভা ম্যাডাম। হ্যাঁ ম্যাডাম ঢুকে গেছেন, দেখো। আশরাফ, মান্নাফ স্যার ছাড়া মোটামুটি সবাই আসবে, তুমি আর কি হলো ইয়ে করে দিও স্যার। সময় খুব কম। জি স্যার। হ্যাঁ সিরিয়ালি স্যার, সিরিয়ালি হচ্ছে স্পিকারের সিরিয়াল স্যার। জাফরুলের হচ্ছে স্যার 3 নাম্বার, করিম ভাই লাস্টে। ও না স্যার, জাফরুলের 3 নাম্বার না স্যার, স্পিকার লিস্ট হচ্ছে ও 6 নাম্বারে, 6 আর 10।
ম্যাডাম আসসালামু আলাইকুম। ম্যাডাম
আসসালামু আলাইকুম ম্যাডাম।
ওয়ালাইকুম সালাম।
আসসালামু আলাইকুম ম্যাডাম।
ওয়ালাইকুম সালাম।
আসসালামু আলাইকুম ম্যাডাম।
হ্যাঁ মনির, কেমন আছো?
দেখছো যত পারে কিনা আর কি টেস্ট করতে।
ভালো আছো?
ম্যাডাম আসসালামু আলাইকুম ম্যাডাম।
আশরাফ
আসসালামু আলাইকুম ম্যাডাম।
ওয়ালাইকুম সালাম।
ম্যাডাম কি সুন্দর টাইম মেইনটেইন করছে।
আমাকে সালমা বলছে 1:50-এ ঢুকতে, তা আমি
থ্যাংক ইউ ম্যাডাম, আপনি তো সবসময় আমাদের জন্য একটা বড় এনকারেজমেন্ট। এটা মানে বললেও সত্যি, না বললেও সত্যি ম্যাডাম।
তোমরা আমার এত মনের ভিতরের মানুষ, তোমাদেরকে কি করে আমি মানে ডিসপাইট অল মাই ইনডিসপোজিশন আমি তোমাদের সাথে আছি।
জি ম্যাডাম, আমি জানি আপনি
আমি আজকে মনটা খুবই খারাপ।
আমরা ম্যাডাম একদম সময়ে একদম টাইম মতো শুরু করব, as because we have very limited time, we are very tight schedule actually. 10 জন স্পিকার, আমাদের জাজেসের মধ্যে একজন থাকবেন না, মান্নাফ স্যার থাকবেন না, ওনার একজন মারা গেছেন, সুতরাং উনি থাকতে পারবেন না। তারপর আমাদের 9 জন জাজ, আমরা একটু হয়তো মাঝখান থেকে কথা বলে একটু হয়তো ইন্টারাপশন করতে হবে।
আচ্ছা, তোমরা তো যেটা দিছো মানে এক্সট্রা কথা তাহলে বলার কোনো দরকার নাই,
বলার দরকার নাই।
4টা পয়েন্ট বলে দিছো। অন্য সময় যেমন প্যানেলিস্টের একটা স্কোপ থাকে একটু ডিটেইলস কিছু বলা, কিন্তু এখানে কন্টেন্ট, তারপরে ওভারঅল প্রেজেন্টেশন, এডিটিং এবং টাইম মেইনটেনেন্স তো তোমরাই বোঝা যাবে, করাই হবে। তো কাজে ওই কয়টা পয়েন্ট যদি আমরা শুধু বলে দেই তাহলে তো আমাদের কাছ থেকে প্যানেলিস্ট, আমি আগের একটা সেশনে আমি ছিলাম, পুরাটা না কিছুটা, আমি দেখছি যে রুহি হয়তো বাধ্য হয়েই প্যানেলিস্টকে কথার মাঝখানেই করে দিচ্ছে। হ্যাঁ আমি বুঝতে পারছি সেটা, যে টাইম মেইনটেইন করার জন্য। তবে আমরা যেহেতু জানি যে তোমাদের এত টাইম কনস্ট্রেন্ট এবং 1 ঘন্টায় 10 জন স্পিকার, 10 জন প্যানেলিস্ট, এটা নিয়ে আবার 2 মিনিট হোক, একটু তো টাইম হয়ে যাবে, এদিক ওদিক হয়। কাজেই আমি অবশ্যই মেনটেন করব অল্প কথাতে যতটুকু দরকার। আচ্ছা, তিনটা কিংবা চারটা কিংবা দুইটা যে যেটা বলছে একসাথে অবশ্য বলাটা ঠিক না। একসাথে বলতে গেলে কয়েকটা তো আলাদা আলাদা ওরা ভিডিও দেখাবে, একসাথে তো শেষ করা যাবে না বোধহয়, করা উচিত না।
ওভারঅল একটা কমেন্ট করবেন ম্যাডাম।
ডিফারেন্ট সার্জারি যদি হয় তাহলে যদি কন্টেন্টের কথাটা যদি হয় যে একদম অ্যাবসলিউটলি ভালো, তাহলে দুইটা তিনটা মিলিয়ে একসাথে আনসার করা কি ঠিক হবে না ইন্ডিভিজুয়ালি করা উচিত?
ওটাই করতে হবে ম্যাডাম, অ্যাজ বিকজ দেয়ার ইজ টাইম কনস্ট্রেন্ট। ম্যাডাম আপনি হচ্ছে কিছু পজিটিভ কথা, এনকারেজিং কথা এবং ওভারঅল একটা কমেন্ট করে দিলে, কেননা বেশিরভাগই সবাই ম্যাডাম একটা করে সিঙ্গেল সার্জারির উপরে আপনার যেটা টপিক ওভার শাহনাজ, ওখানে তিনটা সার্জারি একসাথে করে করা।
আমি একটু বলবো সালমা। ম্যাডাম আসসালামু আলাইকুম। ম্যাডাম আসলে আমার অসুবিধা হবে না, এই জন্য আমাদের তো রেকর্ডেড সবকিছু 3 মিনিট করেই আছে, তো আমরা ধরে নিচ্ছি 10টা ভিডিও বাজাতে 33 মিনিট সময় লাগবে। আর আমাদের প্যানেলিস্টরা যারা আছেন তারা 1.5 মিনিট মানে 90 সেকেন্ড কমেন্ট করবেন।
1.5 মিনিট বলো নাই, 2 মিনিট আমাকে জানাইছো।
আপনি 2 মিনিট বলেন ম্যাডাম, ওই পরে ওরা করছে 1.5 মিনিট। তারপরে ম্যাডাম আমাদের
আমি 1.5 মিনিটেই শেষ করে দিব। ঠিক আছে,
আপনার জন্য 2 মিনিট, বাকিদের জন্য 1.5 মিনিট, আমি অফ দ্য রেকর্ড বলে নিলাম।
পরে ম্যাডাম যদি আমাদের 5 মিনিট সময় থাকে তখন আমি ডক্টর সালমাকে রিকোয়েস্ট করব ম্যাডাম কনক্লুড করে দিবেন পুরো সেশনটা। এইভাবে করো যে যাতে করে আমরা, তবে লাস্ট পরের সেশনটা যেহেতু এপিজিএস সিম্পোজিয়াম, আমরা চেষ্টা করব অন টাইম শুরু করতে।
একদমই করো না, একটু টাইম।
আমাদের একটা ইমপ্রেশন যেন নষ্ট না হয়, আমাদের ইমপ্রেশন
আমার মনে হয় তোমাদের এখান থেকে বের হয়ে যাওয়া উচিত, এবং ওদের এন্ট্রি আমরা না বের হওয়া পর্যন্ত তো ওরা এন্ট্রি করতে পারবে না।
পারবে ওরা এন্ট্রি হয়ে যাবে ম্যাডাম।
না, এন্ট্রি হবে কিন্তু ওদেরকে দেখা যাবে না। আমি যেটা দেখলাম, আমি তো ফার্স্ট সেশনে যতক্ষণ ছিলাম, আমরা তো আমাদের দেখছি না, বোঝা যাচ্ছে না যে আমি আছি। যেই
জি ওরা ম্যাডাম এন্ট্রি হবে ম্যাডাম অফ হয়ে গেছে, কিন্তু আমরা ওদেরকে 5 মিনিট আগে ঢোকাবো, 5-7 মিনিট আগে ঢোকাবো। ম্যাডাম লাইনটা বোধহয় একটু উইক হয়ে গেছে।
স্যার আরিফ স্যার আসসালামু আলাইকুম, কামাল স্যার
সবাইকে আসসালামু আলাইকুম। ম্যাডাম কথা বলতেছিল দেখে আমি আর কাউকে সালামও দেই নাই আর কিছু বলি নাই।
এজন্য মাঝখানে কথা বলি নাই, ম্যাডাম যেহেতু বলছিলেন।
আসসালামু আলাইকুম। আমাকে শোনা যাচ্ছে? সালমা আমাকে শোনা যাচ্ছে?
শোনা যাচ্ছে স্যার। কামাল স্যার কি শোনা যাচ্ছে? ওয়েলকাম মিতু, ওয়েলকাম বিপুল, ওয়েলকাম রুহি, যদিও রুহি আমার পাশে বসা ইনফ্যাক্ট এখানে। ওয়েলকাম জেবা।
হ্যালো, আসসালামু আলাইকুম।
আসসালামু আলাইকুম ম্যাডাম।
ও জেবা, তোমাকে সুন্দর লাগছে।
থ্যাংক ইউ ম্যাডাম।
সুন্দর লাগছিল, যদিও এখন আবার স্ক্রিনে বাইরে চলে গেছে।
না, রুহি সবাইকেই সুন্দর দেখাচ্ছে।
এখন একটু বলে নিচ্ছি কারণ আমরা শুরু করি নাই সেজন্য।
আমরা 1 মিনিট শুরু করব, উইদিন 1 মিনিট 10 থেকে শুরু করো কাউন্ট। NMC ready for the video? NMC please get ready for video.
Hello, assalamu alaikum sir.
Yes sir.
Okay sir, okay sir. Acha sir.
Get ready at just at 2 here we'll start.
স্যার হাসান শহীদ স্যার আসতে পারবেন না, স্যারের বাসায় ইন্টারনেটে কি প্রবলেম হয়ে গেল হঠাৎ করে।
তো ম্যাডামকে দিয়ে দিও, ম্যাডাম ওটা বলে দিবেন যদি।
জি স্যার।
আর যদি কেউ অনলাইন না থাকতে পারে তখন যাকে সামনে পাও যিনি থাকে একজনকে দিলেই হবে, সমস্যা নেই।
We are live now. I think we can start. In the meantime, panelists jara join korbe, we'll enter them in the panel.
Okay. Start, Dr. Salma.
Okay, sir, it's going live. Sir, share it on. Okay. Hey, madam. আচ্ছা আচ্ছা ম্যাডাম, আমরা দেখি। আবার ম্যাডাম কানেকশন চলে গেছে।
কাকে পাঠাচ্ছি?
Okay, respected judges, video producer, assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. We are now
Walaikum salam.
Just starting session on Spotlight Video Show. I'm Dr. Salma Parvin, moderator of this session, and I'm the Secretary General of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society. In this session, we have 10 judges with us. They are Professor Abha Hussain. She is the President-elect, Asia Pacific Academy of Ophthalmology and advisor of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society. And she was also the President of the Ophthalmological Society. We were supposed to have Professor Sheikh Emi Mannaf with us, but unfortunately, he is not here due to some unavoidable circumstances. We have Judge Professor M. Nazrul Islam with us. He is past president and advisor of the Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, and he is the current president of Bangladesh Society of Cataract and Refractive Surgeons and consultant of phaco and glaucoma in the Bangladesh Eye Hospital and Institute. Professor Hassan Shahid is the president of elect of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society and chief consultant Aki Nahar Eye Hospital and professor and ex-head of the department of Ophthalmology Department, Bangladesh Medical College. We have with us Professor Muhammad Arif Mia. He is past president and advisor of the Bangladesh Glaucoma Society and ex-professor cum director of National Institute of Ophthalmology and Hospital. Our next judge with us is Professor Muhammad Sharfuddin Ahmed. He is the Pro VC and chairman of the Community Ophthalmology Department, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman Medical University, now the president of Ophthalmological Society of Bangladesh, and he is the life member of the Bangladesh Glaucoma Society. We have another judge with us, Professor A.S.M. Kamaluddin. He is vice president of Ophthalmological Society of Bangladesh and ex-director cum professor in Ispahani Islamia Eye Institute. We have Professor Jalal Ahmed with us. He is director of Bangladesh Eye Hospital and Institute, ex-director cum professor in National Institute of Ophthalmology and Hospital. Another judge with us, Professor Sheikh Muhammad Hussain, EC member, Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, consultant glaucoma, Din Muhammad Eye Hospital and Research Center. And the last one, and not the least, Professor Muhammad Shahabuddin, advisor, Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, and ex-president of Ophthalmological Society of Bangladesh. So welcome to the judges. Next, we have 10 video producer with us. They will show some exciting video. And let us start our Spotlight video show. So the first video will be shown us by Dr. Shahnaz Hassan. The first video, please.
Very good afternoon to all. My regards to our respected panelists. Today, I would like to share 3 videos of difficult situation while doing trabeculectomy. To refresh your memories, I would like to start with a previous case of mine. Case 1, oiling out the pressure. This was a case of silicone oil filled, encysted, vascularized failed bleb, where I had to remove silicone oil both from encysted bleb and gave a thorough anterior chamber wash. As there was strong adhesion of sclera flap with its bed, so another trabeculectomy with mitomycin C was done beside the primary side. My patient is doing well till date with controlled intraocular pressure. Case 2, building up the pressure. My second case is a vitrectomast eye with uncontrolled IOP, where I had to go for trabeculectomy with mitomycin C. Here the eyeball suddenly collapsed during deep scleral block. IOP suddenly dropped here. Even after giving ER in anterior chamber, I was very soft. Then I had to go for anterior chamber maintainer to build up the pressure and completed rest of my filtration surgery. Use of anterior chamber maintainer in this situation saved my day. Case 3. Taking on the pressure. Third case is a case of steroid-induced glaucoma with cataract. Here primary disease was peripheral ulcerative keratitis. As this was the only seeing eye with tubular field, so the pressure was not only in the eye of the patient but also over the surgeon as well. Here the sclera was little bit thin with some perforating vessels, so extra care was taken during making sclera flap cauterization and using mitomycin C. Phacoemulsification was done very meticulously and pilocarpine was given after implantation of IOL. Then deep sclera block and PA was done. During closure of sclera flap, at first a single suture was given at the apex. Thereafter, I checked for filtration and another 2 sutures were given at both arms. A temporal corneal stitch at the main port was given so that I could sleep well without having shallow anterior chamber in next day. It is always better to be safe than sorry. As a glaucoma specialist, we not only have to manage the IOP of the patient sometimes in difficult situation, we also have to contain the pressure over us as a surgeon. Our holistic approach, practical experience, keeping cool head, and finally smiling faces of our patient filter out the pressure from a surgeon in such difficult situations. Thanks everyone for your patience hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Shahnaz, for your very excellent video show. I humbly request Professor Abha Hussain, Madam, to please, Madam, make comment on this video.
Oh, excellent presentation. I would like to congratulate Shahnaz. It's really an excellent one. You have showed us 3 video that is individually, if I want to say, the first one that is absolutely very nice thing that you have cleared the silicon vial and also the anterior chamber and make a separate trabeculectomy just beside it very nicely and pressure maintained and it's very good. Next one is the trabeculectomy with vitrectomized eye, where you feel that there is eyeball is collapsed, but you have managed it by giving anterior ear in the anterior chamber and also anterior chamber maintainer. By that you save and you have done a very good trabeculectomy with mitomycin C. The last one is the real challenging one. It's a case of tubular vision, the only eye case, and cataract, and also peripheral keratitis is the initial one. So you did so nicely. All the 3, the content of the video is excellent. Overall presentation, you score a very highest number, and the video editing, that is also very well deserved. Congratulations, you deserve it. And the time has already maintained by Salma. So with all this, you are an excellent glaucoma specialist, and the smiling face, I am looking at you now, same to the patient. We are also smiling, seeing your excellent performance. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you for your very nice word. I think Shahnaz will encourage more and more. So going to our next presenter, Dr. Ashraful Haq. He's our next video producer. Please show the next video.
As an ophthalmologist, we treat patients medically and surgically, but sometimes those are not enough. Dear delegates, I am Dr. Ashraful Haq, presenting about out-of-the-box management of end-stage glaucoma. It is a very difficult time for the patient when vision is getting worse over time, and when you cannot see what you used to see is being unacceptable to them. World becomes black. The end-stage glaucoma, the patient suffers with challenging life, the fear of being blindness, and the loss of independence. As an ophthalmologist, we need to control the intraocular pressure in all glaucoma cases by medication and by surgery or by both. Sometimes we need more surgeries. But despite of being the best care, 11% of glaucoma patients become visually disabled. So for glaucoma patients, we should always offer comfort and sympathy. Doctors need to give more chair time for these patients. Otherwise, they will visit from doctors to doctors and getting more upset. So the disease progression and prognosis should be explained properly. Acknowledge the patient's feelings of happiness, isolation, and loss of independence. Remember, no physician can think of every option for every situation, so we should take a second opinion from our senior colleagues and choose the words very carefully when we conversing with the patient. These patients are psychologically disturbed, very upset, so we can consider a psychiatric referral for these patients. For every visually disabled patient, we all have a role. It includes doctors, patient awareness, and the society, the family, and the friends of the patient. Patient is upset due to loss of sight. They need to get support and need to feel the being of blind. They can do things. They are capable of doing many things. And also in Bangladesh, we need to improve the service of low vision aid, with which many patients can continue their daily necessary works easily. And not only the treatment, the proper medical, surgical, and rehabilitation care with social facilities need to be ensured for all visually impaired patients. And only then we can bring the joy of victory to all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashraf, for your nice and out of the box video show. And I now request Professor Muhammad Arif Mia sir, please make your comment over Dr. Ashraful Haq's video show.
Salma, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you, Dr. Ashraful Haq Ridoy, for your nice deliberations and presenting a very important topic at present time for all the glaucoma specialists. End-stage glaucoma is a challenge for all the ophthalmologists, especially glaucoma specialists, because many of them goes blind. We know about 11% of glaucoma patients are become blind ultimately in their lifetime. So he has presented very important side, that is what to do next for these patients. Their sympathy, empathy, family care, and also low vision, help management, and also rehabilitation. And we should think for these patients for rehabilitation. May I ask to Ashraf Ridoy a question? What do you think? How we can help them, these patients who are going blind with end-stage glaucoma, and what can be the role of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society for these patients being blind due to glaucoma rehabilitation?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the nice question. Thank you for the nice question. Basically, for a society, we always do the medical and surgical treatment, but we also do the rehabilitation system. So we need to have the social awareness among the patient, and obviously we need to have the sitting with the government and the lawmakers to have some social rehabilitation facilities for these patients. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. We are heading to the next video producer. Our next video producer is Dr. Sharifa Jahan Mitu. She is very brilliant and young, enthusiastic surgeon. And please start your video.
In November 2019, Wuhan in China first declared a new disease, COVID-19. In March 2020, who declared it a pandemic. A pandemic, that time we never knew what is coming. Our country went through lockdown in March 26. Our practice shut down, but some emergency knows no bounds. So we had to start our practice with all precaution very slowly. First scenario, a young lady diagnosed as PCD attack. After medical management, she was posted for combined surgery. I own a protective gear in OT and patient was also masked up. After washing with povidone iodine solution, I started the surgery with flap creation with MMC, then usual phaco, and with the direct gonio visualization tried synecholysis to bring back the pupil to normal size, then completed by doing a sclerectomy and PI and suturing the flap and conjunctiva. In her first post-operative day, IOP was 9 and she was very happy. In second scenario, an old man with 65 IOP in one eye diagnosed as phacolytic glaucoma. I was planning for SICS, but the patient wants only phaco surgery and a good IOL for his eye. So I started phaco. The turbid fluid came out once I entered into AC. It was a hard rock cataract with mobile nucleus. I managed to do a good rhexis. Sculpting was like creating a hole in a spinning rock. The leathery nucleus was so difficult to chop, but finally I could manage to remove the nucleus and a good IOL in bag. In first POD, there was striation in cornea, but after 1 month, with 6-9 vision, his reaction was heavenly. In this COVID era, several phacomorphic cases also came. I shall show in third scenario how I managed them. Apsulorhexis is the most challenging part and I accepted the challenge. Here, single rhexis was managed, but it is always safe to do a double rhexis. Sometimes I use devices like Irish hook associated with small pupil or a C-tear where I found a zonular weakness. Nuclear management was like any other white cataract. These are usually soft cataract. I do modified direct chop in those cases and the usual quadrant removal. It's always the best idea to go back to basic in a complicated one. I always do a SICS in a very hard phacomorphic cases. This pandemic taught us how to respond in emergencies against all odds. And we are nothing without hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mitu, for your brilliant presentation, brilliant video show. I here like to request Professor A.S.M. Kamaluddin, please comment on this video show.
Thank you, Mitu, for your nice presentation. Salma, আমাকে শোনা যায় ঠিক মতো?
Yes, sir, you are very much audible, clearly audible.
Okay. As Dr. Salma has been said, and I am also saying that this video presentation was very timely, because all other video presentation, those have already been shown or those will be shown in next. I think all this can be done in any situation, but this situation, this COVID situation is special, and for this COVID special situation, your video presentations are very timely, and of course the presentations and the surgery are very nice and very skillful. The only thing is that I think that we should try to stick on our decision what type of surgery we should do. On patient's request, if we have to shift the our surgery as you have done it in the second surgery, of course proper counseling is there. Otherwise, when there will be the complication, then the patient will not excuse you that I have decided that that is why you have done this operation. So whenever we perform operation, we should try to do the operation that we prefer for the good for the patient. If the patient demands something else, we should go for proper counseling, and after due consent, we should go there. And finally, I thank you, Mitu, again for this timely presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your nice comment and advice to Dr. Sharifa Jahan Mitu. And our next video presenter will be Dr. Ruhi Mannan.
Welcome you all to this beautiful session of Spotlight Video Show at 11th Annual National Conference of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society. When a blinding disorder as that of glaucoma gets superadded to another second condition like that of cataract, the condition becomes quite lethal. Simply speaking, glaucoma along with cataract affect every possible visual aspect. In a case of glaucoma, even an advanced patients have good vision, but when cataract is superadded to it, the central vision gets quite blurry. The increasing volume of the cataractous lens causes narrowing of the anterior chamber angle, as well as there is a rise of intraocular pressure too. Presence of cataract not only blurs the central visual field, but at the same time it causes certain degree of artifact in visual field analysis, which may give rise to diagnosis confusion in patients not even having glaucoma. Presence of cataract may cause false identification of glaucoma progression, the most culprit being the cortical cataract and posterior capsular cataracts, while at the same time it may also give rise to red cell disease with misleading diagnosis of glaucoma. It is very imperative for a glaucoma specialist to plan a judicious surgery while managing coexistent glaucoma with cataract. Not necessarily always a combined surgery, but can plan a separate filtration surgery or even a simple phacoemulsification may also do the trick. With there are certain novel devices and angle procedures nowadays available. Management of a glaucoma with coexisting cataracts must include proper evaluation of the patient, careful examination including meticulous gonioscopy, careful interpretation of all possible investigation to exclude the artifacts, and obviously a meticulous surgical decision. Hoping for a better future for this beautiful country, thank you all for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Ruhi, for your nice video show. I would like to invite here Professor Mohammad Shahabuddin to please make comment on Dr. Ruhi's presentation.
I think I need to speak, right? Dr. Shahabuddin is not there, I think.
He's here. He's here, sir.
Okay.
I think he's coming, sir.
Oh, yeah.
He's here. Sir, please, sir, unmute yourself, sir.
Sir, you have to unmute the speaker.
You have to unmute, sir. Sir, we have very short. Sir, you have to unmute yourself, sir.
Unmute the speaker, sir.
Hello.
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 Yes.
Audible, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
হ্যাঁ শোনা যায় বলেন।
Hello.
Ji sir, please make a quick comment, sir, over Dr. Ruhi's video.
Hello.
We are hearing, please.
Hello.
হ্যাঁ শোনা যাচ্ছে স্যার আপনি
Hello.
শাহাবুদ্দিন আমরা শুনতে পাচ্ছি তুমি বলো।
Hello.
শাহাবুদ্দিন তুমি বলো আমরা শুনতে পাচ্ছি।
Hello.
শোনা যাচ্ছে তো সাহাব ভাই শোনা যাচ্ছে।
Hello. Hello.
শোনা যাচ্ছে সাহাব।
Can you hear me?
কথা বল।
Yes, sir. Audible, sir. Audible.
Audible. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Just we have observed the nicely presented video by Dr. Ruhi Mannan. It is very tough to present such a big chapter in a such stipulated time. It is very tough. This type of surgery and treatment for all of our ophthalmologists is very tough. Cataract, glaucoma a very problematic situation for all the ophthalmologists, just those who are practicing. Rahimana nicely indicated and showing the management of such patient, how to manage of such patient with glaucoma and cataract. Beyond that, this type of presentation should be very
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
common
sir,
issue.
nice
There should be
work.
a
So we
hello.
have to shift to the next video, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Our next video producer is Dr. Bipul Kumar De Sarkar.
Good afternoon. I Dr. Bipul Kumar Sarkar, Publication Secretary of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society and working in Isfahani Islamia Eye Institute and Hospital. Welcome to my spotlight video. Actually, this patient had history of trauma with angle recession and subluxated cataract. Later on developed secondary glaucoma, which is medically uncontrolled. That's why I need to do trabeculectomy with phacoemulsification with CTR and posterior chamber intraocular lens implantation. Now I'm doing conjunctival peritomy after application of mitomycin C, and now I am doing superficial scleral flap, which is triangular. I usually prefer to triangular scleral flap because it is easier to make, less time consuming, and it is effective, and I can make it close by only single stitch. Now time for phacoemulsification. Though there was a subluxation and it's about to 40 degree, so during rhexis I was careful to avoid traction from weak part of the zonules. And after completing rhexis, now I'm doing hydrodissection properly, and after this I am doing now phacoemulsification. Good thing is that the nucleus was very soft, that's why just only using vacuum and aspiration I remove the all nucleus and cortical matter. Now I am inserting CTR. And you see CTR has been properly placed. Now I'm implanting intraocular lenses. And you see it also placed nicely. Now I'm doing deep sclerectomy using pulse forceps and doing peripheral iridectomy. And now closing the superficial scleral flap and conjunctival flap. You see AC is properly formed, IL is properly placed, and bleb is diffuse. Thank you for watching my video.
Thank you, Bipul. Such a large subluxation with trap. Oh, you did nicely, really. I like to invite here Professor Jalal Ahmed to please comment on this. Professor Jalal Ahmed, sir, are you here?
Sir is here. Sir is here. Sir has to unmute.
Sir, on your video, sir, please. Sir, on your video and unmute yourself.
Yes, now I am audible. Audible?
Yes, sir.
But you are not shown. Sir,
But
please.
video is not seen. So time is there is time constant. I am in a technical problem. Still, I have gone through the video. Content of the video is rich and very helpful for the learners. Video editing is also very good, and mode of delivery is clear, understandable, and very vivid. I also use triangular flap, MMC, and CTR in these cases, and the time maintenance was accurate, and overall the presentation is excellent. Thank you.
sir.
Thank you, Dr. Bipul.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir.
For your valuable comment. We are now to the next video. The video show will be shown by Dr. Mohammad Zafrul Hassan.
I am Dr. Mohammad Jafrul Hassan. Today I am presenting a spotlight video. Is Ahmed Bulb surgery in aphakic secondary glaucoma patient. After giving bilateral traction suture with conjunctival excision, some wet cautery is given. Then priming was done to check the Ahmed bulb patency is functioning or non-functioning, and is very important to be before entering the bulb. Then slide calipers is using to see the extension of the bulb. It's 9 mm away from the limbus, and then scleral half thickness scleral patch is doing, and care should be taken not too deep, not too superficial, and it's a very important step. And then conjunctival pocket is enlarging by blunt dissection, and care should be taken in that time. Then bulb is placed into the conjunctival pocket, and in that case the care should be taken not to touch the bulb area, and very carefully introduce into the bulb into the conjunctival pocket. And after that we should suturing the bulb into the scleral plate and coring the bulb by 1090 nylon. Here also should be taken care, should be taken that not to deep the stitch, not superficial, and it is anchoring the bulb into the scleral surface. And then after that we sheet the trimming of the tube, bevel up, and then the important step sclerostomy was done, and it should be parallel to the iris plane. Then AC maintainer is given to prevent the collapse, the AC collapse. And after that we introduce the tube into the anterior chamber, and it parallel to the iris plane, and then cover the cross suture is given over the tube, which can prevent the lateral displacement of the tube. After finishing this, then we secure the half thickness sclera in the same position to cover the whole tube, and it is the alternative technique of the scleral patch, where the scleral patch is not available. It is a good technique in cover the whole of the tube except the root 2 to 3 millimeter of the tube, and it should be closed with 10-0 nylon. After finishing scleral flap closure, now conjunctival wound is closed, both vertical end is closed, and this continuous suture is given in both vertical ends, and check is there any gap or not, and check any matrix. And thank you for watching.
Thank you, Zafrul, for your video show. I now like to invite our great glaucoma surgeon, Professor M. Nazrul Islam. Sir, please make your comment over
Thank
this
you, Dr.
video.
Salma. I like to congratulate Dr. Abdaful Hassan for his beautiful video on AGV. Actually, Ahmed glaucoma valve is the right indication in his case, the aphakic glaucoma. And he has done very nicely every step. I liked every step, starting from priming, holding the Ahmed valve, not holding the valve area, and implantation, introducing of the tube. Everything is very good. And he has shown us how to not to use the patch graft. You can use the patient's own scleral flap. In our country, patch graft is not available. So nicely he has shown. Thank you very much. But one thing I would say that video quality, I will request you to make it improved in the next time. Because you're a very good surgeon, we need a better quality video from the next time. Can I ask a quick question to Dafrul? What are the operative complications you have in putting Ahmed valve in your cases?
Post-operative, sir, sometimes.
I told par-operative.
Par-operative, sometimes, sir, AC is collapsing. In that case, you see the AC suddenly collapse, aphakic patient. So I did a AC maintainer that prevent the AC collapse. And
Good.
sometimes sclerostomy, if you do sclerostomy first time, or if you do repeatedly, then sclerostomy is not well done. So first time you have done to sclerostomy in one procedure.
Thank
That's
you.
the
Thank you. I think making the scleral flap is not very easy. Sometimes it becomes very thin, sometimes very thick, sometimes it can expose the choroid all the time. So many times. So these are the complications you might face, but definitely you have done well. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
okay, sir. Okay, thank you. Thank you, the speaker. Thank you, the judge. We are now start our next video show. It will be shown by Dr. M.M.H. Monir.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Dr. Monir, Assistant Professor, Department of Glaucoma and I&H, presenting on selective laser trabeculoplasty. Laser is the abbreviated form of light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation. Argon, diode, Nd:YAG, and excimer laser used mainly in ophthalmology. In glaucoma, laser trabeculoplasty, iridotomy, iridoplasty, and cycloablation is done. In trabeculoplasty, selective laser trabeculoplasty, argon laser trabeculoplasty, and micropulse trabeculoplasty is performed. SLT is a double frequency Q switched Nd:YAG laser. It selectively targets the melanin granules within the pigmented trabecular meshwork. Disruption of the melanin granules causes cell death termed selective thermolysis. Indicated in all types of primary and secondary open-angle glaucoma, ocular hypertension, patients' non-compliance on medical therapy, failure of medical therapy, and as primary therapy. Anti-glaucoma is given half an hour prior to laser application. Retina SLT goniu lens, ocular magna view, Pullock iridotomy goniu laser lens is used. Power is 0.5 to 1.5 millijoule, pulse is 3 nanosecond, and spot size is 400 micron. Patient was treated with 4 drugs for primary open angle glaucoma, but she was non-compliance for the drugs, and she was using the drugs irregularly. So as the damage is in advance, I have decided to give selective laser trabeculoplasty here. Normally we use 0.5 to 1.5 millijoule. Here we are using 0.9 millijoule. Spot size is 400 micron and duration is 0.3 nanosecond. Post-laser IUP spike, mild inflammation may occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Monir. Now I like to invite Professor Sheikh Muhammad Hussain. Please make your comment over this.
My brilliant student has shown his case in a very small period of time. You know, it's a learning curve. It's a huge topic. SLT, I'm very happy with you. One thing that you have to mount a camera. Actually, it's a night camera, the best camera, or the slit lamp, so that you can show the whole process of the SLT, how you are doing. Okay, some of the tips you have said very nicely. Some of the tips is that in SLT, after doing the SLT, there's some pressure hike. What we do is that we just send the patient out. No, wait for 1 hour, get the IOP and check any flares or not, because why you must end up, sometimes patient ends up in, iriditis. So this is a very important tip. And we must have NSAID for like 7 to 10 days, whatever you choose. I'm just giving you some tips. It's a huge subject, but in short period, I'm just trying to cover up as much as I can. While you start doing the SLT, you have to be sure when you see the spike, some of the like a champagne bubble, if suppose you have started with 0.8 millijoule, go one step down, 0.7. If you again see some of the bubbles are there but going down, you might go for a little bit down, but don't go much because in this country, the pigment is more and actually the frequency of the laser is less here. So this is a very good thing. The SLT is we can use as a primary one also. And one more thing I want to tell you as a beginner, you are in a learning curve of this SLT. Repeat SLT is a term. You can do it as early as 2 months. And it has been shown in so many literatures that the second SLT, what you do in 2 months' time gives a better result. Okay, so what is the percentage of SLT after doing the SLT? What is the percentage of intraocular pressure going down? It is around like 25 to 28%. And how many percent? Anyway.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your nice comment and valuable tips.
Thank you.
I should go forward. Our next video presenter will be Dr. Mehzabin Haq. Dr. Mehzabin. Please, Dr. Mehzabin, video. Okay.
Today, I'll be speaking on glaucoma management during times of COVID. I am Dr. Mehzabin Haq, Assistant Professor working in BSMMU. Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib Medical University is the first medical university to be established in 1998. It is named after our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. The year 2020 is the year for COVID-19. The global pandemic has impacted worldwide and has affected how healthcare professionals are behaving and treating our patients. Since it is airborne and highly contagious, we had to take a step back and realize the method by which we were examining and treating our patients, as well as keeping ourselves safe. Ophthalmological Society of Bangladesh promptly took actions and provided guidelines to its members on how to keep themselves safe, as well as what type of precautions they would take during examination of patients. As a result, the new normal for examination of glaucoma patients started, where Coleman applanation tonometer was the choice, and air puff tonometer and gonioscopic examinations were not encouraged. And of course, the sanitizing of the slit lamp and the tonometer tip between patients was of course present. Investigations, which were always a second choice for detecting cases of glaucoma, has increasingly become the choice during the global pandemic, where Humphrey Visual Field Analyzer has taken a step back because sanitizing the bowl is quite difficult, so we have begun to rely on OCT of the optic nerve head and disc photography for detection of early glaucoma cases. YAG laser PI and emergency surgeries and surgeries as a whole has been left to the discretion of the treating glaucoma surgeons. Our once empty outpatient department has now seen a gradual increase in the patients attending our BSMMU clinics. The glaucoma clinic, which had seen a presence of around 500 patients by the end of 1 month, has seen a sharp decline of the patients attending. As a result, we can at least say it has impacted those glaucoma patients which are progressive in nature. Bangladesh Glaucoma Society has successfully created awareness among the public through its World Glaucoma Week. As a result, a lot of early glaucoma patients as well as glaucoma suspects are coming to our clinics for detection. Thereby, whether this global pandemic has affected these patients' detection as well as treatment is yet to be understood. But there is hope. Hope is here in the form of a COVID vaccine, so it is possible to see a future where we can give the best to our patients. Thank you.
Salma, unmute. No. Again.
Thank you, Zeba, for your time-demanding topic. And I'd like to invite Professor Muhammad Sharfuddin Ahmed, President of Ophthalmological Society of Bangladesh. Please, sir, make your comment over Jeba's video show.
Okay, thank you, Jeba, for your excellent presentation. As because we are running those time, that is pandemic 2020. We have new normal life. We cannot see our faces now in most of the time, except this conference as we are in the screen. And you have mentioned many things. Ophthalmological Society of Bangladesh on 20th March in an emergency meeting, we have given the directions for the protection of the ophthalmologist in the country, and you have shown how the investigations are being done in your video. That is, we are not using the ear puff, we are not using the gonioscopy, everything the different time than the other times. So I think the presentation was very good, and the people who are practicing now, the ophthalmologists, to take their protection much more. And your video has made the awareness in the detection of the glaucoma through glaucoma week, you have already mentioned, and also the patient should be far away from at least 2 meters from one person to another, and we should be cautious for protection ourselves in the treatment of cataract or glaucoma or phacomorphic glaucoma. Corona has given this type of problems, that is hypermature, phacomorphic, cataract and glaucoma, they are living together now in the corona period. So I think your presentation was very good. I thank Mejabin Haq for your nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You have taken so many of measures during the COVID situation as a OSB president. We know, and we are very much thankful to you for that. And our next presenter will be Dr. Muhammad Rashidul Hassan.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Dr. Muhammad Rashidul Hassan. I am working in glaucoma clinic in National Institute of Ophthalmology and Hospital. I have completed my long-term fellowship in glaucoma from NIUH and observership in glaucoma from Aravind Eye Hospital, India, and from Moorfield Eye Hospital, UK. Mostly we are doing trabeculectomy, combined phacotrabeculectomy, and glaucoma drainage device here in NIUH. But glaucoma surgery has developed a lot over past decades from penetrating surgery to MIGS. As a result of higher cost, long learning curve, and lack of surgical gonio lens, angle procedures are not widely practiced in our country and in our center also. Can we do costly angle surgery in developing country like Bangladesh? Then I decided and bought a Maori surgical gonio lens. It costs about 800 USD. Image magnification of the lens is 0.8 times, contact diameter is 11.5 millimeter, and field of vision is 110 degree. Advantage of the lens is it doesn't need to change the patient's position, and double mirror design gives an upright image without the need to tilt the lens or the microscope. It also creates a coaxial cataract surgical position, allowing 360-degree viewing of the anterior chamber. So far, I did some cases of goniosyneculasis and combined phacoemulsification with goniosyneculasis with the help of the lens. Result seems to be quite satisfactory till now. After preparation and proper positioning of the patient, place the lens over the cornea, and central portion of the lens helps to observe instruments passing across the anterior chamber. We can use cyclodialysis spatula or micrograsper to release the synecdoche. Disadvantage is low magnification and difficulty to hold the lens as there is no handle is incorporated with it. Now I am trying to collect Kahuk dual blade. So my future plan is to do goniotomy by KDB, suture trabeculotomy by 5-oprolin, and to do some trabecular stent procedures. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashid, for your excellent angle surgery with Mori gonio lens. I'd like to invite Professor Hassan Shohid, sir. Please, sir, make your comment over this.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Well, the Mori surgical goniolense, the most recent surgical instrument, most surgical, well, as he was talking, I learned that need not to move the microscope, stable binocular vision, 360-degree viewing, all are appreciable. But I'm afraid of its cost, long Langling curve, usefulness in tertiary centers only, and low magnification. Well, still the medical science is escalating so fast, so we are going to accept the new things in our country too. One thing I would love to know from him is that what about its sterilization of the instrument? Well, is it costly and what materials is needed for it? That is one question. And another thing I want to know that when he was doing this surgery, he was doing the best one, he took the best one. I think he would need the HDB, that is blade, blade surgery over there. What he would do if there would be bleeding in the anterior chamber, how he could manage. There are two questions. One is how he will manage the bleeding in the anterior chamber during the surgery, and another is sterilization of the instrument. How will do?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
For sterilization, ethylene oxide exposure is recommended by the manufacturer. Steam autoclave and boiling is not recommended as it may cause damage to the coating or surface of the lens.
Okay, that is enough. That is enough answer. We don't have very time in our hand, so we are heading to the next video show. Thank you, Rashid. Thank you, Hassan Sohaib sir.
Thank you.
And our last video will be shown by Dr. M.A. Karim. This is the last video in this session.
Surgical steps of trabeculectomy and dipisclectomy. The concept of dipisclectomy as a part of glaucoma filtration surgery was first described by Dr. Robert Stegman of South Africa in 1999. He did dipisclectomy to open the Shams canal during viscoconostomy, a non-penetrating glaucoma filtration surgery. Later on, dipisclectomy along with collagen implant was tried. All these procedures failed because of inadequate control of intraocular pressure in the late postoperative period. In this video, I'll describe the simple procedure of dipisclectomy and trabeculectomy. Fornix-based conjunctival flap was made, and bleeding blood vessels were cauterized with Whitefield bipolar cautery. A 4 mm base triangular partial thickness superficial scleral incision was made. Scleral flap was raised up to the limbus. A 3 mm base triangular second deep scleral incision was made, and deep scleral flap was raised carefully up to the clear cornea. Deep scleral flap was trimmed at the base to create a potential space between superficial scleral flap and deep scleral base. Fine 4% mitomycin C was applied and kept for 2 minutes and then removed and washed thoroughly with normal saline. A side foot NT was made. A 2x1 mm deep scleral block was marked. The deep scleral block was removed with a straight Banner scissor. Broad-based peripheral iridectomy was done. Scleral flap was approached with tangerine suture with creation of deep scleral leg between superficial scleral flap and deep scleral base. Reducible suture can be planned at this stage in selective cases. Conjunctiva was approached with tangerine suture. Deep sclerectomy is possible in case of combined phacotrabeculectomy or trabeculectomy with manual small incision cataract surgery.
Thank you. Thank you. That was the last video show. I like to comment here. I'd like to invite here Professor M. Nazrul Islam to make comment over this as because Professor Manaf is not here. So, sir, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Salma. Actually, Dr. Karim is a great glaucoma surgeon. He does very good surgery. And he has shown us two beautiful surgery. One is trabeculectomy, and is NPDS, non-penetrating deep sclerectomy. Sometimes it's very essential to do the NPDS in some indications. And he has shown very nicely, very correctly. Video editing is also nice. Content is also very good. If with the permission, Dr. Karim, can I ask one question? What are the indication you do the NPDS cases? In which cases you do the non-penetrating deep sclerectomy?
Unmute,
please. Unmute, please.
Unmute yourself. Unmute.
Unmute, please. Unmute, Karim. Unmute.
Unmute yourself.
Okay.
Okay. Actually, for the last 6 months, I'm doing this procedure. This comes in my mind. So usually the trabeculectomy failed because of the addition of the superficial scleral flap with the scleral base. So if I can make a space in between, then there will be less chance of obstruction in the scleral bleb area, and the filtration will be better. So keeping in mind in this, I'm doing this case routinely for all cases.
Okay.
And I'm getting excellent result because the space is not blocked because I cut between area, so that that is scleral leg remain inside. And
okay, thank you. I think in the shallow anterior chamber cases, in the primary angle closure glaucoma cases, NPDS works very well. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all the speakers, all the video and all the judges for your nice cooperation. We just make this session a very successful one, and we just finish it very timely. So we have to leave from here. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
we,
you, Dr.
We are
Salma.
welcoming Clement Tham. Welcoming Clement Tham.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you.
And
Julan
Nico
Jang
Park.
is here.
Okay, fine.
Kiho Park is here.
We are welcoming.
Clement Tham is here. Hi, Clement.
Oh, hello, Eva.
Hi, how are you?
Hello, Eva. Great to see you too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi,
Thank you.
Julian, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
I'm fine.
Let me put my microphone on first.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I can see Shevin. Shevin is
Hello.
here too. Hello.
Hello, Clement.
Hi.
Clement, welcome.
Hello, hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Shelvin. Okay. Julian.
Okay.
Dr. Skefang enter. Dr. Skefang. Not yet. I can see Dr. Kiho Park, Dr. Selvin, Dr. Shiulan, Dr. Clement Tham.
Dr. Tinong sent the email that where is the link?
Okay, so I sent the link, and also BGS also sent the link. And Dr. Ashraf, can you send the link again to the BGS?
Actually,
all the
Nazrul,
speakers. Yes.
The link that I've just received by email was not working just now. So in the end, I have to use join meeting and then type in the meeting ID.
Okay.
So Prof. Islam, the link that you just sent me works, and I forwarded that to everyone. So if they use the new link.
That would be better, please. Yes. Dr. Selvin, please you forward the link to all so that they can enter.
Yeah, I just sent it out. So hopefully it works for them too.
That's fine. That's fine. Dr. Skefang is not yet joined here.
No, should find
So I'm actually waiting for some of our panelists and speakers. They are yet to join with us. We are sending the link to them again. And I think Dr. Selvin helped us to send. I cannot seem to join. Dr. Fang could not join. So MNC, would you please see Dr. Seng Kyung Fang could not join. I have sent another link to Dr. Fang. So I'm having echo, I don't know why. Sorry, Dr. Clement, we have to wait for some time because our colleague should join.
No, no problem at all.
Yeah, Dr. Tin could not join yet. And Dr. Fang. Dr. Preen also, I sent Dr. Preen the link and he joined once. So I hope he can join.
Oh, I see a Tin here.
Tin on got it.
Yes,
Yeah,
Tin is here
Yes.
now. Yes. And
Oh,
Norman.
Yeah,
is
welcome,
Norman joining
welcome.
us? Hello, Tin.
Hi.
Hi,
Sorry,
Tin.
I couldn't join earlier. I don't know what happened.
We're expecting Norman as well, right? Norman Aquino?
Norman and Dr. Fang.
And Prin as well.
Yes.
নরম্যান ফ্র্যাঙ্ক প্রিন্ট কেউই নেই আমাকে একটু লিংকটা পাঠান না ইয়াতে
আসলে একটু বলে দাও সবাইকে
Oh, Nazru, you have a very long day today. I can see that your program is from 9
from
to
morning,
9.
From morning from 8:30.
12 hours.
Up to 9:30. Up to 9:30 is no problem because our 10 people has come to Bangladesh Eye Hospital. We are doing conference in the Bangladesh Eye Hospital in 3-4 rooms. So it's just like a physical conference. It's like a physical conference.
It's a physical conference.
Yeah.
How many of you are there? How many of you are there?
Yeah, maybe around 10 people.
Wow.
More than 10. So our Glaucoma Society president, secretary, scientific secretary, and advisors, most of them are here.
Right.
So
we can coordinate each other.
Okay, but you do not need social distancing now?
Yes, we are doing social distancing because in my room only 2 person at least 10 meters away, 10 meters.
Oh, I see. Right. So different people are in different rooms, but at the same hospital. I see.
Okay, Dr. Fang is asking a link. I'm sending it. Sending to his email. Okay. Okay.
Oh, by the way, Tin and Chevin, it seems that the travel bubble between Hong Kong and Singapore is getting further and further away now.
Yeah. Terrible, bad luck.
Yeah.
We're right in the middle of our fourth wave. So there's quite a large number of cases every day. And it's unfortunate.
Well, hopefully when the vaccine comes, it'll all make it better.
But any one of you will be amongst the first batch of people to take the vaccine?
Yeah, they're already lining up appointments next month already.
Oh, next month?
Yeah, in January.
Okay. So all the staff at your hospital will be...
Well, right now they're asking who are refusing.
Okay.
We have to give the names of those who are refusing.
All right.
They're already lining up to start in January.
Okay. What about NUH?
We haven't heard about it yet, but I think roughly all the public hospitals should have roughly the same timeline.
Okay, so it'll be next month as well.
Yeah.
I think so.
But which vaccine is being used in Singapore?
The Pfizer one first.
Pfizer one.
Okay.
But people are worried, you know.
I can imagine because this is the first time ever there's a messenger RNA vaccine.
Yeah.
How about you, Lan? Have you done your vaccine? You're muted.
Cannot hear, Sio Lan. You're muted.
Okay. I just got the announcement this morning. We can begin to get a vaccine. Next
this
month.
morning.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that the vaccine from Beijing?
Sinovac.
I don't know yet. I just
Sinovac?
get the message in my cell phone, and then begin to register to get a vaccine.
I see.
It's the safest one, I think. Sinovac is the safest.
That's the most traditional one.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an inactivated virus.
Yeah. But the efficacy is the lowest. I mean, it's like 50-60% only.
I don't know the detail yet.
It came out in Lancet.
So supposedly we have all three in Hong Kong: the Pfizer one, AstraZeneca, and also Sinovac. And so everyone in the past few days have been discussing which one. What about in Korea, Kiho? Any timeline for your vaccines?
Maybe early next year.
Early next year.
It has not been approved yet in Korea.
I see.
So after vaccination, please let me know.
If we survive. It's okay, Dr. Fang. Welcome.
If I survive, I'll let you know.
Welcome.
Because I joined with my wife's computer actually, so they didn't let me in.
So I have sent the link to Dr. Preen and Dr. Norman also. Hopefully, if we have a phone number, you can talk to him.
Anyway, thanks to Ashraful, he helped me.
Yes, by the way, Nazrul, just want to say a big word of thank you once again for inviting all of us to be here.
Thank you.
It's great to
our
join
pleasure
the meeting,
that you
even
have
though
come. It's
virtually.
our pleasure. You have given so much time for Bangladesh Glaucoma Society. And we see some of you have come Bangladesh, like Dr. Kyo Park, Dr. Clement, yourself, Dr. Silbin, not physically, but virtually she came on a webinar.
Yes.
Dr. Tina, of course, you came for the OSB invitation. Yes.
Yeah. Great.
Hopefully everything will be all right. This morning we had a speaker, David Richardson from USA, and he could not join because he is COVID positive.
Oh.
So 7 days before, he told me I have very minimum symptom, no problem, I'll be joining. But last night he said I'm having breathing difficulties. So he could not join. So everything is there, good and bad. People are suffering. So should I start, Dr. Pham, or we'll have to wait for some time for them?
I think we can start.
Okay, on behalf of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, I welcome you all in the APGS symposium. Am I audible, right? But there is the echo.
Yes, very clearly.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we have a distinguished speaker in this session, Dr. Shulan Jang, Dr. Ki Ho Park, Dr. Tin Ong, Dr. Selvin Singh, Dr. Clement Tham, and Dr. Tin Rosana Pongpun. And let me show my screen. Is it visible?
Yes.
Is it visible?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I am Dr. Nazrul Islam. Along with Dr. S.K. Phang, I will be also moderating this session. First of all, I'd like to introduce the moderator of this session, Dr. Seng Kyung Phang. You know that Dr. Seng Kyung Phang is our leader. He was Secretary General of APGS from its inception, even from the CIAGIG. Currently, he is the President-elect of Asia Pacific Glaucoma Society. He is the Senior Consultant Ophthalmologist and Glaucoma Specialist at International Specialist Eye Center, Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. And he's also in the APAO and Chair of Young Ophthalmologist Standing Committee. Let me also introduce Dr. Norman. Hopefully he will be joining soon. He is our Secretary General of the Asia Pacific Glaucoma Society, and he is also head of Glaucoma Section, American Eye Center. He is the Chief of Glaucoma Service, Department of Ophthalmology, University of the Philippines, Philippine General Hospital. Dr. Norman is also Clinical Associate Professor, University of Philippines. So in this stage, I like to request Dr. Seng Kyung Phang to moderate the next session. Can I request Dr. Seng Kyung Phang to introduce the other panelists too?
Thank you, Nazrul. I would like to share my screen now. Hopefully, can you all see the screen?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, let me start by introducing our distinguished panelists from the Bangladesh Glaucoma Society. The first is Professor Sheikh Mana. He is a senior consultant and managing director of the Harun Eye Foundation and Hospital, former head of ophthalmology, BERDM, which stands for Bangladesh Institute of Research of Diabetic and Endocrine and Metabolic Diseases. And he's also the past president of the Bangladesh Glaucoma Society. And our second panelist is Professor Muhammad Mizanur Rahman, who is a professor and head in the Department of Ophthalmology, Bangladesh Medical College Hospital. He is the present president of the Bangladesh Glaucoma Society and also the president of the ISM SICS Bangladesh chapter. So without further ado, I would like to request the Bangladesh Glaucoma Society current president, Professor Mizanur Rahman, for his remarks. Professor Mizanur?
Yes. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. Sound is okay?
Yes, sound is also okay, loud and clear.
Okay. Thanks to Dr. S.K. Phang, and I'm grateful to APGS for give me the opportunity to introduce Bangladesh Glaucoma Society. Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, it was established in 2007 by renowned glaucoma specialists in Bangladesh with the aim to increase the glaucoma awareness and to build up the contact between glaucoma specialists to encourage research and services for the development and spreading of knowledge and skill. Now we have 21 executive committee members and we have senior 11 advisors and total life members is 87. What we are doing now, what are the activities of Bangladesh Glaucoma Societies? We are doing EC meeting and CME. EC meeting every 2 months, we are doing EC meeting, and every 3 months we are conducting the CME in Dhaka and also outside Dhaka. These are the some movements of CME and EC meeting of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society. Next conference, every year we are doing on national conference, and in the second year we are doing the international conference. This is the inaugural program of first annual national conference of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, and in the dais, Professor MD Mudassir Ali, our honorable advisor and former advisor of Prime Minister People's Republic of Bangladesh, giving his address, and in the dais, Professor Abba Hussain, President-elect of APAO, late Professor M.A. Motin, our teacher, Professor Din Mohammad Nurullah, Professor Sheikh M.A. Mannaf, and APGS board member, Professor M. Nazrul Islam is present in the dais. This is the inaugural program of second international meeting, and also Professor Abba Hussain, Professor Said Mudassir Ali, Professor M.D. Sharfuddin Ahmed, Professor Sheikh M.A. Mannaf, and other BGS members and senior ophthalmologists are present here. These are the scientific programs of second international and 8th annual national conference of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society. And you see Dr. Bhaisani, that time she was our foreign delegates, and she is taking the crest from our advisor, Professor Sheikh M.A. Mannaf. And in this conference, Dr. Q.O. Park also was present. We are also attending in every 2 years World Glaucoma Congress with good number of delegates, and we are organizing a scientific symposium in the Congress. These are the few movements and scientific program of 7th World Glaucoma Congress in Helsinki and 8th World Glaucoma Congress in Melbourne. Now, it's our great pleasure that we attend in Asia Pacific Glaucoma Congress that held in Busan, South Korea, under the leadership of APGS board member, Professor M. Nazrul Islam, who is now the renowned glaucoma specialist in Bangladesh. And several scientific papers was presented in the Asia Pacific Glaucoma Congress, Busan. We are celebrating World Glaucoma Week every year in the month of March. These are the some moments of World Glaucoma Week and Day in the year 2019. And during this World Glaucoma Day and Week, Bangladesh Glaucoma Society organizes free glaucoma screening camp, rally, press conference, and discussion meeting for the development of awareness among the people throughout the country. What we have? We have BGS journal. Every year we are publishing 2 journals, and that journal is a very good quality, and this is an index journal. We have official website. Anyone can visit this official website of BGS, www.bgsglaucoma.com. We have official Facebook page of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society. We have BGS in YouTube channel. Our ongoing projects, Bangladesh Glaucoma Survey Protocol. Within a short time, we have started the survey protocol in the country, and that is also approved by the National Ethics Committee, and very soon we want to start our survey program. And we have also glaucoma management protocol. Very short time, the protocol will be completed. Our future project, our aim to establish a glaucoma specialized hospital in the country. Thank you for your time, and we are honored to introduce BGS by the kind permission of APGS. Thank you, everybody. Thanks again. Allah Hafiz.
Stop share. I think we thank the President, Professor Mizanur Rahman, for his introductory speech and showing all the activities of BGS. Now, may I request Dr. Seng Kyung Fang to introduce APGS in front of us and for his own remark. Dr. Fang, please.
Thank you, Nasru. Can you all see my slide?
Yes, we can see.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'll just take a short time to just introduce Asia Pacific Glaucoma Society to the audience. Our mission statement is to promote excellence in the diagnosis, care of glaucoma patients in the Asia Pacific region. I would not go through the details of our history, and we would just like to join, to encourage everyone to join the APGS, mainly because of this educational resources that we have. And these are the members' benefit that you can see outlined here. We have our biannual congress, but unfortunately, we will need to go probably virtual next year. And then we have developed the APGS online education platform, which is now being managed by Professor Tanush Dada. And we have just launched our quarterly newsletter, and I will show you a bit on the online communities. And we also have access to the Journal of Glaucoma and Asian Journal of Ophthalmology. And the rest I would not go through in detail. Just to show you our online education platform. This is very new. We have now video assisted skills transfer. There are a few videos that is being presented there. And thanks to all the APGS members, and also some of them have very good videos. For example, you can see here, Chelvin has put up a few videos on MIGS. And also we have our online communities. So we encourage you to join as member. And as a member, you can join all the online communities, which is listed here. For example, angle closure, we have hot topics, we have imaging, and also MIGS. This is our email address and our website and a QR code. So without further ado, I would like to now start officially our symposium by introducing our first speaker, which is Professor Xiulan Chang, who is a glaucoma specialist and director of clinical research center at the Zhongshan Ophthalmic Center in China. And today she'll be talking to us on using AI for glaucoma diagnosis. I would like to stop sharing now, and over to you, Professor Xiulan Chang.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So good evening, everyone. Thank you, Professor Nazul Isnan, inviting me here. I would like to share with you using AI for glaucoma diagnosis. My name is Yulan Zhang, came from Zhongshan Ophthalmic Center. This is the biggest one and ranking #1 eye center in China. I don't have financial disclosure here. And as you all know, glaucoma is a leading cause of irreversible blindness in the world. And diagnosis mainly dependent on visual field, OCT, and fundus photo. So a reliable and mature diagnostic platform of glaucoma depending on analysis of multi-modular text, including ASOCT, visual field, retinal fundus photo, and follow-up, long-term follow-up data. So far in glaucoma research field, AI will focus on the diagnosis and prediction. For the diagnosis, can based on fundus photo, OCT, and visual field, and prediction field can from fundus photo to predict RNF thickness changes, or their mean deviation. Also came from OCT scan to predict mean deviation or to others. This paper published in the JAMA is using AI to diagnose eye suspected to have corneal optic neuropathy based on fundus photo. And this paper is Camentan published in Lancet Digital Health. It talk about using AI to diagnose eye with GON based on the OCT scan. And this paper is based on fundus photo to predict progressive glaucomatous optic nerve damage. My team have been doing AI project eye glaucoma based on not only in diagnosis, also prediction, including 3 parts. The first part is AI on chamber angle morphology evaluation. And the second part is on optic nerve morphology and functional evaluation. And the third part is building up annotated public data set, trying to promote the glaucoma diagnosis algorithm. Let's talk about the optic nerve morphology and functional evaluation first. And as you all know, visual field is a gold standard to judge disease progression. When you face a visual field report, you can see a lot of information. This is PD plot, represent a black dot, indicating that there's a significant decrease in line sensitivity, and PD plot from the PD number, and PD number from the ND number. So we will do in AI not only the single one, but also confuse the number to do the algorithm. So when you face a glaucoma visual field, you can easily to diagnose this glaucoma. However, when you face this kind of the pattern, only small black dot, is it glaucoma or non-glaucoma? So our purpose is to develop AI algorithm to differentiate glaucoma visual field from non-glaucoma visual field. Also verify the efficacy of deep learning algorithm in visual field classification in multi-center diagnostic trial. We collect more than 10,000 visual field sample from 7 different eye centers. Of course, we have very strict remote criteria. And the data from 5 eye centers and external validation set from another 2 eye centers. From this ROC curve, you can see the combined PDB, NDP, and ND I just mentioned that the confused CNN algorithm have a largest AUC than the human. And then we developed a smartphone based on smartphone-based visual field deep learning system for glaucoma detection and deploy clinical in the real world. And this is the demonstration to show how the APP works. You can see when you use the APP software in the cell phone, scan the PDF visual field report, and then you can easily to get the risk score of the glaucoma diagnosis. We just mentioned in this case is just mentioned 85 point score for the glaucoma risk. And this project has been finished and published a paper in this year at MPJ Digital Medicine. You can see that Professor Ting Ang also participated this project. And then we will try to combine visual field and OCT to to build a glaucoma diagnostic and screening platform. This is iGlaucoma 2.0 version. Actually, already finished this project and writing the paper to prepare to submit it. Now let's talk about AI on chamber angle morphology evaluation. As you all know, chamber angle evaluation can be varied by gonioscopy, UBN, and ASOCT. In face gonioscopy, you can see OCT have a lot of the advantages than the gonioscopy, non-contact, fast scanning speed, and provide both cross-sectional and volume scan. And from the ASOCT, you can easily to get a lot of the angle width parameters, including angle open distance, we call AOD. And also we can get the volumetric parameter, such as until chamber volume ACV. And the volume can be calculated by adding up 128 B-scan images. In our pilot study, and actually this one already published, in this scatter plot, you can see there's a gap between the narrow and open angle, either in AOD or the ACV. That means they all have a potential diagnostic ability to detect their angle classification. And this RC curve shows that performance of ACV, the volume, is better than the AOD to detecting the angle width. So this study indicated that volumetric parameter is closely associated with angle width and has excellent diagnostic performance. And volumetric scan from OCT is promising to replace gonioscopy in angle width classification. Then we using AI to try to do to detect the narrow angle subject, and we collected data from the CASI 1 and CASI 2 OCT. And our data came from our Zhongshan Ophthalmic Center and the external validation set from Singapore National Eye Center. And another one is from Thailand. So then from the RC curve, you can see either the validation set or external text set. The 3D, that means a volume, digital gonioscopy system, the algorithm outperform than the ophthalmologists. And this project already finished, and this is 3-country international clinical studies, and we submitted manuscript already. And you can see Professor Ting Ang here, and recently also participate this project. And in the future, we try to combination anterior and posterior segment image data to construct the glaucoma diagnostic platform that is we call iGlaucoma 3.0. Now let's talk about a little bit how we to build up annotated public data set. When you do the AI, everybody will face the data problem. For example, this is from this photo. You know that a large CD ratio is considered as a risk factor of glaucoma. However, there's no large fine annotation data set for the fundus vocal data. So we manually annotated the disc, cup, and fovea from the 7 independent glaucoma specialists. That means 1 photo, 7 annotation. Then the data set is more accurate. And this data set has been published in the MICAI 2018. MICAI is a top conference in the imaging field. And then we continue to do the data set. It's AMD and the highly myopia data set. And last year we published the AGE data set based on the ASOCT for the angle closure. And this year we also published the second round of the fundus photo data set. And we search internet, there are 10 fine annotation data set in the world, our team already contributed 5 data sets. So based on the data set, we will publish 2 paper in the medical imaging analysis. This is a top journal of the image field. This one is based on fundus photo, and this one is based on ASOCT and published this year. So in the future, when people still fussy how to diagnose the early diagnosis glaucoma, that AI robot already say yes, glaucoma. So AI will sharply improve glaucoma diagnosis and prediction, and multimodal imaging data could be used in AI study. And development of AI algorithm heavily depending on highly quality data. And AI algorithm based on multi-modular data will be the future trend in medical diagnosis and prediction. An AI-based glaucoma diagnosis and decision-making platform will be constructed in the future. The future belongs to AI and big data. I would like to thank you, my Eye Glaucoma Cooperation Research Group, which are from Chinese Academy of Science, Yan Wuxu from Baidu, and Minghui Tan from South China University of Technology, and Ting Ang and Daniel Tim from Singapore National Eye Center. This is my team. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Zulan. Can you unshare your screen? And I would like to invite Tin Ong. Can you give a 1 minute comment on Zulan's presentation?
Yes, thank you very much. We'd like to thank Professor Zhang for her excellent talk on AI for glaucoma diagnosis. And Professor Chang has given an overview of the different use of AI, starting with fundus photographs, and then visual field interpretation, and also angle images on anterior segment imaging. And finally, a combination of the different data sets to help the glaucoma diagnosis. So I think it's a very important area because many ophthalmologists may not know how to interpret such images from, especially if they're not a glaucoma specialist. So such tools will be very useful for general ophthalmologists to help interpret glaucoma diagnosis in their patients. I think in the future, it's going to be mainstream, and we will use it as a first screen to help diagnose glaucoma. And then subsequently, ophthalmologists will then look in more detail, especially for the images for fundus photographs. And of course, in the future, we also want to be able to use AI to predict who will get worsening glaucoma or who will get severe glaucoma. Thank you so much, Chulan.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Fang. Can I introduce next speaker?
Yes, please.
Okay. So it's my pleasure to introduce next speaker, Professor Ki Ho Park. I think Bangladesh ophthalmologists know him because he's so sober, so gentle. He came to Bangladesh and people really appreciated his presentation many times. So it's our opportunity, it's our proud that he's come again to our conference. Professor Park is the president of Asia Pacific Glaucoma Society now. He is working in the Seoul National University as Professor of Ophthalmology. He is also currently the president of the Korean Ophthalmological Society. And Dr. Park is going to talk on updates on glaucoma imaging. Over to you, Dr. Park. I think your presentation is in video. The video will be run now.
Good afternoon. I'm Ki-ho Park at Seoul National University. What I'm going to share with you is about updates on glaucoma imaging. I have no financial interest related with my talk. Characteristic loss of visual field, which corresponds with the structural damage.
There's some sound issue? Audio issue, anything? Backend, will you start again because it's some audio issue? Dr. Ashraf, probably audio is not working.
As you can see in this figure, the floor effect starts in the very late stage of the advanced glaucoma. So even in most part of the advanced glaucoma, the RNFL thickness can play a role to detect glaucoma progression.
Backend, will you say the sound is not coming to me?
Sir, I will play again.
Okay, it is better because it is not coming.
Yes, yes, sir.
The
Okay,
audio
okay.
was okay, but it's not coming. Please
Okay, sir. Okay, okay.
start from now. No sound again, no sound. You should optimize the audio and video. Then it will come. Before sharing, you need to optimize audio.
Good afternoon. I'm Ki-ho Park at Seoul National University. What I'm going to share with you is about updates on glaucoma imaging. I have no financial interest related with my talk. Glaucoma is known as the leading cause of blindness worldwide. In glaucoma, the optic nerve is damaged with loss of retinal ganglion cells and their axons. And there is characteristic loss of visual field, which corresponds with the structural damage. This is the figure by Dr. Medeiros' paper. As you can see, the change in visual field is slow in the early stage of glaucoma, which we call it as the ceiling effect. In contrast, the change in RNFL thickness is relatively faster than that in visual field in early stage and very slow in the advanced stage, which we call it as the floor effect. However, as you can see in this figure, the floor effect starts in the very late stage of the advanced glaucoma. So even in most part of the advanced glaucoma, the RNFL thickness can play a role to detect glaucoma progression. This is a case of a lady in which the disc hemorrhage was detected by chance in the routine health checkup in 2009. Fortunately, she had her previous fundus photograph of 2006, which showed no definite abnormality. Her intraocular pressure was 16 millimeters of mercury. She was followed up for more than 13 years. 2 episodes of recurrent disc hemorrhages were detected in 2002 and 2016 in the inferotemporal neuroretinal rim. You can find the RNFL defect has developed later and progressed in the region of disc hemorrhage. The visual fields by standard automated perimetry were within normal limits until 2016, while the RNFL and GCIPL loss has been already detected in 2012 and then continuously progressed. Conventionally and fundamentally, we have been relying on the visual field examination and the optic nerve head and peripapillary RNFL examination. But why not emphasizing the macular region where more than 50% of whole retinal ganglion cells are concentrated in? The ganglion cell complex is composed of nerve fiber layer, ganglion cell layer, and inner plexiform layer. The ganglion cell layer corresponds to the cell body of the retinal ganglion cells, and the inner plexiform layer corresponds to the dendrite of the retinal ganglion cells. The nerve fiber layer is composed of the axons of the retinal ganglion cells. Normally, in healthy eyes, the GCIPL thickness map showed donut-shaped symmetric appearance as shown in the right eye. If there is a glaucomatous defect in the ganglion cell layer, this symmetrical pattern is broken. We know that in glaucoma, the visual field defect is asymmetrical across the horizontal raphe, as you can see in the glaucoma hemifield test. Similarly, the same principle can be applied to the GCIPL thickness. The right-hand side figure is showing the custom software developed to perform GCIPL hemifield test to detect glaucoma. The healthy eye in the first row showed normal GCIPL hemifield test. In pre-perimetric glaucoma with very early inferotemporal RNFL defect in the second row case showed asymmetrical GCIPL loss in the corresponding region with the outside normal limits result. In the early glaucoma case in the third row showed RNFL defect with visual field loss and abnormal GCIPL hemifield test. GCIPL hemifield test can be applied to the glaucoma diagnosis in highly myopic eyes, as the peripapillary RNFL map may show artifacts such as red disease, and the RNFL photograph may not clearly show the RNFL defect. This GCIPL thickness map finding may be helpful in highly myopic eyes. When we integrate peripapillary RNFL map with the macular GCIPL map, we can get more information in glaucoma progression. In this case, GCIPL change was detected earlier than RNFL change. This is an opposite case where the RNFL change was detected earlier than the GCIPL change. Temporal relation between macular GCIPL loss and peripapillary RNFL loss in glaucoma has been studied. After 3-year follow-up of 94 eyes with GCIPL loss, corresponding RNFL loss was detected in about 20% of cases. In contrast, after 3-year follow-up of 52 eyes without GCIPL loss, RNFL defect was appeared only in about 2%, which means that GCIPL change appears first in most cases of POH eyes in Korea. Recently, the researchers in Australia have shown that the GCIPL loss is detected earlier than RNFL loss in normal tension glaucoma group compared to the high tension group, which is quite similar to our Korean patients' results, where normal tension glaucoma is predominant in the population. This is another case in which the RNFL loss might have been missed with the conventional SDO-CT scan, as shown in the upper figures, because the defect is located outside the GCIPL analysis. However, the wide field analysis by swept source OCT could detect the defect, as you can see in the lower figures. I'm going to introduce a probability deviation map developed by Professor Don Hood at Columbia University. Using swept source OCT, wide field scan is performed including both macula and disc. Then Visual field test points were overlaid by the flipped RNFL and GCIPL thickness significance map called Super Pixel Map. This map can assist in detecting the probability of future glaucoma progression in the patient's visual field. This is a 69-year-old gentleman with early glaucoma showing inferotemporal RNFL defect. The RNFL thickness and GCIPL thickness probability maps were overlaid on the visual field. Even though the case was pre-perimetric glaucoma and having a normal visual field, the suspicious points with decreased sensitivity exactly match with the structural defect in the probability maps. This is a 59-year-old gentleman with pre-perimetric glaucoma showing supertemporal and inferotemporal RNFL defects. Even though the visual field was within normal limits in 24-2 standard automated perimetry, the suspicious points were within the structural defects by probability map. An even more interesting finding was that after analyzing 43 cases of pre-perimetric glaucomas, the probability map could predict the future visual field progression in these eyes. These are the take-home messages. Macular GCIPL thickness map can be a useful tool to detect early glaucoma. In early glaucoma, macular GCIPL defect is frequently detected before corresponding RNFL defect, especially in normal tension glaucoma. Wide field scan can detect the structural defect which might have been missed by conventional RNFL or macular GCIPL analysis. The structural changes on the swept source OCT probability maps could detect or predict the visual field changes in pre-perimetric glaucoma eyes. I'd like to thank all the participants who contributed to our research. Further, I'd like to thank Professor Nazrul Islam and Bangladesh Glaucoma Society for kind invitation to this symposium. These photos were taken 5 years ago at the 6th Annual Conference of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Kehoe Park. It was a brilliant presentation, as always. We have learned so many things from your presentation, and definitely glaucoma imaging is very important now. As you already mentioned, for the early diagnosis of glaucoma, we need to do the imaging, especially the GCIPL. We find many times that RNFL is normal, but GCIPL is going to be thinner. So definitely for the early diagnosis, we need to do it. Thank you very much. Now, may I request Dr. Xiulan Zhang to have a brief comment on the presentation. Dr. Zhang, please. Unmute, please, Dr. Zhang, unmute.
What happened? It's me?
Yeah.
For what? You want me to do what?
And you have a comment on the presentation of Professor Kehoe Park.
Oh, I think Professor Kehoe Park do a great job. And because my team also involved in glaucoma image field too. I already prepared some question I want to ask him after this this session. Can I?
Sure.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I like to thank Professor Kehoe Park for the photograph you have shown from Bangladesh Glaucoma Society 5-6 years before. Thank you so much. And Dr. Preen Rosana Pangpon already in. Welcome. A great welcome, Dr. Preen, to you, because we are waiting for you for a long time. Thank you very much for ultimately joining with a good pace. Thank you very much. So only Normal is left. Probably he is not able to join. So now I request Dr. Fang to continue. Unmute, please, Dr. Phang, unmute.
Thank you, Nazaro. I would like to introduce Professor Tin Ong. Let me share my screen. Yeah, can you see? Professor Tin Ong is a Deputy Medical Director, Singapore National Eye Center, and he's also the Executive Director, Singapore Eye Research Institute, and Professor of the Yong Lu Ling School of Medicine and National University of Singapore. And he's a past president of the World Glaucoma Association. Today he'll be talking to us, should we do laser iridotomy for primary angle closure suspect? Over to you, Tin.
Thank you so much, Seng Kyong, and thank you, Nazrul, for inviting us to present at your meeting. Can you see my slides?
Yes, yes, we can see.
Thank you. So my talk today is on management of asymptomatic angle closure suspects, whether we should do a laser iridotomy. I have no disclosures. So we are discussing now angle closure glaucoma. As you know, it's an important form of glaucoma worldwide, especially in our region, affects more than 20 million people. The prevalence of angle closure glaucoma in most Asian populations is between 1 to 2%. However, as much as 5 to 8% of the general population have narrow angles or primary angle closure suspects. In China, it's up around 8%. So from these figures alone, you can see that most of angle closure suspects do not progress to angle closure glaucoma. In the old days, the suspected conversion or progression rate was estimated to be as high as 30% within 5 years from PSCS to PAC, and between 10 to 30% from PAC to PACG. But this was based on a Willow eye study, which was one of the few studies who did a prospective follow-up. Let me discuss a patient with you, which is a common example of a angle closure suspect. 59-year-old woman who has no symptoms. She has hyperopia of +2, good vision, 6/6 in both eyes, a bit of shallow anterior chamber, very minimal cataract. Her pressures are normal. She has normal optic disc and visual fields, but gonioscopy shows close angles in both eyes, but no peripheral anterior synechia. And this is the example of the anterior segment OCT showing appositional of the iris to the angle. So this is a patient who has asymptomatic angle closure suspects and with minimal cataract and normal optic disc and visual fields. So how will you manage this patient? The options are to do a laser iridotomy in both eyes, pilocarpine in both eyes, bilateral phacoemulsification, or observation. And most of you will probably choose either a laser iridotomy in both eyes or observation. And remember, this patient has got no cataract and 6/6 vision. Of course, if you tell the patient, we can observe you, you worry about being sued because this lady may develop acute angle closure next month or may come back 1 year later with chronic angle closure glaucoma. So we always worry about such cases. If we tell the patient, we can observe you, and the patient comes back with severe disease. Of course, iridotomy is commonly performed for angle closure because it relieves pupil block. As you can see in this example, after iridotomy, the iris convexity in pupil block reverses and the angle opens up. And laser iridotomy is relatively a safe procedure, but there are some side effects, particularly patients may have visual symptoms. There could be corneal endothelial damage, and some people may get progression of cataract. So how should you counsel your patients who have PSCS regarding LPI? What are the risks versus benefit? And what is the risk of observation versus doing a laser iridotomy? And this is the reason for considering these questions is because the economic burden of treating all PSCS in the population is very high. For example, in China, if 5 to 8% of people above the age of 50 have PSCS, should we screen all these people for angle closure and offer them LPI? This is a huge economic cost. And so I'd like to introduce the Zhongshan Angle Closure Prevention Trial, or the ZAP study. ZAP stands for Zhongshan Angle Closure Prevention. And this study was published in 2019 in The Lancet. And the question of this trial was how we should manage asymptomatic narrow angles, or PACS. Basically, in this trial, they recruited patients with bilateral PACS and followed them up for 6 years. And all patients were randomized to undergo LPI in one eye and no treatment or observation in the other eye. And this was a prospective randomized control trial. And patients were followed up on a regular interval, and the main outcome measure was the incidence of primary angle closure, or PAC, defined as IOP more than 24 on 2 separate occasions, or the development of peripheral anterior synechia, or an episode of acute angle closure. And in this study, the mean age of participants was 59 years, and majority were female, and most of the iridotomies were performed in the superior part of the iris. And the mean follow-up was similar in both the iridotomy versus and the untreated group. And overall, they had 75% completed the study successfully. And overall, in the results, they found that in the laser iridotomy treated eyes, the cumulative incidence of PAC was 4.9 per 1,000 eye years, compared to almost double, 7.97 per 1,000 eye years in the untreated eye. And the primary outcome was occurred in both eyes in 10 participants. Looking at the raw numbers, this translates to about 2% of progression in the LPI group versus 4% in the untreated group. The ZAP trial found that the risk factors for progression were eyes with narrow angle width at baseline, but however, intraocular pressure and dark room perfoctive tests were not associated with reaching an endpoint. So this study was very surprising in that the overall progression rate over 6 years was very low, less than 1% per year. Of course, if you did iridotomy, the risk of progression reduced by about half. And the study found that laser iridotomy was safe with no long-term adverse events. Remember, the endpoint was not PACG, but the conversion to PAC. And people can argue that PAC itself is not visually significant or damaging because there's no glaucomatous optic nerve damage. And so the study shows that the risk of observation alone was quite low in the sense that the very few people actually progress to PAC. And certainly in a programmatic level or the population level, we do not recommend screening followed by laser iridotomy in a large segment of the population. The ZAP trial, of course, were mostly Chinese participants, and so we do not know the risk in other populations. The population was slightly younger in the sense that their mean age was only 59, and this was because intentionally we wanted to recruit patients who did not have significant cataract. All those patients who are older will have significant cataract, and these patients should then undergo cataract surgery. And finally, the ZAP trial recruited patients from the community setting in Guangzhou, and so this could have slightly lower risk. Let me share you now the results of a similar trial in Singapore called the Analyst trial, or the asymptomatic narrow angles laser iridotomy trial. And we used the same protocol as the ZAP study. In fact, actually the ZAP study used the Singapore protocol, except that they recruited patients much quicker than us. And although we started at about the same time, we took more than 3 years to recruit our patients, whereas the Guangzhou study recruited all the patients within 6 months. And our follow-up was slightly shorter, only 5 years, and our target sample size was only 480 patients. And the Singapore study was just recently analyzed, and we found that without intervention, 9.5% of PACS progressed to PAC, and 5% progressed for those with laser iridotomy. So again, the risk of iridotomy reduced, the iridotomy reduced the risk of progression by half. And our progression rates were slightly higher than ZAP, which showed 4% and 2% respectively. The majority of those who progressed developed PAC, but we only had 3 patients who developed an acute attack. In the Singapore study, the risk factors for progression were narrow angles at baseline, as in ZAP, higher baseline IOP, higher post-dilation IOP, and patients with diabetes mellitus. So if you look at the two studies together, you can see that the progression rates for ZAP was 4% compared to 9% in Singapore, and for the treated eyes, 2% in ZAP versus 5% in Singapore. And why the difference between the two trials? Well, we don't know for sure, but one possibility is because the Singapore study recruited patients from a hospital setting. The mean angle width was slightly wider in the Guangzhou trial. And secondly, and thirdly, there could be some racial differences because in the Singapore trial, we did recruit some patients who were non-Chinese. But overall, both studies shows a very low risk of progression for PACS if you were untreated. And remember, the endpoint was PAC and not PACG. And this raises the question of whether we are over-treating patients with PACS by offering them laser iridotomy in all patients. And so, when I see a patient now with PACS, I will discuss with the patient the option of laser iridotomy versus observation. I will quote the data from the trials and say that they will have a risk of progression of up to 10% if they don't do anything, and doing the laser iridotomy will reduce the risk by half. And I'll explain the risk of both patient options and let the patient decide what they want to do. And if the patient is in doubt or the patient asks me to decide, I will usually go towards laser iridotomy because some patients may not understand. Of course, with older patients with cataract, you don't have to offer a laser iridotomy, you just do a phacoemulsification. As you know, lens extraction will also remove the pupil block element and open up the lens, open up the angles. And here's a patient of PACS who had significant cataract, and after cataract surgery, the angle opened up significantly. So who should go for laser iridotomy? Of course, patients who have PAC, PACG, acute angle closure, and fellow eyes of acute angle closure should definitely go for laser iridotomy. But among the PACS, I would recommend laser iridotomy for those who are symptomatic or sounds like they could have be intermittent symptoms, patients who need regular dilation, for example, those who have diabetes or macular degeneration, patients who have poor access or follow-up, possibly patients with a family history of angle closure glaucoma should also be considered for laser iridotomy. And of course, this is based on Singapore and Chinese population, and this data may vary in your population. So in summary, the management of PACS, I shared with you today data from two trials. One was a ZAP trial from China, and the second was the analyst trial from Singapore. Both studies showed a low risk of progression for observation, and this raises the option of observation for patients with PACS. And without doing anything, the risk of progression was about 4% in the ZAP trial and about 9.5% in the Singapore trial. So discuss the risk of this observation with patients, and if in doubt, do the laser iridotomy. For patients with PACS with cataract, of course, I recommend removing the cataract. I'd like to acknowledge the list of research fellows on the left who worked on the trial, as well as my international collaborators, Ming Guang He, David Friedman, and Paul Foster, and the Singapore collaborators, Paul Chu from NUH and Wong Hwan Tim from Tan Tock Seng, as well as my SNC collaborators who helped recruit patients for the analyst trial. And acknowledgement, I'd like to acknowledge funding from the National Medical Research Council of Singapore. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Tin, for a good overview of the indications of laser PI for PACS. I would like now to ask Clement maybe to give 1 minute comment on Tin's presentation. Clement?
Yes, thanks very much, Sang Kyung. And also my special thanks to Tin for presenting a very clear lecture based on very solid scientific evidence from true trials. And he has also given us a very good comprehensive discussion of this issue. Maybe allow me to just bring in another perspective using the number needed to treat concept, NNT. This is basically the number that you need to treat a particular condition in order to prevent one adverse outcome from this condition. For the number needed to treat for PACS to prevent a progression to PAC, the number is 5. Okay, it's roughly around 5. And let me try to put this into perspective. In fact, generally, a number needed to treat of about 6 is considered a good NNT for many interventions, assuming that the treatment has minimal risk and that the outcome is something really serious, like, for example, blindness. And to put things into perspective, the number needed to treat for treatment of systemic hypertension with the aim of preventing death, stroke, or MI is around 3. And so this is something very worth treating. Whereas the number needed to treat for the treatment of all cases of ocular hypertension with the aim of preventing early structural changes of visual field defect is 20. And that's the reason why we do not normally treat all cases of OHT. Now, to put things into further perspective for PAC, I would also have to mention that we are only preventing it from progressing to PACS and not really preventing blindness. And also preventing progression to PAC and not preventing blindness. And PAC is generally, by definition, not associated with functional loss. And even when it has progressed to PAC, it usually takes many years before it progressed to PACG, which is a disease with a functional loss. So with this extra perspective, I think I generally very much support the conclusions drawn by Professor Tin Ong. Thanks very much for allowing me to comment.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Clement Tham and Professor Tin Ong for beautiful presentation and discussion. So with permission, now can I go to the next speaker? It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Shelvin Singh. She is the Associate Professor in National University Hospital, Singapore. Dr. Singh is also convener of the Asia Pacific Glaucoma Society and Mixed Interest Group. She is adjunct clinical investigator in Singapore Eye Research Institute. She is also co-investigator of Paul glaucoma implant. Can I request Dr. Shelvin Singh to start presentation? She has a recorded presentation. I think now we'll watch her presentation.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the Asia Pacific Glaucoma Society for this invitation to speak on the evolution of MIGS. These are my financial disclosures. Evolution is the change in a population's characteristics over time, and the process of evolution involves speciation, diversification, natural selection, and survival of the fittest. MIGS is very much an evolution of glaucoma surgery, and MIGS itself has also evolved with time. The evolution of MIGS has pretty much followed these same milestones. Let us first look at speciation, which is the process by which populations evolve to become distinct species. Though devices such as the trabectome were available since 2005, the term MIGS, or micro-invasive glaucoma surgery, only came about in 2009, when it was coined by the MIGS guru himself, Ike Ahmed. He recognized that this was a new generation of procedures that was clearly different from conventional glaucoma surgery, with different indications and characteristics. MIGS was first defined by these characteristics: a high safety profile, minimal trauma, ab-internal approach, ease of use, and rapid recovery. Due to the high safety profile of MIGS devices, they could be offered to patients with mild to moderate glaucoma, hence reducing medication burden and hopefully improving the quality of life. This led to the concept of interventional glaucoma, advocating for earlier surgical intervention with these safe glaucoma devices. In particular, MIGS had a role as a phacoplast procedure. Cataract surgery provided a unique opportunity to have MIGS devices implanted at the same time, without significantly increasing surgical risks, hence effectively killing two birds with one stone. And the first generation iStent was arguably the pioneer MIGS device, which inspired this entire genre of glaucoma surgery. One-year results of the pivotal RCT comparing combined phaco iStent with phaco alone showed that the combined procedure was more effective in lowering the IOP and had a higher success rate. With the success of the iStent, more and more devices wanted to jump onto the mixed bandwagon, resulting in diversification. To accommodate these other devices, the definition of mixed started to evolve, with the definition becoming broader to include devices which had a higher safety profile and less trauma than conventional glaucoma surgery, but certainly permitting more complications and invasiveness compared to the initial definition. And other traits, such as the ab internal approach, are seen as not absolutely essential. And this broader definition was used in the FDA Mixed Workshop to include a diverse group of alternative glaucoma surgeries intended to be safer and induce considerably less tissue disruption than traditional procedures. As a consequence, all these devices now fall under the mixed umbrella, though some of them may not adhere to the original definition of mixed. The first generation iStent has evolved into the second generation iStent Inject, which is easier to implant with a shorter learning curve. The iStent Inject has two stents in one injector, allowing the surgeon to target more of the trabecular meshwork and outflow channels compared to the first generation iStent. There is further diversification within the trabecular bypass devices, with the introduction of the Hydrus microstent, which is a larger device which not only bypasses the trabecular meshwork, but also acts as a scaffold to hold Schlemm's canal open. An RCT comparing the Hydrus with two first-generation iStents showed that the Hydrus resulted in fewer medications and was associated with a higher complete success rate. If well positioned, the trabecular bypass devices increase outflow to the aqueous veins, and our preliminary results show that this results in a reduction in signal on OCT angiography. Suprachoroidal devices were introduced, such as the ill-fated SiPass microstent, and also the iStent Supra and the MiniJect. 6 months results of the MiniJect are promising, showing a significant reduction in IOP and the number of medications. Subconjunctival mixed devices have further increased our surgical repertoire. The Zen implant is inserted ab internal, while the PreserFlow microshunt is implanted ab external. Both devices protect against hypotony and are potentially capable of achieving lower IOP compared with trabecular bypass devices, but have bleb-related complications. 1-year results of an RCT comparing the microshunt with trabeculectomy showed that TRAPS still resulted in lower IOP but had a higher incidence of complications. 0.2 milligrams per ml MMC was used in this study, and increasing the concentration of MMC may also increase the efficacy of the microshunt. We now have good quality long-term RCT data on most of the mixed devices, but these are mainly for POAG patients. The indications of mixed are also starting to diversify beyond POAG, and early pilot data for mixed in the context of other glaucoma subtypes have emerged. This RCT comparing phaco alone with combined phaco iStent in angle closure eyes showed that the combined procedure resulted in a higher complete success rate. But of course, iris occlusion of the mixed device can occur in angle closure eyes. Small pilot studies on the use of mixed in other glaucoma subtypes, for example uveitic and neovascular glaucoma, have been conducted, but the data are limited and this requires further investigation. Of course, in any evolutionary process, Natural selection goes hand in hand with diversification. The CyPass microstent was the first victim of this and was withdrawn in August 2018 due to the finding of increased endothelial cell loss at 5 years compared with controls. There have also been reports of bleb-related complications associated with the Zen implant. And indeed, as highlighted by our BJO editorial, these findings signal the coming of age of MIGS. The detractors of MIGS may say that the safety profile of certain MIGS devices has fallen short of what was initially promised. But the proponents of MIGS will highlight that with newer subconjunctival MIGS devices, the efficacy of MIGS is exceeding expectations and may have a role in more advanced glaucoma. And the most important take-home message is that context matters. It's all about balancing the risk of losing vision from glaucoma with the risk of losing vision from surgical complications. In mild glaucoma, the risk of losing vision from surgical complications takes precedence, and trabecular bypass procedures are more appropriate. In advanced glaucoma, the risk of losing vision from glaucoma becomes more important, and more invasive surgery, for example, subconjunctival MIGS or conventional glaucoma surgery, should be considered. Unlike the CyPass, the Zen implant has emerged relatively unscathed from the reports of bleb-related infections because the Zen is indicated for medically uncontrolled glaucoma and refractory glaucoma. On the other hand, the CyPass was withdrawn because it was indicated for patients with mild to moderate glaucoma. Hence, the tolerance of complications is low in this context. Ultimately, survival of the fittest applies in the mixed world just like it does in the law of nature. The future and survival of a mixed device lies in how well it can navigate the global landscape and achieve globalization. The cost effectiveness of each mixed device would need to be examined in the context of different reimbursement environments. The out-of-pocket reimbursement environment in most Asian countries means that reducing the price of these devices in exchange for an increase in sales volume may chart a more profitable path in the long run. Adequate surgical training to ensure consistently good and reproducible outcomes is also crucial in ensuring the survival of mixed devices in the global context. The evolution of MIGS is still a work in progress. After undergoing speciation, diversification, and natural selection, the world now waits with bated breath to see which mixed devices will survive. But in any evolutionary process, we can always rest assured that we're moving towards a superior, much improved version of the future. And I'm grateful that the APGS community is constantly striving towards a better future for our glaucoma patients in the Asia-Pacific region. I'd like to invite you to visit our APGS Mix website and do look out for our open access Mix book, which will be published very shortly. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Selvin Singh. You have done a great presentation of 3-4 hours, but it completed in 12 minutes. Great presentation. And actually it has given so much beautiful description of the evolution of MIGS. And there are many questions already you answered in your presentation, the cost. Because in our part, you have said many times, mild to moderate glaucoma MIGS, but unfortunately in our part, we don't have mild to moderate glaucoma. We have advanced glaucoma, most of our cases. So really MIGS is really a dream for us because we don't have mild to moderate glaucoma and cost. Already you mentioned, if we can use many MIGS, definitely cost will come down. And as you are in the link between the developed country and developing country. You are in the BGS, MIGS person, convener. So I think you can help us. Which MIGS will be better for which country? Thank you so much for the presentation. Now, can I request Dr. Preen Rojanopongpon, who is also a mix master, would you please comment on the presentation? Dr. Preen?
Hi.
Hi.
I run between.
Thank you.
So I think I have no doubt that mix will be a great part. You know, it's the mindset problem. It's like everything, like investment. You have to, if you need a very good return, you need a high risk, and that is filtering surgery. But sometimes if safety is more an issue, so it's more important, then I think mix can be used in many cases. And most of the time, I think it's the mindset of the doctor that, you know, do not really offer the alternative, the choices to the patient. Because if we modify the technique and we could save so many patients from many complications from a standard filtering surgery like trabeculectomy. So I think we'll see mix coming up, and it will be a great treatment armamentarium in our glaucoma practice. And cost is sometimes is the mindset of the doctor, but it's not for the patient.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll not be behind. We'll also use mix in near future. Professor Frank, please.
Sorry. Thank you, Nazro. Thank you, Chalvin. I would like now to introduce Professor Clement Tham, who is he's the Vice President of the Asia Pacific Glaucoma Society and the Chairman of the Chinese University of Hong Kong. And he will be talking to us on lens extraction in primary angle closure. On to you, Clement.
Thank you, Sang Kyung. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by first thanking the Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, in particular Professor Rahman and also Professor Islam, for inviting the Asia Pacific Glaucoma Society to join the conference this year. Thanks very much indeed. In my short talk today, I'll be covering lens extraction in primary angle closure. These are my financial disclosures and also the funding that has gone into supporting our work on PACG. Now, I'll divide my talk into two parts. First, I'll talk about the applications of lens extraction in primary angle closure glaucoma. And then secondly, I'll talk about its use in acute primary angle closure. Now, of course, we are fully aware nowadays that by removing the lens, we can significantly increase the anterior chamber depth, widen the drainage angle, and reverse much of the anatomical predisposition to angle closure. Now, let me share with you a possible algorithm for deciding what to do in each case of primary angle closure disease. I will share with you two hypothetical situations. In this first slide here, I'll show you the hypothetical situation when there's a 360 degrees complete appositional angle closure. Under this situation, if you can do something to reverse the anatomical predisposition to angle closure, then chances are that the aqueous can access the trabecular meshwork and perhaps some aqueous drainage or even normal aqueous drainage may be reestablished. In this situation, if there is visually significant cataract, then you may consider cataract extraction. If there is still persistent appositional angle closure with plateau iris syndrome after the cataract extraction, then perhaps you may consider argon laser peripheral iridoplasty. On the other hand, if there is no visually significant cataract here, then perhaps you may start with laser peripheral iridotomy. But if there is still persistent appositional angle closure with ocular hypertension afterwards, then you will have to decide whether plateau iris configuration or the lens being the main mechanism, and then you treat these mechanisms accordingly. In other words, we are aiming for a management algorithm that is based on the nature and also the extent of angle closure. Now, in this second scenario here, we have a hypothetical 360 degrees complete synechial angle closure. In this situation, if you merely do something to widen the drainage angle, chances are that the trabecular meshwork will still be closed off by the peripheral anterior synechii, and aqueous drainage may not be easily reestablished. So in this situation, you may need to consider some additional procedure to lower the intraocular pressure. So once again, if you've got visually significant cataract, then perhaps cataract extraction is first on your list, plus or minus one other IOP lowering surgery. And this can be in the form of goniosynechiolysis, some form of cyclophotocoagulation, perhaps mix or combining the phaco with trabeculectomy, or even with glaucoma drainage device implantation. Whereas on the other hand, if there's no visually significant cataract, then you would have to decide whether the lens mechanism predominates. If that is the case, after very detailed discussion with the patients of the pros and cons, you may consider clear lens extraction with or without another intraocular pressure lowering surgery. But on the other hand, if you feel that the lens is not a predominating mechanism, then you'll probably proceed with one of these list of IOP lowering surgery. Now, how do we know whether the lens is the main contributing mechanism? I think in clinical practice, probably the two most important parameters would be a qualitative assessment of the central anterior chamber depth, as well as looking for this, what I would call the Mount Fujiyama sign. Now, first of all, there are of course other quantitative measures that at least for the time being, they are more useful for research studies than in daily clinical practice. But at some point, I think they may find use in a daily clinical practice as well. Amongst these two signs, personally, I feel that the central anterior chamber depth is the most important because this is a combined effect of both the lens thickness as well the anterior-posterior position of the lens. Now, these photos here show you when you're looking sideways using a gonioscopic lens at the anterior chamber of the eye with a very prominent and anteriorly positioned lens. In fact, the configuration of the iris looks very much like Mount Fujiyama. In other words, it looks like a volcano, especially when the pupil is in a more constricted state. This is because of the very prominent and anteriorly positioned lens with the iris being draped over the anterior surface of this lens. Now, when you remove the lens in cases of primary angle closure glaucoma, I can share with you this trial that we published earlier this year in the Journal of Glaucoma, when we're looking at the long-term outcomes of phaco emulsification versus combined phacotrabeculectomy in primary angle closure glaucoma eyes with coexisting cataract. You can see that the solid line representing those cases receiving cataract extraction alone, there's quite a significant intraocular pressure drop after surgery, immediately after surgery, and this effect is well maintained over the course of at least 6 years after surgery. But then, of course, in the dotted line, when you combine the cataract extraction with trabeculectomy, you do get a persistently lower intraocular pressure compared to the phacoemulsification alone group. But of course, this is associated with some additional complications along the way. Now, so in the phacoemulsification group, over the course of 6 years of follow-up, about 10 patients, or around 20% of the patients, actually required trabeculectomy during the follow-up period at a mean time of about 2.5 years after the initial surgery. But none of the combined phacotrabeculectomy cases required any additional filtration surgery. Now, just now, we were looking at the scenario when there was cataract, and so it's much easier decision to proceed with cataract extraction with or without other combined procedures. But what about when there is no visually significant cataract? This is a summary of the clinical outcomes of a randomized controlled trial that we conducted earlier on uncontrolled cases of PACG without cataract. And these eyes were randomized into receiving either phacoemulsification alone which is represented by the blue line, as compared to trabeculectomy alone, which is represented by the red line. You can see that even in these eyes, just by performing the phacoemulsification, there's a very nice intraocular pressure drop immediately after surgery that is maintained for at least 2 years after surgery. Of course, with trabeculectomy, there's a greater IOP reduction, at least initially, but you can see that by about 1 year, from about 1 year onwards after surgery, the two lines really come together. Now, of course, when we are talking about lens extraction and iridotomy, we cannot forget the EAGLE study, which is the effectiveness of early lens extraction for the treatment of PACG, a randomized controlled trial published in the Lancet. It's 4 years ago now, so time really flies. In this study, over 400 patients were recruited, including both PAC and PACG eyes, and they were randomized into receiving either clear lens extraction or laser peripheral iridotomy. And these are all newly diagnosed patients. And to cut a long story short, in the interest of time, the conclusion from this study was that clear lens extraction showed greater efficacy and was more cost-effective than laser peripheral iridotomy and could be considered as an option for first-line treatment. Now, next, I'll be talking about the application of lens extraction in acute primary angle closure. In the management of acute primary angle closure, we can consider it as having two different stages of treatment. In the first stage of treatment, we aim to reduce the intraocular pressure and the symptoms as quickly as possible. Whereas in the second stage of treatment, we aim to prevent a recurrence of the acute primary angle closure and also to prevent the progression to PACG. Traditionally, this has been achieved with laser peripheral iridotomy, but perhaps early lens extraction can also be one possible option. Now, this is a randomized controlled trial that we conducted in Hong Kong by randomizing acute primary angle closure cases into receiving either early phacoemulsification or laser iridotomy. You can see that by a mean follow-up of 18 months after the initial acute attack, the proportion of eyes that had higher intraocular pressure than 21 was significantly higher in those eyes treated with laser iridotomy. Furthermore, in the group treated by laser iridotomy, the mean number of medications by the end of follow-up was also significantly higher. So the conclusion from this study is that after aborting acute primary angle closure, lens extraction may serve to reduce PAS formation and progression to PACG and may be a very useful and safe stage 2 intervention. And you may also perhaps consider combining this with seniculizers, whether the gonio type or the visco type. So nowadays, with these studies and data in mind, our approach for acute primary angle closure is first of all, a stage 1 treatment. We lower the intraocular pressure and relieve the symptoms promptly by immediate laser peripheral iridoplasty, which can be done with either argon or diode laser. And then we proceed to early lens extraction as soon as most of the inflammation has settled. Thank you very much for your time, and I very much look forward to welcoming all of you next year to the Asia Pacific Glaucoma Congress, which will be a virtual meeting. So watch this space. I'll see you there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Clement, for excellent overview. I would like now to invite Professor Mizanur Rahman, who is the president of the Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, to give a short comment on Clement's presentation.
Thanks, Professor Skephank, for giving me an opportunity to comment on presentation of Professor Clement Tham. Actually, Clement Tham nicely described the facts between the lens and the iridocorneal apposition, that is the narrow angle. Few things we should consider: whether the pupil is blocked or not, whether the lens is cataractous or not, whether the thickness of the lens is more, whether the irido-lenticular contact is more or not. All these things should be considered to manage this type of case. And regarding the management, there are many options. We can do LPI, we can do ALPI, we can do phacoemulsification, that is lens extraction, whatever may be the position of opacity, and we can do phacoemulsification and trabeculectomy. These are the options we have. Regarding LPI, I think we should put PILO. If the PILO is effective and if the pupil is constricted and if the angle is free and if the IOP is controlled, then LPI can be effective. Without pupil block, iridocorneal contact, we need ALPI. That is the best option in plateau iris syndrome. But in my personal experience, in most of the case in our region, we need to do combined procedure. Combined procedure, if the intraocular pressure is more, whether cataract present or not, clear lens extraction and trap. This is most common option. Second option, if the IOP is not too much and the mild cataract is present, only phacoemulsification can relieve this iridocorneal contact and reduce the postoperative IOP. So I think Clement Tham nicely described everything that is helpful for everybody. And I must thank Clement Tham for his nice presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Professor Rahman, for your sharing.
Thank you, Professor Mizanur Rahman. And I'd like to thank Professor Clement Tham for one thing. When the Eagle study was published, we all of us were afraid to do clear lens extraction. But when you came to Bangladesh in Cox's Bazar in our meeting, and you said that no problem, you can do the clear lens extraction. After that, we are doing it randomly. So actually, we depend most of your experience than the Eagle study. Thank you so much. Now, I think our last presenter, but not the least, our great presenter, Preen Rojanapongpun. He is the immediate past president of Asia Pacific Glaucoma Society. And he is the consultant, Bamdungrad International and Sukhumvit Hospital Eye Care Center in Bangkok. He is also the director of Eye Center, Med Park Hospital, Bangkok. Dr. Preen is also associate professor and chairman of the Department of Ophthalmology, Chulalongkorn University Hospital. He is going to talk on a very good subject. I have not heard this name, that trabeculectomy overhauling. So I think what overhaul he does, let us see. Welcome, Preen Rojanapongpun, to your speak. I am stopping share. Dr. Preen, please.
Okay. Let me share my slide. Okay. Does it go?
It's visible, it's visible. Go to slide presentation.
I do.
Yeah.
Do you see slide?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So you all see slide now. Thank you, Professor Nasrul Islam, for the invitation and to Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, and also I'm glad to be part of this Asia Pacific Glaucoma Society webinars with the rest of us. I just stepped down from the chairman of the department, and so that's immediate past. So my topic will be filtering surgery overhauling. I don't believe anyone have heard about this. So I'm excited about this too. This is my financial interest, which is nothing related to my talk, although some of the product will be mentioned, but I have no financial interest. Overhauling means taking apart in order to repair. So we need to understand what filtering surgery is. And when we look at the mechanic of filtering surgery, you will see that there will be connect aqueous to subconjunctival space. And we need conjunctiva, we need less scarring, and we need it to be sustained, that it can be taken up by the venous or the lymphatic system. So this is the mechanism of filtering surgery. We drive the aqueous through fistula, and hopefully will form a very good bleb and that BREP, that housing the aqueous will be, the aqueous will be taken up by the venous or lymphatic system. So no matter how we connect this, either by a classic tuberculectomy that we do, saccharectomy and iridectomy on the right-hand corner, or we do the sand implant that we part of the mixed surgery from subconjugal drainage, or we do the microstent like the X-ray shunt on the left corner. It's all connect aqueous to subconjugal space, but most commonly is the tuberculectomy. But we know that tuberculectomy has shortcomings, unpredictable result, BREP-related problems, and also compromised vision, which could lead to cataract, hypotony, maculopathies, and other things. So unlike phago emulsification, in phago, when we discuss surgery with the patient, we can, proudly, and we can very confident offer the surgery because it's always the first choice surgery for cataract. It's offer better vision, low complication, quick and easy, and it's simple post-op care. But our filtering surgery does not offer that. Instead, it offers poorer vision, high complication, time and skill needed, and we have difficulty train over trainee to do filtering surgery nowadays because no one really want to do that. And complex post-op care, we have to understand it is quite laborious. We need to see some of the patients so often and also have to manage needling, massage, and other things, injection, and usually after all the medication fail. So it's not popular. And we see this failed filtering surgery, and we ask ourselves why this happened. And we understand that in the training center that most of our patients will have so many medication that bombard the conjunctiva, so that our conjunctiva is not good. And in Asian eye, especially, we have a prone to have an excessive fibroblastic participation, which is known by our plastic surgeon. And also the Asian eyes also have high risk of scarring compared to Caucasian. So we work in a difficult situation. That's why the tuberculectomy trend is going down after the introduction of prostaglandin. But and there are so many alternatives that tuberculectomy under attacks. And you have heard some of the mixed surgeries and even, try not to do filtering surgery, but just removing the lens. And you see some of that could leading to a complication. So people try to avoid that. With the introduction of several filtering surgery by Morfield group, by Penkall, the trap catch up. But one of the reasons, because mixed cannot offer that low IOP. So why bothering doing filtering surgery? Because the clinical trial has shown that IOP reduction can prevent long-term progression of glaucoma. And in many cases, this can only be achieved with filtering surgery only. So we need a more predictable surgery because we still have to do this surgery. And the key lies in control of aqueous flow and wound healing. So if we win these two components, if we can control the aqueous flow, we can control the wound healing, I think we are the winner in the filtering surgery. Looking at the control of aqueous flow, if we have high flow or low flow, if high flow will lead to hypotony, overflow, low flow, finally it will fail. So we need something in between that can control the flow. And perhaps we need something like control hypotony in the beginning that will allow us to have a big reservoir of aqueous that will be taken up by venous or lymphatic system. Looking at the control flow, how to achieve control flow? We need standardized lumen. We need flow restriction. We need something that always pay attention. It will not block. And for control hypotony, maybe we need something that will allow us to achieve or get to the low IOP, but never lost anterior chamber, no maculopathies, and less post-op intervention. So the younger people will be more happy to do this filtering surgery instead of just offering a phago or going to refractive surgery and even retinal surgeon just injecting anti-VEGF. But what hypotony mean? We all understand that hypotony is less than 6 millimeter IOP or with vision reduced by 2 lines. But how about control hypotony, which the IOP just temporarily less than 6 millimeter with just temporarily reduced vision, and finally we get a better vision. For example, this is a female, a woman who have 73 years old, who had been diagnosed of pterygium and cataract in the year 2005. She has excision of pterygium with graft, and then later on have phago done, IOP rise up, even with so many medication, and GMH is poor compliance. So we discuss about filtering surgery. This is not easy case, and her IOP is starting at 20. And in this case, I'm going to show you because it's a good sample of my mini surgery, because the IOP can be controlled at 6 to 9, and the bleb is like this, more diffuse bleb, and the A is a big bleb, and it look very healthy conjunctiva without permanent visual loss. This is the bleb. So this is her profile. You see that early post-op, in about 5 weeks post-op, we see hypotony at 3, 5, 4. No problem, because AC is still formed. And later on, even at more than 5 years follow-up, her pressure, IOP, is still at 6 millimeter of mercury. How do we achieve this? I think we achieve this because it's the early hypotony, which is just mimic what we did with the full thickness surgery in the past, but with a better control. Is hypotony a problem based on the consensus? If IOP cell, low IOP cell should not necessarily be considered as a complication or criteria for failure, if low IOP does not lead to maculopathies. So we need to make sure that we can mimic low IOP, control hypotony without those maculopathies, choroidal effusions, and worse vision. And so to improve outcome of filtering surgery, we have to have a controlled continuous flow. We need to have less complication, and this cannot be achieved. This balance cannot be achieved without that change the thing we do. So we need a big change in our filtering surgery. And that is important because we know that 80 million people in the world will have glaucoma, and a significant number of those people will need surgery. So we need a better way to connect. We need a more standardized way. And we know that Asian blebs fail more. So we need some pharmacology, like we all employ mitomycin C in our surgery, and have that been Cochrane review have been shown that it's beneficial. And mitomycin C is so potent in various phases of wound healings, but it improves our outcomes of surgery. But mitomycin C can also create problems like this bleb that's migrating into the corneas and can lead to bleb dysesthesia, and also the ischemic bleb can lead to infection. So we need to change the way we apply mitomycin C. And over the past, I think my filtering surgery is more exciting because this is something I think I learned over the past decades, that we apply mitomycin C in a very large area, try to create a big reservoir at the back of the conjunctival tenon complex. And this is the sponge. You can use Morocell, you can use other sponge that not easily break. You need to know the length of the sponge, how many pieces has to be cut, and your nurse need to be checked that. So you see that instead of applying a very small pieces of mitomycin C, this is not the case. This is a big piece of multiple pieces of mitomycin C, and this is still in the same case. So the next piece the subsequent one go on the scleral surface and just try to go back there. So it will also offer a soft dissection of the conjunctival tenon complex, and then remove that. In creating the flap is big because we need to drive the fluid to the back of the eye instead of in the front of the eye. And I normally close the front of the scrotal flap and the conjunctiva quite tightly because I need to push all the aqueous back to the back of the eye to create a very healthy bleb of non-ischemic bleb. So this is how I normally create my blebs. You know, this is just one example that we need to change the way we do surgery to try to win that and to get the control standardized range. Maybe we have to consider some of the shunt or any devices that always patent and will give us a standardized control flow. So when we look at the mechanics of a better drainage again, we want our filtering surgery to sustain. And I think this is just one of the strategies which I call it as a control hypotomy, control over drainage to win the game. So the bleb become more preferable, diffuse, localized in the back and not too avascular, no cystic bleb appearance in the front, and little alteration to the conjunctival structure. And so we move the front bleb to the back, and the bleb has been relocated to the back of the eye. So in summary, filtering surgery overhauling mean that we need to change, we need to do something. Without changing the filtering procedure, the IOP outcome will still be poor in long term. And we know that if we want to put the IOP to be too low, the visual outcome could be compromised with complication, and Asian eyes are prone to, has greater propensity of scarring anyway. So we have to consider pharmacologic intervention as well. Control hypotony, as I present, could be one of the strategy to win the game. And we create small and self-resolving complication, and then enhance surgical technology, use of device, advanced pharmacological intervention, complementing with an active intervention, surgical technique modification, wound healing modification, and better conjunctival health will further improve our outcome. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Preen. It was really amazing presentation on overhauling. But I want to ask one question. I cannot ask myself. There's so many MMC you have given forms, you have given so many. So don't you forget to bring it out?
Yeah, so you have to count. You have to count the numbers, and you have to know the length of that MMC.
This is a very new thing that you have so many. I have modified a lot. Of course, trabeculectomy is being modified from its inception from Cairns. Now we have to do the LET so that our trabeculectomy becomes really a functional, really a good one. Thank you very much. Now I request Dr. Selvin Singh to have a brief comment on Preen's presentation.
Well, good evening, everyone. And first of all, I would like to thank the Bangladesh Glaucoma Society for your very kind invitation to participate in this webinar. And I'm always impressed by the enthusiasm of your doctors and by your insights. And I would also like to thank Professor Preen for his very interesting and excellent talk on filtering surgery overhauling. And I absolutely agree that we need more predictability in our glaucoma surgeries. And with the mixed devices, such as the PreserFlow microshunt, we can avoid early hypotony by controlling the length and the internal lumen diameter of the devices. But the long-term outcomes can still be very unpredictable. And a lot of this unpredictability also stems from the different propensities of our patients in terms of scarring. So we can perform exactly the same surgery in 100 patients, but their outcomes can be different in all of them because different patients scar differently. And there's still so much we need to understand and advance in terms of wound healing modulation. And perhaps the holy grail would be draining aqueous to an area that does not scar. For example, there's the Solivio implant, which drains aqueous externally with a filter that supposedly prevents endophthalmitis. But certainly potential infection is a major consideration in such devices. So let's watch this space. And hopefully, with the advances of science and technology, glaucoma surgeons can finally achieve as predictable outcomes as cataract surgeons in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we'll go to the last comment by Dr. Phang, but before that, would you allow me, a lot of questions come from Facebook and YouTube also. So one question to Dr. Kehoe Park. question is that you have shown the GCI IPL, GCI ganglion cell IPL complex layer is essential for the prognosis and diagnosis of early glaucoma. Is it essential for the advanced glaucoma? Now, one question.
Oh, thank you very much for the great question. GCIPL is very useful for detect early change, especially in normal tangent glaucoma. And also, it is very useful for advanced glaucoma as well, because compared to the RNFL thickness, GCIPL has less floor effect. So there is a report from Korea that GCIPL is also useful for progression detection in advanced glaucoma as well.
Thank you. You have another question that OCT angiogram, is it helpful for glaucoma imaging, diagnosis and prognosis? OCT angiogram.
OCT angiography is nowadays, it is getting more and more informative to our glaucoma patient diagnosis. But it is, I think it is in the early stage compared to the RNFL thickness and GCIPL thickness. I think in near future, OCT angiography may help which portion of the optic nerve, which portion of the peripapillary area, and also which portion around the macula is more susceptible for damage. And also it is a predictor of future glaucoma progression. But still now, the reports on the OCT angiography is it's an early stage. So we may wait for further reports.
Thank you, Professor Park. I think let me allow another question for Shiulan Jiang. There are many questions, but Shiulan Jiang, one question for you, that for the artificial intelligence, a very interesting presentation. So in your experience, in your research group, the diagnosis by AI and human examination, what is the difference between sensitivity and specificity of the AI and human examination? Dr. Jiang. Do you got my question? What is the difference between AI and human examination in your research group?
Okay. Thank you so much for your questions. Actually, so far for the glaucoma field AI study, you can see all of the paper published already show that their algorithm is outperform the ophthalmologists. Not only my study, also in their study, you can see in the published data. For my study, they're based on visual field, that one, and we're doing the multi-center study to verify the efficacy with the 6 ophthalmologists, and we can find that the CNN is the result has a better performance than the 6 ophthalmologists, including 3 is a visiting doctor, and 3 is a professor of glaucoma. So that's a good result. But I don't think that single module text for the AI is not enough, because we get the AOC is only 0.87, and now we are doing combine the OCT, and then we get the better performance is 0.943. So in the future, we need to do more multi-module text. Visual field, combine OCT, combine the fundus photo. So we are doing the project right now. So hopefully we can get better this diagnostic performance and prediction performance for the glaucoma diagnosis.
Thank you, Dr. Xiu Jiang. And now I will request Dr. Fang to conclude the session before that, on behalf of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, I like to thank and we are grateful to all the APGS board and speakers and panelists for coming to the BGS conference. Now, Professor Fang, will you conclude the session with your remarks? Professor Fang, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Nazrul. There's a request from Clement for us to take a photo. Maybe you can take a group photo. Yeah, and at the same time, I would just like to thank the Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, Professor Mizanur Rahman, Professor Nazrul Islam, and also Ashraful for helping in the technical issue. So now I would just like to share a screen on our next webinar, which is the Asia Pacific Glaucoma Society webinar in combination with the ISGS. Join us on 6th of February, and we'll be talking on current paradigms in glaucoma surgery, and there will be many international speakers as well as APGS speakers in this symposium as well. Sorry for taking up extra minutes of your time. I would like to thank all the speakers and hope that we can meet face to face soon in the next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Dr. Clement, Selvin, Yo Park, Rin, Jang, thank you very much.
Tin sent his apologies because he has to leave earlier.
Yeah, no problem. He wrote it before that he will go half an hour before. Thank you very much. And for the next session, we are sorry we have taken only 1-2 minutes. We apologize for that. We can start the next session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Professor Nazrul Islam, sir. Thank you. Thank you, dear Asia Pacific Glaucoma Society panelists.
So we are leaving now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you and bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
Merry
you.
Christmas.
Yeah, same to you.
Happy New
Same to
Year.
you.
And stay safe.
Same
Bye-bye.
to you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Dear delegates, welcome to the Bangladesh Glaucoma Society 11th Annual National Conference. And obviously for the COVID pandemic, we are going virtual for this time. And we welcome you all to the memorial lecture session. Today, in this session, Bangladesh Glaucoma Society has 2 oration sessions. First, Professor M.A. Motin Memorial Lecture that will be delivered by Dr. Mahabur Rahman Chaudhuri, who is the Chairman of Bangladesh Eye Hospital and Institute, and Professor M. Mustafizur Rahman Memorial Lecture will be delivered by Dr. Muhammad Ziaul Karim. He is the past president of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society. Today's session will be chaired by Professor M. Mizanur Rahman, the president of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, and the introduction of Professor M. Motin sir and Professor M. Mustafizur Rahman sir will be delivered by Secretary General and Scientific Secretary of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society. I would like to invite Professor Muhammad Mizanur Rahman sir for start the session.
Thank you, Dr. Ashraful Agridai, for giving me the opportunity. In very short time, we are going to start more prestigious memorial lectures by the name of our 2 legend teachers, Professor M. A. Motin and Professor M. Mustafizur Rahman. And that memorial lecture will be delivered by 2 eminent ophthalmologists of the country, Dr. Mahabur Rahman Chaudhuri and Dr. Muhammad Ziaul Karim. First of all, I am requesting Dr. Salma Parveen to introduce Professor M. A. Motin.
Thank you, sir, for inviting me to introduce Professor M. A. Motin. Thank you, Mr. President, to inviting me to introduce Professor M.A. Mutin. Professor M.A. Mutin he was an academician, great teacher, and leader and visionary. Born in 13 November 1937 in Kurigram, Bangladesh, and we lost him on 13th June of 2012. In his academic career, he stood first, fifth in 1953 in order of merit in the whole East Pakistan matriculation examination. And in 1960, he completed his MBBS from the Dhaka Medical College. He did his diploma in ophthalmology in London in 64, FRCS from Royal College of Surgeons of Edinburgh in 67, and he got honorary FCPS from the Bangladesh College of Physicians and Surgeons in 1974, and FRC off from Royal College of Ophthalmology in 1989. And he got FCPS from Pakistan in 1993 and FRCP from Royal College of Physicians of Edinburgh, Scotland, UK in 1995. In his professional activities, he was the president of Ophthalmological Society of Bangladesh for long 18 years. He was the president of Bangladesh College of Physicians and Surgeons for 2 consecutive terms. He was chairman of BMRC, chairman of the ICDDRB, and vice chairman of the Asia Pacific Academy of Ophthalmology. He was the vice chancellor of the University of South Asia, chairman of North Bengal Medical College, and he was the lifetime chairman of Bangladesh Academy of Ophthalmology. He authored 3 books on ophthalmology that are very popular. He declared M.A. Mutin Gold Medal in 1992 to encourage the junior ophthalmologists for the best scientific paper in the Ophthalmological Society of Bangladesh conference in every year. In his academic award, he got so many of awards, few of like this, Ali Memorial Gold Medal, Distinguished Service Award, and ABC Irvin Award in 1982. Professor M.A. Mutin as a leader developed eye department in IPGMR, now the Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib Medical University and National Institute of Ophthalmology and Hospital. And he founded OSB Eye Hospital Laser Center in Dhaka, North Bengal Medical College, BNSB Eye Hospital, and South Asia University in Dhaka. He was delegate leader in different occasions. He was an academician, he's a politician and social field in Bangladesh. In his family, his wife was Professor Tasmina Mutin. She was a renowned gynecologist and obstetrician. They were blessed with 2 sons. Elder son is Professor M.A. Mukid. He is a cardiologist, and younger one is Professor M.A. Muhid. He is an ophthalmologist. Here is some memories, Professor Mutin with us. This is his last scientific session in his life. That was a live cataract surgery session in NIOH in 2012. So we hope his departed soul rest in peace. And I'm Dr. Salma Parveen, Secretary General of Glaucoma Society, introduced my teacher, our mentor, the great academician, Professor M.A. Mutin. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Salma Parveen, Madam. Now I would like to invite Professor M.D. Mizanur Rahman sir to introduce our presenter of the Mutin Memorial Lecture, Dr. Mahbubur Rahman Chaudhary.
Thanks, Dr. Ashraf. Now I am introducing Dr. Mahbubur Rahman Chaudhary. Dr. Mahbubur Rahman Chaudhary is an eminent ophthalmologist and pioneer in phacoemulsification in the country. Dr. Chowdhury is the chairman of Sub-Speciality Hospital, Bangladesh Eye Hospital. Under his leadership, many branches of Bangladesh Eye Hospital established to groom the young ophthalmologist and to provide quality eye care services in the country. He has immense contribution for the development of modern technology in the field of ophthalmology. Now, I am requesting Dr. Mahbub Aman Chowdhury to deliver his prestigious Mutin Memorial Lecture. Dr. Mahbub Aman Chowdhury, please.
Thank you, Professor Mizanur Rahman, for your kind words. And I'd like to thank Professor Mizanur Rahman, this president of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, Secretary General, Scientific Committee Chairman, and all the executive committee member for giving me the opportunity to deliver this prestigious oration on Professor M.A. Mutin. Professor M.A. Mutin was my teacher, and he used to teach optics and refraction in post-graduation. And he used to teach us the pathway of light for different instruments, and that has enlightened me and many of the students in my life. So I, with deep respect and gratitude, I delivered this lecture, incorporating premium IOL in our practice. Many of the members of the Glaucoma Society are brilliant phacosurgeons, and they have incorporated, and many would incorporate premium IOL in their practice to become a refractive surgeon. I have no financial interest in this deliberation, but when we are talking about premium IOL, we have to keep few things in consideration. One important thing is biometry, counseling, and selection of premium IOL. For biometry, the machine that we prefer is the optical biometry, because it gives more accurate measurement of axial length. It can measure other parameters as well, like angle kappa, total keratometry, including the posterior corneal curvature. And the formula that we would like to use, and we discard all other formula, but just one formula we have to keep in mind is the Barrett IOL formula, which is available free at APCRS website. And we are getting the best result by using these formulas. And we have Barrett universal formula. We have Barrett toric calculator for the toric, for the estimating correction, and other formulas for the various uses of premium IOLs. And what are the premium IOLs that we are using now? Is the aspheric monofocal IOLs, toric for correction of astigmatism, bifocal for correcting of presbyopia, trifocal for correction of presbyopia, which corrects distance, intermediate, and near, EDOF lens for blended distance, intermediate, and near vision, bifocal toric lens, trifocal toric lens, and EDOF toric lens. The aspherical lens that we commonly use and which are available, and I have personal experience, is the Alcon IQ lens and the Johnson & Johnson Technics 1 lens, and Zeiss City Lucia, Bosch & Lomb Investa, and where Investa, and the Hoya lens as well. And this has a prolate surface, and this avoid adding positive aberration to our optical system. So definitely when you were using monofocal, we should at least use the spherical lens. And this gives a very good distance vision. And distance vision is probably best using the monofocal lens. But unfortunately, we need to wear glasses for near vision. And the astigmatism correction is the next, where we have to correct, we have the opportunity to correct astigmatism in cataract surgery by using toric lens. And when we are prescribing a lens for our spectacle, we definitely give the cylinder power. So while using intraocular lens for correction of during cataract, we must give, it's a mandatory that we use toric lens for correction of astigmatism, because this gives the best vision possible. Since we are giving this in our spectacle, we must give this in our IOL calculation as well. So this gives the best vision for the patient. And we take this decision during biometry. When the K difference of K1 and K2 is more than 1, those are the candidates for toric lens. And this has to be a regular astigmatism where the steep and the flat meridians are 90-degree apart. And toric lens can be considered as a spherical lens where cylinder is superimposed on it. And this is one of the lens where the posterior surface adds the toricity in the IOL. Now, we have to explain this to the counsel while counseling the patient. What is astigmatism? We tell this that you have angular power, or your power in the vertical and horizontal meridian is not same. So to correct it, we need to get a special lens. This is the toric lens. And if you don't use toric lens, we can add cylinder in the patient's other eye or in the patient's attendant eye to put that this will be the vision that we will be expecting if this is not corrected by toric lens. So these we can use photographs where we can see the blur vision and a clear vision when using toric lens. And the design that we have, toric lens that we are using, is the Alcon toric lens. And I have an opportunity to use the Zeiss 80 Torbi. And also we are planning and we are talking to get the Technis toric lens as well. So what the point I want to make, whatever lenses that we are using, this is a be it Alcon, be it Zeiss, or be it Johnson & Johnson, they are equally good lenses. So we don't have to be dependent on one specific company. So we have option, and here the surgery is same except for aligning the toricity in the toric axis, in the axis of the lens. And this is where we are aligning. The blue line shows that the 3 dots that is available is aligned with the blue line. But we don't have, we have the opportunity to use the digital marker, but digital marker are not essential for toric. We can use manual marker for using the toric lens. So we can see there's another here, the 3 dots, and we are aligning the 3 dots in the axis marking. So this is how we can correct our astigmatism in our patient. And presbyopia correction during cataract surgery, this is also an important sector because we can give vision for distance, intermediate, and also for near. So what are the options that we have for presbyopia correction? These are monovision, bifocal, EDOF, trifocal. In current literature, the multifocal lens is being talked as bifocal lens to distinguish it from the trifocal lens. So the here also the counseling is most important. And we want to say to the patient, this is the best opportunity. You can have quality of life where we get vision for all range, starting from distance, intermediate, and near. And this is opportunity for freedom of glasses. Though the cost is a little more, bilateral surgery will give the best result. And we will also look into whether they have any problem in the retina, or if their astigmatism is there, we are not going to give these lenses to this patient. But one option that we have is the monovision, where this gives very good result. In the dominant eye, we pull full emmetropic correction. In the non-dominant eye, we aim achieving minus 1.5 diopter of myopia, and this really gives good vision for distance, intermediate, and also for near. So those we are using monofocal, we can still do monovision to correct presbyopia. And the bifocal IOLs, we know we have been using it, and there are two distant foci, one for near, one for distance. And here we see that 41% of the light goes for distance and 41% of the light goes for near. Nearly 80% light is scattered. So there are a lot of halos and glares in these lenses, but this gives a pretty good distance and near vision. But the intermediate vision is compromised. We see that the central ring in the lens, and this is implanted. And we have to see that the two Purkinje images, one from the cornea and one from the IOL, if it is there close to one another, we know that the centration is very good. So next we have other development, that EDOF lens, the extended depth of focus lens, where they create an area of elongated focus. There is no typical bifocal or trifocal, but we have an elongated foci where we correct distance, intermediate, and near. And we see that in the monofocal, we have a single foci. In multifocal or bifocal, we have two distinct foci, but in the elongated EDOF lens, we have an elongated foci for distance, near, and intermediate. So this is one of the EDOF lens, and this is Symphony lens by Technis. And this we have personally used it, and these are getting very good results. And the centration should be centered with, so we can see the plus mark at the center, and if the center is proper, the results are very good. And now we have the opportunity to use the monofocal EDOF lens where there is no ring. Okay, and the power is increased from periphery to center. I had the opportunity to use this eye-enhanced lens, which gives very good distance vision and intermediate, but the near vision, we need to use glasses for that. And this is not yet commercially available, but this will be available soon in our country. Now next comes the trifocal lens, where we have three distinct foci, and near at 40 to 50 centimeter, intermediate from 60 to 70 centimeter, and one for distance. And here the light utilization is better, 88%, and 50% for distance, 25% for intermediate, 25% for near. And we can see that this is one of the trifocal lens. This is the Panoptic by Alcon. So we have, this is the lens, we can see the ring, and at the same time, this gives good result for all three distances, for the distance, near, and intermediate. Next we have, this is the another lens that this is available, is the Etilisa 3. And this is also a trifocal lens by Carl Zeiss. This is preloaded, and this also gives very good result when we use in our patient. So next, so if we summarize that bifocal gives very good distance for distance and near, but intermediate is compromised. EDOF lens, we have very good distance and intermediate. Sometimes the near is compromised, but this can be overcome by using monovision, by adding or subtracting 0.5 to 0.75 in the non-dominant eye. Trifocal regionally gives good vision for distance, intermediate, and near, but compared to EDOF, halos and glare are more in trifocal. So though every lens has an advantage and disadvantage. So we have to choose, and all of them would be good result if the counseling does properly. So we can correct our toricity also by using bifocal EDOF and toric lenses. And here we can see that this is a restotoric. We can see the lens being centered. We can see the central ring, and at the same time we can see the toric points in the IOL. And this gives a good result. Those who have astigmatism, they can also have presbyopia correction with this IOL. And this is another lens that we have used. This is the Etilisa 3 toric lens. Here there is not a dot, but there are two horizontal line, and this is placed, and comes as preloaded, and this is also a good option where we can use this lens for correcting presbyopia with astigmatism. And what we have in the horizon, so we'll look that the Johnson is coming up with a new lens and by the name of Synergy, where EDOF and multifocal both are combined together. And this is available in the European market. And we are hoping that we'll get this lens soon. And similarly, Alcon has IQ VVT, which is an EDOF wavefront. It doesn't have rings. It doesn't have rings. So it gradually, power is changed from periphery to the center. And since the rings is not there, light utilization is much more. And at the same time, it gives a very good vision of good distance and intermediate, but the halos and glares are much less. But unfortunately, this has also not been launched in our country. We're looking forward this to be launched in our country. And we have pinhole IOL, where if there is corneal opacity, if there is irregular astigmatism, we can use this pinhole IOL in the non-dominant eye, which will give good vision for distance, intermediate, and also for near. And these are accommodative lens. The crystal lens, this is also not available in our country. We will see that this gets available to our customers. So we are looking forward to the launching of this accommodative IOL, which corrects presbyopia as well. And using this premium, we have reached the global standard. And many of the glaucoma surgeons are doing brilliant phacosurgery, and they have also attained this global standard. I congratulate them. And we hope that our youngsters will take this forward, and the light that Professor M.M. Mutin has given us, has shown us, we'll follow that light and take our ophthalmology to a greater height in the lighter zone, where we can say proudly that we are of global standard. Thank you for everybody for giving me the opportunity, and thank you for your kind patience, for kind hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mahabur Rahman Chaudhary, sir, for your excellent deliberation of Professor Mutin Memorial Lecture. And it was wonderful as usual, and there are lots of new things to learn. So dear delegates, after the prestigious Professor Mutin Memorial Lecture, we are now moving to Professor M. Mustafizur Rahman Memorial Lecture. And I would like to invite Dr. Ruhi Mannan, the Scientific Secretary of Glaucoma Society, to introduce Professor M. Mustafizur Rahman.
Thank you, Dr. Ashraf. I welcome you all to our memorial lecture on behalf of Scientific Subcommittee of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society. I am Dr. Ruhi Mannan, Scientific Secretary of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society. It's an honor to be able to introduce such a legend as that of Mustafizur Rahman, sir. Late Professor Mustafizur Rahman, legend by his name, was born on 15th January in 1935 in Bhaluka, Mymensingh, but he died on 1st July 2014 in Dhaka. He had graduated from Dhaka Medical College in 1958. Then he obtained his DO, MCPS, FCPS, and DCO degree, completed his FRC Opt and DO from UK, then FRCS Edinburgh and FRCS Ireland. Completed his FCGP in 1988. He then gained clinical fellowship from the Moorfields Eye Hospital and prestigious Institute of Ophthalmology under London University. Professor Rahman was the pioneer of glaucoma research in Bangladesh, undoubtedly. He had extensive expertise in different fields of ophthalmology as well, obtained legendary reputation in his field of clinical and surgical knowledge. Sir was the professor of ophthalmology at Dhaka Medical College and Hospital. He was the civil surgeon of Barisal district and also served in different stages of register post in different hospitals in England. Mustafi sir was Director and Chief Consultant of Glaucoma Research and Eye Hospital, Mirpur, Dhaka, established by him. He was the Honorary Ophthalmic Consultant of Bangladesh Armed Forces with the rank of Colonel. He was Director and Chief Consultant of Islamia Eye Hospital as well. He dedicated his whole life to the service of this nation. He founded several charity hospitals, one at Mirpur, Dhaka, and another one at Bhaluka, Mymensingh. This was his hospital established in Mymensingh, and this one is at Mirpur, Dhaka. He used to attend a lot of national and international seminars and conferences, received many awards from different aspects of field, had more than 25 publications in national and international level. He received the prestigious Shadhinata Puroskar in 1989. Sir was advisor of Ophthalmological Society of Bangladesh. He was the founder president of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society and Bangladesh Eye Care Society, and he was the founder executive director of Dhaka Medical College Eye Bank, vice chairman of BNSB, vice president Asia Pacific Academy of Ophthalmology, Conference Dhaka. He was president, secretary general, and treasurer of OSB in different span. Member of Advisory Board, Internal Federation of Eye Bank, international member of American Academy of Ophthalmology, member of ICO, member of Surgical Eye Expedition USA, member of Orbis International, Advisory Board. A brilliant picture with brilliant people. The Legends of Bangladesh. Sir was married to late Dr. Zebun Nisa Madam, assistant professor at Dhaka Medical College. He was blessed with 3 sons and 1 daughter, among them the eldest son, Dr. Muhibur Rahman, and his only daughter, Dr. Shabneen Rahman Lisa, are also ophthalmologists. The family picture, later part of Mustafi Sir's life. So we can conclude like that of Maya Angelou said, when you learn, teach, when you get, give. We have seen this quote very much reflected in this legendary person in his life through his contribution and the significant difference he created. I am presenting Dr. Ruhim Annan, Scientific Secretary, Bangladesh Glaucoma Society. Thank you all.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite Professor Mizanur Rahman to introduce our Professor M. Mustafizur Rahman Memorial Lecture presenter, Dr. Mohammad Ziaul Karim.
Thanks, Dr. Ashraful Haq. Now I am introducing Dr. Mohammad Ziaul Karim. Dr. Mohammad Ziaul Karim is the consultant glaucoma and phacosurgeon of Harun Eye Foundation Hospital, Dhaka. He was the former head of glaucoma unit, Lions Eye Institute and Hospital, Dhaka. And he was the past president of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society. And he is the current advisor of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, and he has a tremendous devotion, and he plays an active role during last few years for the development of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society. Now I am requesting Dr. Mohammad Ziaul Karim to present prestigious Mustafi's Memorial Lecture. Dr. Mohammad Ziaul Karim, please.
Hello, everyone. It is my honor and pleasure to be able to speak at this prestigious Mustafi's Memorial Lecture in front of such distinguished speakers and guests. I'll talk about glaucoma, and this is Glaucoma Facts and Fiction. I am Dr. Mohammad Ziaul Karim. In year 1950, a man in his mid-40s from Old Dhaka, then a provincial capital, realized that he is unable to see clearly. He discussed his visual problem with relatives and friends. So he went to a roadside spectacle vendor and asked for a suitable spectacle. The vendor asked him to try out and find one that provides a better vision. He tried almost all the spectacles, but was not satisfied. Unsatisfied, he returned home, and over time, he became blind. He did not have any complaint. There was no pain, no dimness of vision, but gradually he became blind. Scenario in year 2020. A 30-year-old young male went to an eye specialist. He was concerned since his forefathers had dimness of vision and were eventually blind. The ophthalmologist, he was a glaucoma specialist, checked him thoroughly. It took almost an hour. The doctor suspected something but refrained from concluding the diagnosis and asked him to do further tests. During the consultation, the doctor came to know that his grandfather was blind and his father was diagnosed. That means the patient's father was diagnosed as a case of glaucoma with high eye pressure. In the early 70s, glaucoma drugs were not available. His father refused to undergo the surgery. Eventually, he became blind. The doctor measured the eye pressure, angle of the eye, and examining the interior of the eye by dilating the pupil. And the patient did all the tests for which he was asked for, and the doctor concluded that he had glaucoma. The patient did all the tests, say for example, color fundus photography, visual field analysis, OCT, CCT, and showed to the doctor he was depressed. There was fear of blindness like his father and grandfather, but it is still not convenient to use several drugs timely and regularly. But the doctor assured him that there was effective treatment for glaucoma and that he will never go blind if he uses the anti-glaucoma drugs properly. Bangladesh is a developed country in year 2019, and Dhaka is one of the great metropolis in the world. A man in his late 20s driving his flying car arrived at a glaucoma center. Since his forefathers suffered from a glaucoma, his primary care doctor advised him to consult a glaucoma specialist. After listening to all his concerns, the glaucoma specialist asked him to put his face into a chamber-like instrument. With this, the glaucoma specialist examined his eyes, checked eye pressure, status of visual field, OCT, corneal thickness, optic nerve health with its blood circulation, and It all took a mere 15 minutes only. The instrument uses artificial intelligence to diagnose any eye problem and suggests possible treatment. At this time, the patient may go for surgery with robotic arms. In year 2019, the glaucoma specialist decided to place a special contact lenses on the cornea of both eyes. And the necessary drugs are impregnated in the contact lenses and is released slowly whenever required. Intraocular pressure can be monitored 24 hours by these contact lenses, sensed by the changes of the curvature of the cornea. In year 2090, there is embedded software through which pressure can be remotely monitored and the doses of the drugs can be adjusted as required by the treating doctor. This decreases the frequency of visits to the doctor. Spectacle power is also incorporated with the contact lens, so he does not have to wear spectacles anymore. He can also wash his face without removing the contact lenses. The doctor informed him that there are ways to treat severe cases of glaucoma with blindness. If the ganglion cells and the optic nerves are damaged, an implant can be placed on the retina. It will convey electrical transmission of light to the brain. Stem cells from the blood are genetically modified. When they are placed in the implant on retina, retinal ganglion cells are regenerated. New optic nerve fibers grow and start to conduct electrical impulses to the visual cortex. If the visual cortex of the brain is damaged by some other disease, then another implant can be placed on the surface of the visual cortex of the occipital lobe of the brain. Patient will be able to see, though it would not be so clear. The patient was initially worried, but the doctor made him understood all the treatment facilities available in 2019. Knowing all this, the young man came out from the glaucoma center with full of hope and confidence. Driving his flying car over the top of the skyscrapers, he reminds himself how fortunate he is. His forefathers likely all had glaucoma. However, because of lack of proper treatment, some of them became blind. Thank you very much for your patience hearing.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Ziaul Karim sir, for a wonderful deliberation of Mustafi's memorial lecture. Two great ophthalmologists in Bangladesh, Professor M.A. Motin sir and Professor M. Mustafizur Rahman sir. Bangladesh Glaucoma Society remembers you with utmost respect. You are not with us, but you are always in our respect. Dear delegates, we thank Dr. Mahabur Rahman Chaudhuri and Dr. M.D. Ziaul Karim sir for their lecture. And I am Dr. Ashraful Haq, Organizing Secretary of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society. Thank you all for participating in this memorial lecture session. And with this, we would like to conclude the session. And our next session will be at 6 p.m., the medical management of glaucoma. And I would like to hand over the session to Dr. Shahnaz Hassan for moderate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zia Bhai. Thank you, sir. Maharam Chaudhary, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Both were beautiful lectures, sir.
Thank you. It was a great session. We really enjoyed it. খুব ভালো ছিল, খুব সুন্দর হয়েছে।
এখন এমনি আমাদের 5 মিনিট টাইম আছে। হ্যাঁ? হৃদয়?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We have got 30 minutes more.
Yes, sir.
আমি একটু বলতে চাইছিলাম, যাই হোক শেষ হয়ে গেছে, তো বলি এমনি বলি। সেটা হলো যে আমাদের দুইজন প্রিয় শিক্ষক, প্রায়ত প্রিয় শিক্ষক, মতিন স্যারের স্বপ্ন ছিল অপটিক্স অ্যান্ড রিফ্র্যাকশন, এবং সেটার প্রতি সম্মান রেখেই ডক্টর মাহবুবুর রহমান চৌধুরী he presented a modern technology of cataract surgery with premium IOL for correction of optics and refraction in relation to cataract, and that was a very similar with Professor M.A. Motin's dream. Dr. Mahbubur Rahman Chaudhary, he has described the premium IOL with correction of monofocality, multifocality, bifocality, astigmatism, presbyopia, depth of focus, how to improve the quality of vision, and that topics was the dream of Professor M.A. Motin, and he was the master of that subject, optics and refraction. And I think it's a very good selection by Dr. Mahbubur Rahman Chaudhary for the respect of Motin Memorial Lecture. On the other hand, Dr. Muhammad Ziaul Karim, Professor Mustafizur Rahman, our beloved teacher, the dream was think for glaucoma. And Dr. Muhammad Ziaul Karim, whole life Professor Mustafizur Rahman sir, think about the glaucoma. That we know. And Dr. Muhammad Ziaul Karim delivered the Mustafiz Memorial Lecture with a history of a patient of glaucoma, starting from early 70 to 90. And that was a very good similar topics in respect of Professor M. Mustafizur Rahman. So I must thank both of the speakers for the selection of their lectures or prestigious memorial lectures. Thanks on behalf of BGS. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very
Chairman
much.
of the Scientific Committee, Professor Nazrul Islam, sir. Would you like to add something?
নজরুল ভাই, আপনি কিছু বলেন, আমাদের টাইম আছে, 10 মিনিট টাইম আছে, 5 মিনিট টাইম আছে।
Sir, Nazrul sir, please unmute yourself.
Really great opportunity to enter in this very important session of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society is the memorial lecture. From the very first year, we have incorporated this memorial lecture in honor of our two great teachers, Professor M.A. Motin and Professor Mustafizur Rahman. And without their guideline, the Bangladesh ophthalmology could not come to this level as today. So it is really prestigious lecture, and till now who has given the lecture is usually the prestigious persons. We are very happy that today Dr. Mahbubur Chaudhary and Dr. Ziaul Karim has given their lecture on their memory of Professor M.A. Motin and Professor Mustafizur Rahman. I like to congratulate both the lecturer, Professor Dr. Mahbubur Chaudhary and Dr. Ziaul Karim. I think BGS, Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, has been honored with their lecture and presentation. So without further, I like to thank again the lecturer of this important memorial presentation. I find here Professor Din Muhammad Nurullah also has joined. He's also our advisor, and Professor Din Muhammad Nurullah also gave a presentation on Motin Memorial Lecture. He gave it. So thank you very much. I think the next session, moderator is waiting to moderate, and the speaker panelist already joined. So let us leave from this session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, President and Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Nazrul Islam, sir. We are going to our next session. Dr. Shahnaz Hassan, please over to you.
ওখান থেকে তো লাইভ দিয়ে দিব তোমার
Assalamu alaikum, sir. Din Mohammed sir, assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, কেমন আছো?
Alhamdulillah. Good evening, Dr. Mayuri Khamar, Dr. Mosharraf, Dr. Purovi. I am Dr. Zakia Shahid from Bangladesh, Glaucoma Society. Hi.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening and my regards to all of you.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Sadness, is it possible for me to leave in between for half an hour?
Sorry?
I am discussing for the first paper, right? That is what I got as a mail. Updates on medical management.
Hello, Dr. Shahnaz. Dr. Shahnaz, are you there? Sir, assalamu alaikum. Din Mohammed, sir.
ওয়ালাইকুম আসসালাম।
Am I
Sir,
audible?
কেমন আছেন স্যার?
হ্যাঁ আছি ভালো।
Yes.
Yes, sir. Hello, Dr.
Sorry,
Mayuri.
sir.
Hi.
Hi. After sir glaucoma webinar, this is our second session.
Sorry, everyone. Okay. Good evening.
Hello. Purvi, I want to have a break.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry for the inconvenience. Welcome to our scientific session, Medical Management of Glaucoma, What's New. At first, I would like to give a short introduction to our respected panelists, speakers, and me.
Assalamu alaikum, sir.
ওয়ালাইকুম সালাম।
I'm Dr. Shahraj Hassan, moderator of this session. Today, we are very much delighted as we have 7 honorable panelists, 7 speakers in this session. Our first Our first panelist, Dr. Din Mohammad Nurul Haq, advisor of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, ex-Director General of Health, ex-Director NIOH, Director Din Mohammad Eye Hospital and Research Center, Dhaka. Dr. Shafiqul Islam, life member of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, professor and ex-chairman, Department of Ophthalmology, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib Medical University. Unfortunately, sir could not attend our session. And third, Dr. Khandukal Ziaul Islam Muhammad Ali, executive member of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, consultant, Harunai Foundation Hospital. Dr. Sajidur Rahman, life member of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, consultant, Harunai Foundation Hospital. Dr. Kamrul Islam Khan, past Secretary General, Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, consultant, Harunai Foundation Hospital. Dr. Musharraf Hussain, executive member of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, consultant, Harunai Foundation, and also we have Dr. Mayuri Khamar from India, treasurer of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society of India, ex-associate professor of ophthalmology, BGMC. Now we have also 7 speakers. Dr. Zakia Sultana Shahid, our first speaker, former Secretary General, Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, Professor of Ophthalmology, Anwar Khan Modern Medical College. Dr. Devantili from India, Consultant Glaucoma Naran Eye Institute, Delhi. Dr. Harun Rashid, Entertainment Secretary of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Ophthalmology, Shahid Sardi Medical College. And from India, Dr. Praveen Bhagat, Associate Professor, Head of Glaucoma Clinic, MG Western Regional Institute of Ophthalmology, Ahmedabad. And Dr. M. Hafizur Rahman, our former Scientific Secretary of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, Director and Consultant Glaucoma, Hikma Eye Hospital. Dr. Abul Bashar Sheikh, Executive Member of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, Consultant, Harunai Foundation Hospital, Dhaka. Dr. Shams Mohammad Noman, Associate Professor, Glaucoma, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib Medical University. Now, our main speaker presentation, I would like to request Dr. Zakia Sultana Shahid ma'am to give her valuable speech regarding on topic medical management of glaucoma, what's new, POAG. Dr. Zakia Sultana Shahid, please.
Good evening to all, to my respectable panelists and audience. First of all, I must express my gratitude to Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, who has been given me the opportunity to speak in the conference about update on current medical management regarding primary open-angle glaucoma. We all know the glaucoma is a neurodegenerative disease causing optic neuropathy, where raised intraocular pressure is usually but not always the major risk factor. And how we manage this primary open-angle glaucoma? We manage either with medical treatment, laser, or surgical treatment. Now, current available medical therapy of glaucoma, prostaglandin analog, parasympathomimic agent, carbonic anhydrase inhibitors, adrenergic antagonist, alpha-2 agonist, and hyperosmotic agent. Among them, PGA parasympathomimic agent and adrenergic antagonist are the oldest one. And PG analog, we all like the PG analog for their advantageous effect. There is a paradigm shift in glaucoma medications. Historically, clinicians have followed the age, start low and go slow. But we should add one drug at a time. This paradigm is now shifted towards fixed combination as first exam. Clinical trial has demonstrated that average 5 to 8 millimeter of mercury of IOP reduces in fixed combination, and this avoids washout effect and potentially cost effective. The other thing what we face while using the drug day to day is preservative, which are causing harmful effect to the glaucoma patient. Preservative in topical anti-glaucoma medication disrupts ocular surface and exacerbate ocular surface disease. BAC is the most widely used preservative. Only a small dose, 0.001%, are toxic to ocular tissue. and back causing corneal epithelial breakdown and tear film instability. The other preservatives are purite, Sofzia. They have mild cytotoxicity. They're present, but they causes less conjunctival inflammation, and so they are more. We feel more advantage with purite and Sofzia rather than back. Here, the different drugs are showing using of different preservatives. There are some preservative-free drugs available in United States: Zioptan, Dafloprost, Cozapt PS, dorzolamide timolol combination, Primopic, these are timolol maleate. Disadvantage of using preservative-free therapy is that they are costly and difficult in handling, as they contains in a small container and a single-use container. After using, we have to throw the container and may need to be stored in a due temperature, and there is a risk of contamination, for which we are concerned. New class of anti-glaucoma drug for POAG are on the horizon. There are Ropresa, reukinase and non-epinephrine transporter, Roctalin, combination of Ropresa and latanoprost, Bimatoprost sustained release drugs, latanoprostine beyond, novel nitric oxide donating and prostaglandin F2 alpha analog, Travodenosone, a potent and highly selective adenosine mimetic acting only at a A1 receptor subtype, and OTX-TP. ROG inhibitors. ROG inhibitors reduce cellular shifting and enhance outflow. They work on the trabecular meshwork, but they are neuroprotective. They have neuroprotective effect, anti-inflammatory effect. They enhances the blood flow to the optic nerve. We are concerned not only by while treating the glaucoma patient, not only to reduce the pressure, but we also want to increase the blood flow to the optic nerve. These ROG inhibitors not yet approved and available for glaucoma patient. And Ropresa, this is a combination of reukinase, non-epinephrine transporter inhibitors. The dose is once daily, which is very convenient. They increases outflow facilities to the trabecular meshwork and decreases episcleral venous pressure. And Netarsudil, this is a Ropresa. What if we use in combination with a drug having same activity, having same outflow facility, then they works synergistically. That means their activity increases many times. In this graph, it is showing in a ROC2 trial that it is not inferior to timolol maleate. The timolol maleate we use twice daily. Netarsudil we use once daily. We can use for once daily, and timolol maleate have lots of side effect for which we become concerned. But this Netarsudil has not that much side effect. The picture is showing triple action of Ropresa and Roctalin. We can use Roctalin once daily, and it is a fixed. We can use in a fixed combination with latanoprost, reukinase inhibitors, non-epinephrine transporter inhibitors. Statistically, it proved that it is superior to its individual component for controlling IOP, and it can be used in POAG. Bimatoprost slow release inserter, we can insert it in the anterior chamber, and it has been seen that it reduces IOP into 92% patient at 4 months and 71% at 6 months. This is a picture showing the Bimatoprost inserted into the anterior chamber. Latanoprostine beyond, another interesting drug. When we instill latanoprostine beyond in the anterior chamber, they donate nitric oxide and transform into latanoprost. The brand name is Vizulta, and nitrous. How these nitrous oxide free radicals acts. These acts on the optic nerve head to increase the perfusion. They increases the avascular outflow by relaxing the TM meshwork and canal of stem, and we can use it only once daily. Here, the graphic presentation is showing that latanoprostene beyond produces a reduction in mean diurnal IOP, 9 millimeter of mercury, and it is significantly superior to latanoprost alone. Travadansone. This travadanosone is a potential new therapy for ocular hypertension and POAG, selectively binds with adenosine A1 receptor. They works on TM meshwork and increases facility for outflow. This is normal TM, glaucomatous TM. They increases resistance, and after using the travadanosone, the outflow resistance is reduced. Travoprost inserter used in treatment of POAG, and it is a preservative-free drug produced that is inserted into the canaliculus and designed to deliver prostaglandin, and they continuously in a steady rate releases drug throughout the treatment period. This is Travoprost inserter. The Helios is a bimatoprost-laden polymer matrix insert embedded in a compliant ring. The ring is positioned under the upper and lower conjunctiva and rests on conjunctiva. The ring is designed to be replaced by 6 months interval. This is a bimatoprost-laden ring. Now, glaucoma, we are dealing with reducing intraocular pressure by decreasing production, increasing outflow, and we are trying for neuroprotection. But this is not all. We can halt the process, but we cannot cure the disease. Gene therapy will change the treatment of the disease from a general to more efficient one. In case of patient with genetic alteration on glaucoma-linked gene, gene therapy could cure the disease. Okay, while we must bring in consideration while treating the patient high cost of medication, risk of adverse effect, toxic reactions from drug, inconvenience of use, uncertainty of prophylactic therapy. Do not treat indiscriminately. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your nice presentation. Actually, this is a time-demanding presentation. Now, may I request Dr. Mayuri Khamar to comment against the presentation of Dr. Zakia Sultana Shahid?
Thank you, Zainaz. I congratulate Dr. Zakia for giving such an elaborate, very useful information on the updates. Genuinely very nicely done. So not much to say, but what I would like to say that in India, we have now Ripasudil available. So we know about it. It is a very good drug, and Netrasudil once a day is a compliant dose. But the most importantly, this is the only drug which can take down the intraocular pressure even lower than the episcleral venous pressure. That's why it is good for the normal tension glaucoma patient. Secondly, it affects the cellular stiffness. So maybe in steroid-induced glaucoma, where there is a rho kinase tissue alteration of the trabecular meshwork, there it may be of help. Again, this drug is useful in the uveitic cases of glaucoma also. So it's a big hope if we get the good drug. And when you consider any medication, I will consider efficacy, what is the trough pressure, and what is the effect on the diurnal fluctuation. Of course, cost is always an issue, and side effects. So I congratulate Bangladesh Ophthalmic Society for such a wonderful talk.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your valuable comment regarding current medical management of Dr. Zakia Sultana Shahid's speech. Now, may I request Dr. Devan Tuli to present his speech regarding medical management of glaucoma, what's new? Dr. Devan Tuli, please.
Yes, thank you. And I thank the Bangladesh Glaucoma Society for this opportunity. My talk, actually, I was told will be on new things. So some of the slides will be in repetition to what the previous speaker has spoken, because I'm speaking on new. So I'll tell you the perspective first about what we follow in India. There are two pathways that we follow currently for the medical management. So as a glaucoma person, I would usually start with the prostaglandin. We are using traditionally latanoprost, bimatoprost, and travoprost as the need be in that particular case. And we were quite happy with this. I'll tell you the new thing which has happened in addition to prostaglandin. As a next line, if a patient needs further IOP lowering, we use prostaglandin timolol combination, and because it still gives us one bottle. If the patient further needs IOP reduction, then we add the second bottle, which would be either a brimonidine or a dorzolamide or a brinzolamide or pilocarpine. Let me stress here that in my practice, I'm still using a lot of pilocarpine, and I don't know if Carbachol is available in Bangladesh, but it is not in India, though it's a very, very effective miotic. So this would be 2 bottles containing 3 drugs. Now for the last 3 years, we have the brimonidine and brinzolamide combination available in India, and that gives us 1 bottle, and in the second we can use a prostaglandin and timolol. So this makes it 4 drugs in 2 bottles, and for me in my practice, I'm a firm believer in not exceeding 2 bottles for most patients. Yes, there will be some patients in which you can give 3 bottles, but for the most part, I'm a firm believer in sticking to 2 bottles because beyond this, the compliance goes down. So the 2 bottles could have 3 or 4 drugs, as I've shown you in the list above. And this is what I call as maximum tolerated therapy, because beyond this, the compliance goes down, like I said, but also the side effects of so many drugs come up. So maximum tolerated therapy would be 2 bottles. Now, this is what we follow in our glaucoma practice. But in India and Bangladesh, the situation is such that a lot of our masses cannot afford these drugs. So this is the second pathway I'm going to tell you on the other side, where the most commonly used drug for the masses in India is still timolol. And this would be the first line in most practices. Then if the patient needs further IOP lowering, our general ophthalmology colleagues in India would like to use a brimonidine timolol or a dorzolamide timolol or a brinzolamide timolol or a pilocarpine timolol as they deem fit. So this would be the fixed combination as a 1 bottle still. If the patient further needs IOP lowering, then they would add a brimonidine or a dorzolamide or a brinzolamide or pilocarpine to one of these. So this would be your, again, 3 drugs in 2 bottles. But this has changed in the last 1 odd year in India. Even this pathway has changed in the 1 year because prostaglandins, my colleagues in Bangladesh will be happy to hear that in India now prostaglandins are available for as low as 150 to 200 Bangladesh currency. Now that will be a huge asset for management because we know prostaglandins are superior to timolol in most regards. So this is the new thing which I wanted to say. It's not a new drug, but it's the cheaper generic versions which are available for as low as, like I said, 150 Bangladesh currency, which is very similar to Indian currency too. So with the current algorithm that I've given you, the 2 pathways, now let me talk about the newer prostaglandin. In the last 1.5, about 18 odd months, we've had tafluprost, which was introduced in India. Mind you, this has been available in the West for a number of years. Just that in India, it got approvals only in the last 18 odd months. So it's been introduced as multi-use, that is a single bottle, or with unims. My feeling is that tafluprost, the efficacy is pretty similar to what we already had, the 3 prostaglandins that I named in the previous slide. So what is new? Why are we so, happy with the introduction of this is because of the unims. Now, mind you, the concept of unims in India as regards glaucoma is not new. The first unim of glaucoma, which was introduced in India, was actually a brimonidine timolol combination. It was introduced 3 years back in India, and it has already been withdrawn in the 3 years. And the reason was the cost. So same thing, the masses cannot afford it. It becomes prohibitive. So the company which introduced this had already withdrawn it. Now, with the tafluprost unim, it was designed to decrease the side effects and improve the adherence because of the ocular surface thing, which Dr. Purvi will be talking about. But my fear is, yes, I'm being very honest, because of the lockdown, we haven't used the unims as much as we would have otherwise done. So our experience is limited, but whatever experience we have, unims will work to reduce the side effects, but not entirely. But the cost is still a factor. We fear it may still go in oblivion like the brimonidine timolol unim did. So the next few slides will be a repetition for what the previous speaker had talked about. So Nitar Sodil, I'll just run through these just to reinforce what she's already said. So the nitarsodil, it has two mechanisms. First is it enhances the outflow via the angle, the conventional outflow, and the second would be via the norepinephrine transporter, the NET, and this reduces the production of fluid in the eye. So this is available in India, yes, and now we also have ripasudil, which is very similar. It's, I think, just a generation or a sister drug of that. Now, let me tell you where in our practice this will fit in. The efficacy of nitarsodil and ripasudil, it's not as much as a prostaglandin. So does it fit in as a first-line drug? I don't think so. I think we have good drugs. We should use one which is going to lower the pressure maximally, and that usually is a prostaglandin. So I feel that it may work as a third bottle and in special situations that Dr. Mayuri was talking about. But like I said, for POAG, for the most part, which is not NTG, the classical POAG, it becomes as a third bottle. Yes, if the patient can use a third bottle, then it should provide a further 3 to 4 or 5 millimeters of IOP reduction, which is good. So this is something to consider. It's another arm in our treatment options of POAG. This blurred vision is a problem because it's known, both these sister drugs are known to cause vortex keratopathy, also known as cornea verticillata. So this has the blurred vision issue, and hopefully the next generations will be of these drugs will be better. There are also reports of conjunctival hemorrhage, which needs to be seen in our own practice. Like I said, we have sparse use of this because of the lockdown. We are starting to use these more as the pandemic is getting less in India. So Rocklatan is not available in India. So next few slides will be of things which are not available here in India. I don't know if they are available in Bangladesh. I don't think so. So it's going to be a good combination because it will have nitarsodil and letanoprost. Letanoprostine is, again, it's on the verge of breaking into the Indian market. It may happen in 2021 or 2022. So we are excited about this because it will potentially have 3 mechanisms of action. Letanoprost, it's a combination of latanoprost and nitrous oxide, like my previous speaker said. Letanoprost will increase the uveoscleral outflow like it does. Nitric oxide will have the increased drainage and also potentially have a neuroprotective effect. So this is exciting drug. Like I said, it's going to happen next year or the year after that. Now, let me say a few things about the new routes of drug delivery. This is also new. Nanoparticles have been used in ophthalmology for the last 10 years, namely cyclosporin. And the work, again, this is on the verge of breaking into the Asian market, not necessarily in the subcontinent, but it's going to come in the Asian market, is the letanoprost nanoemulsion. So it will have better drug penetration, and therefore the amount of drug which is used will be less, therefore it will have less side effects.
Sir, also, actually, we have some time limitations. Sir, can you make it a little bit shorter, please?
Yes, ma'am. If 10 minutes are over, I can stop now because I think the what is
9 minutes for you. So 9
Pardon
minutes.
Me?
Yes,
was
9
5
minutes, sir.
I was told 10 minutes, ma'am, but it's okay. I'll stop. That's okay.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir, for your nice presentation. Actually, sir, we have some time limitation here.
I'm filling in for Satyan. I was told 10 minutes. It's okay. You go ahead with the next speaker.
Okay, actually, this is a very nice and informative presentation, actually. So now I would like to request our Professor Din Mohammad Nurul Haq sir to comment against our speaker, Dr. Devantuli's presentation.
Okay. Respected panelists and the learned participants, very good evening to you all. This has been a wonderful presentation by Dr. Divan of India. Actually, the glaucoma management and the patients of both India and Bangladesh almost similar, but he has given us the different path of the treatment, which is practically possible both in India and Bangladesh. He is rather concerned about the price and efficacy complications of the drugs. He has come up with some new information His presentation was very much informative. He has shown up the new approach to address raised intraocular pressure and the ocular hypertension. Really, he has given time-taking effort to make this scientific presentation a masterpiece. Thank you, Dr. Tuli, for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir, for being with us for an excellent comment. Now, may I request Dr. Harunur Rashid sir to deliver his speech regarding how should I evaluate medical treatment.
Thank you, Dr. Shahnaz.
Dr. Harunur Rashid.
Thank you, Dr. Shahnaz. As my presentation is pre-recorded, I will request MNC to run my presentation, please.
Okay.
At the outset, I must thank to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to talk on how should I evaluate medical treatment. I have no financial disclosures. The management goal for glaucoma is to reduce the rate of retinal ganglion cell loss, to stop or delay progression of visual field, to preserve visual function for the expected lifetime of the patient with least amount of medications. But there are certain challenges in glaucoma management. The most important is that glaucoma quite often remain undiagnosed. And the biggest issue is that people are not aware about glaucoma, and detecting glaucoma in early stage is difficult. Target intraocular pressure is a great concern. Adherence and persistence to medications are a huge problem. Economics in glaucoma management is really a challenge. Now we have several new classes of glaucoma medications in our armamentarium and better choices for glaucoma therapy than ever before. But truly speaking, glaucoma management is more an art than science. There are certain factors to consider, such as optic nerve rate changes, baseline intraocular pressure, target intraocular pressure, visual field changes, patient's age, ethnicity, expected lifespan, family history of glaucoma, the comorbidities of the patients, and the cost and risk of the treatment. Target intraocular pressure is not a magic number. It is a range. We should set a target intraocular pressure range rather than a fixed number. We should not promise a fixed number to our patients. Target intraocular pressure is not static, it is dynamic. Many patients within their target intraocular pressure range may still get worse. One-time IOP recording is often misleading. It can be a poor indicator of the entire IOP profile of a patient with glaucoma. So we need to consider a target for intraocular pressure fluctuations. Clinically applicable target IOP range and reproducible field defect at least 3 times helps us differentiating between mild and moderate glaucoma, moderate and severe glaucoma. Combined report at Glaucoma Workplace facilitates the workflow. Initial target intraocular pressure varies between mild, moderate, and severe glaucoma, glaucoma suspects, and normal tension glaucoma. Current glaucoma management usually relies on single intraocular pressure measurements during busy clinic hours. Sustaining a constant intraocular pressure and reducing peaks and fluctuations may be as important as achieving target intraocular pressure for effective glaucoma management. Prostaglandin analogs ensure uniform 24-hour intraocular pressure control with once daily evening dose that reduces fluctuation and flattens intraocular pressure increase on waking. Medical therapy for glaucoma is continuously evolving rapidly. The wide variety of drugs available has enabled us to individualize the treatment for our patients. But which drug to start with? What are the things I consider before initiation of glaucoma drug therapy? The efficacy of the drug, onset of action, peak action and duration of action of the drug, washout period, tolerance, side effects, and adverse reactions. Selecting medical therapy, what would I consider? I would consider a drug which will maintain consistent intraocular pressure lowering on monotherapy with high response rate, with minimal or no side effects, would provide good compliance and adherence, would ensure long-term safety, would maintain quality of life at an affordable and sustainable cost. Prostaglandin analogs, they have the highest intraocular pressure reduction efficacy, about 25 to 30%. IOP lowering with monotherapy is ideal. The advantage of monotherapy with newer drugs can provide up to 20 to 30% of intraocular pressure lowering. It reduces risk of adverse effects. They're more convenient with increased patient compliance. They're cost effective. Washout effect is eliminated. Preservative toxic effect is minimized. Prostaglandin analogs have emerged as the best to initiate treatment for primary open-angle glaucoma. They have convenient single-dose regimen at night. If prostaglandin analog is not the first line, usually it's timolol. It produces about 20 to 25% reduction of intraocular pressure. Prostaglandin analogs produce conjunctival hyperemia, pigmentation, orbitopathy. They should not be used in active uveitis, but can be used in healed uveitis and in some secondary glaucomas. It can reactivate a herpetic keratitis. It should be used with caution in CME. But monotherapy is not enough for many patients. Now to switch or add. If primary monotherapy is ineffective in lowering intraocular pressure or is not well tolerated, we should switch to same class or different class. If primary monotherapy is partially effective in lowering intraocular pressure but does not achieve target intraocular pressure, we should add another IOP lowering medications. Every drop counts. We should select the adjunct therapy with one which is most likely to lower IOP of at least 15% additionally, and the drug should have complementary mechanism of actions. And we should not forget that the most potent drug is not necessarily the best choice for every patient. We need to choose a drug with good safety margin, which ensures better tolerability, which is dose convenient and cost effective, and leads to better compliance. Beta blockers are the most commonly used drug, both as monotherapy and as combinations therapy. Timolol in the morning and PG analog at night is a good choice, but should be avoided with patients taking systemic beta blockers and will mask the hypoglycemic effect of diabetic patient. It should not be used in asthma, heart block, thyroid diseases, Parkinsonism, and myasthenia. Brimonidine is very good alternative to beta blockers in respiratory diseases, but they have high rate of follicular conjunctivitis and skin allergies. Recent study shows topical carbonic anhydrase inhibitors are more effective for intraocular pressure control when used as an adjunct to prostaglandin analogs, both during the day and night in comparison to timolol as an adjunct. Brinzolamide appears to score over dorzolamide, but it should be avoided in sulfa allergy and renal diseases. Fixed combination therapy is preferable to separate administration of two agents. It improves patients' compliance. It improves quality of life of the patients. It has no risk of washout from second drug, less preservative-related side effects, and possible cost savings. Glaucoma treatment adherence and persistence is a big concern. The number of medications, dosing frequency, older patients finds difficulty in reading prescription labels and remembering. Manual dexterity, coordination, and forgetfulness is a big issue. Adverse effects are the commonest cause of treatment withdrawals and dropout. Balancing the efficacy, safety, convenience, and tolerability is the key to achieve long-term outcome. There is a higher incidence of ocular surface disorders with increasing age. They are known to worsen with glaucoma drugs and preservatives. Drugs known to be more frequently associated with ocular surface problems are PG analogs, alpha agonist, and carbonic anhydrase inhibitors. Benzalkonium chloride causes dose-dependent toxic effect on ocular surface. When adding multiple medications, consider agents with low concentration of BAC or alternative preservatives is very, very important. Use of preservative-free or non-BAC formulations such as sodium perborate is very, very important. Prostaglandin is not safe during first and third trimester of pregnancy because it may induce uterine contraction and may lead to premature labor. Beta blockers are relatively safe. Brimonidine is a category B drug, can be used in pregnancy, but is excreted in milk. So it may reach the child through lactation and may develop apnea. So immediately after delivery, the mother should be shifted to other molecule. In children, timolol is the first choice. Combination of timolol once a day and dorzolamide twice a day is very, very effective. Brimonidine is contraindicated below 10 years of age. PGA is less effective and to be avoided. Pilocarpine may be used. Glaucoma has significant financial implications and burden because patients need to use the drugs for lifelong. So there are direct and indirect costs involved. Reducing cost of treatment is important. Branded drugs are expensive, generic drugs are cheaper, but IOP lowering efficacy is similar. Aim is to provide best treatment care to our patients at reasonable cost. Lack of awareness about glaucoma is a big concern. Glaucoma awareness counseling is extremely important. Patients should learn the art of living with glaucoma. I always tell to my patient that none of your friends and relatives are going to live with you forever, but glaucoma will live with you forever. So you must learn the art of living with glaucoma. So my take-home message is every glaucoma treatment plan must be customized for each patient. Select drugs with adverse effect profile compatible with patient systemic status and lifestyle. Select minimal drugs to achieve maximal IOP reduction. Switch drug rather than add. Use fixed combinations to enhance compliance. Safety and tolerability, persistence and adherence must be considered while prescribing medications. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, sir, for your excellent deliberation, as always. As one of our panelists, Dr. Shafiqul Islam sir was absent here, so may I request again Dr. Mohammad Nurul Haq sir to give a comment against Dr. Harun Rashid's sir presentation. Sir, can you mute? Sir, yes, sir.
Dr. Harun has presented nicely. I think he has presented the total pharmacology of the glaucoma management in the available in the history. So, and he has nice topics, but he was so rapid that it was very difficult to follow. And he has actually enlisted everything in his presentation. I think nothing has been excluded. So far, he has given a lot of, I think, labor, and it's a time-taking effort he has given. Thank you very much, Harun Rashid, for your nice presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable comment. Now, our fourth speaker, Dr. Purvi Bhagat. I would like to request Dr. Purvi Bhagat to present her presentation regarding management of glaucoma in ocular surface disorder. Dr. Purvi Bhagat.
Thank you, Dr. Shehnaz and the Bangladesh Society for including me in your annual national event. So I'll be talking on glaucoma and ocular surface diseases. And a few of the content of my presentation will be a repetition of what has already been discussed. So I'll be basically talking on the relationship between glaucoma and OSD. What is the role of preservatives in all this? What are the specific problems caused by benzalkonium chloride? And finally, what we are all interested in, that is finding solutions to the problems. Coming to the topic, nearly 60 to 75% of medically treated glaucoma patients have been found to report one or the other OSD symptom. And coming to the relationship, basically both of them can exist as independent entities. Both of them can be prevalent in the elderly and exist as common comorbidities. When we come to the medical management of glaucoma, the role of active ingredient, that is the glaucoma molecule itself, in the development of OSD is known, and specifically we are concerned about the role of preservatives in the development of OSD in glaucoma patients. Even untreated patients of POAG, they have been found to have a 27% reduction in the basal tear secretion compared to healthy controls. And there has been a significant association found between pseudoexfoliation and dry eye itself. Coming to the pathophysiologic immunological components have been identified both in glaucoma as well as the keratoconjunctivitis syndrome. So quite often the etiology of both the diseases may also be similar, and one can be associated with the other. Talking of the main molecule or the ingredient, as discussed by the previous speaker, Dr. Harun, beta blockers, prostaglandin analogs, and brimonidine, they have been known to cause ocular surface inflammation. Number of studies indicate that the chronic application of eye drops induces significant cellular changes, and preservatives have been found to be the main culprits responsible. But why do we first of all need to add a preservative agent in the medical therapy? They are needed to provide sterility when it is a multi-dose type of a formulation. They are needed to stabilize the molecule, and they help in promoting the penetration of the drug through the cornea. The ocular tolerability of the preservatives, it depends upon the concentration of the preservative itself, the combination, that is the other components which are there in the eye drop, the chemical purity, what is the frequency and duration of use of the drug, and the inherent health of the ocular surface, that is the pathophysiological state of the cornea. Coming to the different types of preservatives, the two common ones that are the detergent type of preservatives are BAK and polyquaternium. The problem with BAK is that it has a detergent action, so it dissolves the cell walls and membranes, not only of the organisms, but also of the normal ocular surface. So it causes tear film instability, it causes damage to the goblet cells, it damages the conjunctival cells to the extent of causing metaplasia and apoptosis. It even damages the corneal epithelium. And studies have found that it even penetrates as deep as into the trabecular meshwork. Polyquaternium 1, it is also a detergent preservative, but it is less toxic. SOC, all popularly known as purite, that is a stabilized oxychlorocomplex, and sodium perborate. They are the oxidizing type of preservatives. So when exposed to light and instilled onto the ocular surface, they get degraded into inert molecules like sodium, chloride, oxygen, and water molecules. Whereas Sofzia is a combination of borate, sorbitol, propylene glycol, and zinc, which is a simple ionic buffer. So as you can see from the mechanism of action, BAK is the most toxic than all other preservatives. If you see the huge armamentarium of drugs available, and no financial interest in all this, but if you see, majority of the drugs contain BAK, and the concentration could range from anything from 0.004% to as high as 0.1%. So BAK itself is an added threat to all our glaucoma patients. So what is the impact of this OSD on the patient? The patients could develop symptoms as simple as dryness or burning or stinging on irritation to as severe as a varying visual acuity or a blurred vision. And the symptoms are more if there is a pre-existing OSD. All this ultimately have a significant impact on the patient's quality of life. The chronic inflammation of the ocular surface can also lead to a reduced efficacy of surgery. Ultimately, everything leads to non-compliance, non-adherence, and non-persistence. And one of the most common reasons through lots of studies for non-compliance has been found to be development of OSD. So now coming to the last part of my presentation, that is what is the solution to all these problems. The general principles, first of all, unless your diagnosis of glaucoma is confirmed, you're very sure that your patient has glaucoma and you're sure about the type of glaucoma, do not right away start treatment. Just seeing a red disease on an imaging or some small symptom which has randomly occurred, do not right away start treatment. Because we do not want side effects on the ocular surface to happen for a disease which the patient does not have. So first confirm your diagnosis and decide that the patient actually needs treatment. Take a thorough systemic and ocular history, rule out history of allergies and concomitant medications. See about the lifestyle of the patient. What environment are they working in? Are they already prone to dry eye or something? And of course, a thorough slit lamp evaluation of the ocular surface. If necessary, introduce either BAK-free or preservative-free agents. Use fixed dose combinations whenever possible because it will decrease the load of preservative that is going into the eye. And of course, a complete and regular evaluation for OSD. Now, there are specific patient profiles which exist where you should consider preservative-free anti-glaucoma drugs. One is, of course, if there is a pre-existing OSD. Then second is pediatric and juvenile cases, because here actually the definitive mode of treatment would be surgery. But these are high-risk cases for failure. So you would want the ocular surface health to be as good as possible. So try to avoid BAK containing drugs in these patients. Pseudo exfoliation, as I already told, because it has an inherent tendency for dry eyes, long duration glaucoma, and patients who are on multiple drugs. Then young patients, again, because they are likely to instill the eye drops for a very, very long time. They have a long life expectancy. Elderly patients overall, because they are more sensitive to side effects, and women of the postmenopausal age or who are on specific type of hormonal treatments. Contact lens users, and again, as I said earlier, depending on the environment they are working on. If your patient does develop dry eye symptoms, you are of course lured to prescribing artificial tears. But do remember that again here, if you prescribe tears which have BAK, then it is going to aggravate that dry eye and ultimately it is going to lead to a vicious cycle. So when would you add a BAK-free lubricant? If the frequency of drug, that is the lubricant, needs to be more than 4 times a day. If you find measurable signs of dry eye, either through Schirmer's or Tibet or fluorescent staining, or if the dry eye is of a moderate to severe category. Other options have already been discussed. There are special storage forms which are totally preservative free. They just have the molecule, that is air balance system, microfilters are there. Unims are there, again, which do not have preservatives at all, but the cost is an issue. And again, the convenience of handling is an issue. And sustained release formulations are also coming up. And if none of these are possible, you can consider an early surgery in these patients rather than subject the ocular surface to more damage. Though this is not part of the medical treatment session, but because it involves OSD, I just like to put up a few points that if you're planning surgery in these patients, you should omit the topical anti-glaucoma drugs in these cases well before the surgery. But do remember to substitute with a systemic drug if not contraindicated. You can even add topical NSAIDs or soft steroids in the pre-op period. During the surgery, you can consider using an antimetabolite. These conjunctivas are very unhealthy and very fragile. So there is a strong risk of buttonholing. So careful dissection and a very meticulous closure is required. And in the post-op period too, post-op vigilance is required. And the lubricants, even though the patient may be off anti-glaucoma drugs, you may have to continue for a very, very long time. So to conclude, OSD and glaucoma very commonly coexist either independently or dependent on each other because of the treatments. OSD is influenced by the duration of therapy, number of drugs that the patient is using, and the type of preservative in the drug. Most anti-glaucoma drugs still do contain BAK. BAK is responsible for the toxic or immunoinflammatory effects on the ocular structures. So try to prescribe BAK-free drugs, especially in the high-risk cases, and surgical precautions are definitely needed in these cases. So while all the time in the glaucoma patient, you are focusing on the IOP and the disc and all that, do not forget to look at the ocular surface as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your excellent informative presentation. Actually, as a glaucoma specialist, all of you sometimes face this type of patient, and we have to think multiple times before starting anti-glaucoma medication and surgery, pre-operative and post-operative also. So may I request Dr. Khandukal Jia Islam Muhammad Ali sir to give a valuable comment against her presentation. Dr. Khandukal Jia Islam Muhammad Ali sir. So please unmute yourself. Khandukal Jia Islam Muhammad Ali sir, please unmute yourself. No. Ask to unmute.
Is he here? No.
Sir, showing, but sir, mute. Ask to.
Where is he? No.
Sir. So as sir is not present here, so may I request Dr. Sajidur Rahman sir to give a valuable comment against our topic. Dr. Sajidur Rahman sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Shahnaz, for allowing me to have some comment on our this presentation of ocular surface disease associated with glaucoma medications. Really, she explained very nicely about the ocular surface disease, which always we used to face during our daily practice. And the more important thing is this: sometimes we overlook the condition. Some patients are coming with conjunctival condition at the same time he or she is taking anti-glaucoma drugs, but we are using instead of giving attention to this thing, we are prescribing another drugs, which is aggravating this condition. So we should take care of this ocular surface disease among the patients which are taking anti-glaucoma medications. Thank you for allowing me for this comment.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable comment. Now, our next speaker, Dr. M. Hafizur Rahman. I would like to request him to present about his present case. This is the PI in angle closure disease. What is our concern? Please, Dr. M. Hafizur Rahman.
Can you start my video, please?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll be talking on PI in primary angle closure disease. What is our concern? What is PACD? It is a diversified group of diseases, starting from no glaucoma to blindness, passing through multiple stages and consequences. The spectrum is very large, unified by presence of hydrotrabecular apposition, leading to mechanical blockage of aqueous outflow, with consequent rise of IOP and damage to the optic nerve. Now, 20 million people worldwide is affected by PACD, and it will be 40 million by 2040. It is prevalence is highest in Inuit and Asians, lowest in Africa and EU. In US, 8% of all glaucoma are PACD. In China, due to PACD, 3 million blind people are blind in one eye and 1.5 million blind bilaterally. Rest of the Asia, PACD is more common. These are the risk factors. We all know that there are some physiological factors which influence the pathogenesis of PACD. Now, the classification is very much important for management of PACD. There are three classifications. Number one, clinical classifications. Here we have 5 types: latent, acute, chronic, and absolute. The second classification is a newer classification, that is 21st consensus classification, which is based on the natural history of the disease. Here, PACD is classified into 3 groups, that is primary angle closure suspect, PACS, primary angle closure, or PAC, on primary angle closure glaucoma, that is PACG. So the characteristics of PACS is only isotrabecular contact more than 180 degrees. Everything is normal. PAC is the ITC plus signs of angle closure, that is PAS plus pigment, iris atrophy, glaucoma plaque, variable IOP. PACG is characterized by iridotrabecular contact, signs of angle closure, and signs of glaucomatous optic neuropathy, that is optic nerve damage and corresponding visual field defect. The third classification is pathophysiological classification based on the mechanism of angle closure. At the level of the pupil and iris, PACD due to primary pupillary block, which is most common, PACD due to permanent last iris roll, peripheral iris crowding. At the level of the ciliary body, that is due to plato iris, and at the level of the lens, that is lens-induced angle closure due to aging. And a component of pupillary block is often present in all cases of PACD. Now, we physicians we must identify the anatomical changes and underlying pathophysiology. And still, this is the challenge. And the main challenge is limited gonioscopy. Chennai glaucoma study and APED has showed that the eyes diagnosed as PACD and were already on glaucoma treatment. 2/3 of them were being treated as POAG because gonioscopy is not performed or inappropriately done. So, angle assessment in details is extremely important for management of PACD. We can get it by gonioscopy with the help of UVM or endosegmental CT. And gonioscopy is mandatory to treat PACD. It gives us the an idea about the angle details, that is pathophysiology. So it is important for diagnosis, it is important for treatment, for follow-up, and for profit and pleasure. What happened if we do not learn gonioscopy? The picture shows the elephant, the burden of the angle closure, and live pupils are that consulted without gonioscopy. If we do not learn or do gonioscopy, but treating angle closure glaucoma, we will be landed with a lot of mistakes, and the whole work will be hot that is done by a quack. There are 3 basic principles for treatment of PACD. Number 1, immediate control of symptoms and raised IOP. Number 2, change of angle configuration. That is our tourist concern, which is achieved by ERPI. And the third, detection and control of continuous optic nerve damage. So, what is the role of EAG laser peripheral iridotomy in PACD? It should be used as a primary treatment in all stages of PACD. It effectively widens the endochamber angle, changes the course of the angle closure processes, preventing acute angle progression. It reduces IOP in PACD, especially in early stages. It is a safe and very low risk procedure. Complication is very, very rare and temporary. All cases of PACS do not need laser peripheral iridotomy. Only it is recommended for selected cases. that is fellow eyes of patient with PSC or PSCG or one-eyed, need frequent dilatation for posterior segment pathology, family history of PSCD, remote access or inability to get medical care, eyes with progressive angle narrowing on follow-up. In case of PSC, both structural and functional damage occurs due to iridotrabecular adhesions. The goal of the treatment is to stop the angle closure and prevent opening of damage by lowering IOP using intraglaucoma medications. And laser PI should be done in both eyes of all cases of PSC. Angle closure crisis, acute angle closure crisis, it is a sight-threatening emergency. It happened due to sudden rise of IOP due to complete closure of interchamber angle. It warrants immediate medical treatment to reduce IOP followed by laser PI in both eyes. PSCG is another sight-threatening condition. It warrants immediate control of intraocular pressure. The goal is to achieve the target IOP, preventing further damage of optic nerve. And LPI should be done in both eyes of all patients of PSCG. Now, what about the literature? A study published on Medical Research Archives done by Kashinatha Shenoy et al. On effect of laser peripheral iridotomy in PACS and its complications. They concluded that LPI is an effective, compliance-free, repeatable. Most PACS does not receive further treatment, and it is a safe therapeutic modality having only minor transient, self-limiting, and easily controlled side effects with no sequelae. Progression to PACG is uncommon in PACS and PAC. This is another study published in British Journal of Ophthalmology, done by Nathan Lonan et al. On YAG laser iridotomy treatment for primary angle closure in East Asian eyes. They concluded that LPI is effective in widening the drainage angle and reducing indefinite IOP in East Asian people with PSA. Once glaucomatous optic neuropathy is developed, PI alone is less effective at controlling intraocular pressure. So, what is the recommendation by world? What is our today's concern? Conoscopy is a must for management of PSCD. We need to know the pathophysiology of the angle. Diagnosis needs to be confirmed before start treatment. LPI is a safe and effective procedure and should be used as a primary procedure for all cases of PSCG. So thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. F. Hafizur Rahman, for your excellent deliberation. Actually, this is very much. So, now may I request Dr. Musharraf Hossain sir to comment on Dr. Hafizur Rahman presentation.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shahnaz, and a very good evening to all the panelists and speakers and also the viewers. Actually, first of all, I want to congratulate Dr. Hafizur Rahman for his elaborate presentation on PI, YAG PI in case of angle closure diseases. Actually, YAG PI, peripheral iridotomy is very much effective in case of angle closure diseases, but this should be definitely done and patient should be meticulously followed up. If there is iris configuration, there is plateau iris configuration, if anybody suspect with gonioscopy or UVM, then he or she should be followed up very cautiously whether he or she develop plateau iris syndrome or not. If it develops, then one should do urban laser peripheral iridoplasty or gonioplasty. And it is very effective in case of primary suspect as well as in PSC, which the presenter also described. But if there is synovial occlusion, it is very unlikely to reduce IOP alone with PI. So one should keep in mind whether he or needs any drainage surgery, that is trabeculectomy. And in case of PSCS or PSC with successful LPI, and if patient is not followed up, then patient after some time, over time, patient may come with optic neuropathy, and because whenever there is PI, peripheral iridotomy is done, there is no acute rise of pressure. So there is chronic angle closure, and gradually patient does not understand what is happening inside his or her eyes. So it is very much important for glaucoma surgeon to make regular follow-up to prevent further damage, and accordingly he or she proceed to manage the patient to save his or her sight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable opinion. Now our sixth presenter, Dr. Abul Basha Sheikh. I would like to request Dr. Abul Basha Sheikh to present on his topic, medical management of acute glaucoma. Dr. Abul Basha Sheikh.
Assalamu alaikum, very good evening. With due respect, my teacher, Professor Din Mohammad Turudhak, and my colleague from home and abroad. Please give my video, it was a recorded one. Respected panelist of this session, the Bangladesh Glaucoma Society Annual National Conference. Today my topic is the medical management of acute glaucoma. I am Professor M.A. Bashar Sheikh. These are the situations where the glaucoma developed acutely. It is acute angle closure glaucoma and glaucomatocyclitic crisis, Posner-Hoffman syndrome, neovascular glaucoma, uveitic glaucoma, lens-induced glaucoma, traumatic acute glaucoma, that is where the hyphae and vitreous in the AC, they cause the raised intraocular pressure, and the high intraocular pressure, that is about 50 to 60 millimeter of mercury. Postoperative acute glaucoma, that is if the vitreous gel is retained and in the within 4 hours or 6 hours the patient experienced severe pain from and vomiting from the acute rise of intraocular pressure within the eye. And the retinal surgery that put silicone oil, if the silicone oil is put a bit higher amount, it occurs, that is glaucoma, and where the intraocular pressure is raised more than 40 or 50 millimeter of mercury, and the patient is asked to face down position. So due to the pressure in the back of the eye, there is iris lens diaphragm is pushed forward and angle becomes shallower. And also in the there is deep anterolamellar keratoplasty, or there is deep disperse membrane automated endothelial keratoplasty, where the air is input in the anterior chamber to make adjustment of the endothelium within the stroma of the cornea. And this air is that is prevents the aqueous to come from posterior chamber to the anterior chamber, where if the surgeon is there is forgot to make a iridotomy. The disperse membrane repair causes the postoperative, that is acute glaucoma. This is the consequence of there is primary angle closure glaucoma, and the blind people is burden for the himself and for also the society. And this is the acute angle closure glaucoma. Management of acute angle closure glaucoma. These are the key points. That is, patient is advised to keep himself in supine position, not prone. But in supine position, that is, it will prevent the iris lens diaphragms to come forward and further shallowing of the antechamber. And IOP reduction, that is by myotic therapy, is frequent instillation of pilocarpine 2%. Antibiotics relieves the pupillary block, and topical steroid combat the inflammation which is occurred due to high, that is 3 times per hour. And if the there is sphincter function is okay, but if sphincter function is lost by ischemia, then myotic therapy will not be effective. But frequent attack of initiation of pilocarpine 2% will worsen the situation. That is, it initiate the and accelerate the inflammation. Carbonic anhydrase, that is acetazolamide, that is 500 milligrams IV or orally state, and 3 to or 4 times per day. And aqueous suppressants like there is beta blocker, betaxolol and timolol, and the alpha-2 agonist is birmodin tartrate. Hyperosmotic, there is 20% IV mannitol. And to sleep, the patient is advised to take, that is analgesia and sedative medications, that as the sleep may cause meiosis of the pupil and a reduction of the aqueous production, so it will help in the relief of acute attack and reduce the intercooler pressure. Iridoplasty, it is a good option. That is iridoplasty causes, that is iris contraction. This is the, that is one of the video of Chan glaucoma surgery. He put this iridoplasty, that you can see there is a strong iris done, iris contraction, and this contraction may open the angle. In angle closure, acute angle closure glaucoma, someone likes to do AC tape, but I think never to do it, as vitreous pressure will make iris lens diaphragm touch on the endothelium, and you cannot get any that is chamber space, anterior chamber space. It is a, that is, it becomes worse. And laser PI, I think laser PI, someone that is advised to do it, but you can do it, but I think it will not act. But what will be the role of aqueous to come in anterior chamber from a posterior chamber if it is not drained as the angle is closed? Doing the laser, there is a YAG laser, and it causes the loss of damage of the endothelium, as there is lens, there is iris and the endothelium is very close, and somewhere it is very attached. In this situation, iridoplasty will act, as it will open the angle by iris contraction. And someone in this situation, pars plana trocar or pars plana aspiration can be done to reduce the, that is, intercooler. And topical steroid combat the inflammation which is occurred due to high intercooler pressure. Once attack is controlled, then iridotomy should be done in the same eye, or surgical intervention if IOP remains high. And fellow eye requires peripheral iridotomy. If no improvement, the clear lens extraction with and trap, or clear lens extraction and synecholysis. Glaucomatous crisis Solzmann's Posner-Solzmann syndromes. Here there is intercooler pressure 40 to 50, angle open, and focal iris ischemia. Beta blockers and alpha adrenergic agonists and topical, that is acetazolamide and topical steroid, and systemic antiviral, no myotics and prostaglandin with no improvement, trabeculectomy with mitomycin C to be done. Uveitic glaucoma, there is the peripheral endoscenic or occlusive pupilli, there is similar type to be done. Lens-induced glaucoma are, in case of, there is lens-induced glaucoma, or in case of angle closure glaucoma, where there is after medical medication, there is intercooler pressure is not relieved. You can put a pars plana trocar to release the there is vitreous fluid in some cases, and cataract extraction PCL to be given after some reduction of the intercooler pressure. Neovascular glaucoma. Neovascular glaucoma, IP lowering drug, no pilocarpine eye drop, and prostaglandin to be given in the neovascular acute glaucoma. Traumatic, there is glaucoma, hometropine and topical steroid, but no pilocarpine and no prostaglandin analog. And postoperative acute glaucoma, it is beta blocker, alpha-2 agonist, carbonic anhydrase, IV mannitol to be given, and topical steroid to reduce the inflammation. No pilocarpine and no prostaglandin analog to be given in there is postoperative acute glaucoma. In postoperative acute glaucoma, which is occurred by due to retained gel with the antechamber, and these type of acute glaucoma can be relieved by seating the patient in slit lamp and some amount of aqueous can be taken out through the side port. And post-operative acute glaucoma for in silicone field IOL, that is, the patient asked to supine position for few hours. As the after doing raised intraocular pressure, then patient asked to lie in the supine position instead of face down. At the same time, intraocular pressure to be reduced by means of beta blockers, alpha 2 agonist, carbonic anhydrase, and IV 20% mannitol. And when the intraocular pressure becomes lowered down, then by placing the supine position for few hours, then the lens, iris lens diaphragm is come down and backward, so that then the antechamber become deeper. Patient can do the face down position again. There is intraocular pressure not lower down by means of this treatment, then the patient to be taken in the OT and some amount of silicone oil to be drained, taken out. Postoperative acute glaucoma air in that if not intraocular pressure is reduced, then removal of air through the side port or laser PI. Thank you for patience of hearing.
Thank you, sir, for your beautiful presentation. Now this is the panel comment. May I request Dr. Kamrul Islam Khan, sir, to comment against the presentation of Dr. Abul Bashar Sheikh. Dr. Kamrul Islam Khan. So can you unmute, please? So please unmute yourself. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shahnaz, for having me in this nice discussion. First of all, I will put my respect to our senior Professor Din Mohammad Nurul Haq. He is one of the pioneers of the surgical aspects regarding phaco and also glaucoma surgery. And also Dr. Sajidur Rahman, Dr. Harun, Dr. Bashar, and all the speakers from home or abroad. Everybody, good evening. And Dr. Abul Bashar Sheikh, his topic was acute medical management of acute glaucoma. He tried to elaborate everything widely, but due to some audio problem and video problem, it was not coming properly. But he tried best. He is a very popular and very busy practitioner, even though he is all the time trying to give some lectures and all in academic sessions. His presentation was in acute management of medical acute glaucoma medically. In our country, in medical causes of acute glaucoma are most probably the phacolytic glaucoma, hyphema, postoperative glaucoma. The medical part, usually we use topical drops and by mouth or orally carbonic anhydrase inhibitor. In some cases, carbonic anhydrase mannitol. And if treatment of acute glaucoma does not end by medical treatment, it needs further surgical intervention. So it's a both of combination of medical and surgical to give relief to this acute glaucoma. So Dr. Bashar, he tried to show the surgical aspect also in as well as medical management. So thank you, Dr. Bashar, for his nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kamrul Bhai.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shahnaz.
Thank you, sir. Actually, it's very much difficult to manage medically in acute glaucoma.
Right,
So
right.
it's very difficult topic for him. So this is our last.
One comment, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can I make one comment, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because the Basha Sheikh, there are three, four sheikhs in ophthalmology, two of them in Harunai Foundation.
Thank you. I'm a student, sir.
Very close to me. He was my direct student and my assistant registrar. He is a very famous ophthalmologist of the country. Bashar explained nicely. And I think I want to add one thing, that is if the intraocular pressure does not come down with all efforts, with all medication, to me, it is better to go for trabeculectomy under mitomycin C. It is better to do the trabeculectomy and, if possible, clearness extraction as well.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sir, I want to say one point, that in acute angle closure glaucoma, sir, someone like to do that is laser PI, but laser PI does not work. That I want to mention it. This iridoplasty is unique one. And sir, thank you, sir, your comment, that is when all efforts failed, then patient take him to the OT and place a trocar to release the vitreous pressure, and then sir, you mentioned there is a trabeculectomy and along with the clearless extraction. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So this is the last but not the least. Our the presentation is management of pseudoexfoliation glaucoma. Our speaker is Dr. Shams Mohammad Naman. Actually, he will, though this is the session of medical management of glaucoma, he will cover both medical and surgical aspect of this case. Dr. Shams Mohammad Naman.
Thank you, Dr. Shahnaz. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. This is my great pleasure to be here with the Bangladesh Glaucoma Society annual conference. I am requesting to show my recorded presentation, and I am really very sorry some added sound for the added sound, and please consider it. Thank you. Honorable panelists of this session, honorable audience, good evening to everybody. My topic is management of pseudoexfoliation glaucoma. I don't have any financial interest. I'm Dr. Shams Mohammad Noman, Associate Professor, Department of Glaucoma, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib Medical University, Bangladesh. I want to start with a case. This is a case of male, 51 years. He had a vision 660, pinhole 612. He has a 35 millimeter of mercury with all medications. In picture, we can see some pseudoexfoliation materials over the lens. This is the disc finding, advanced cupping with bipolar notch. I did the trabeculectomy with cataract surgery. In this case, I gave the triangular flap. After doing the CCC, I just removed the lens with the tumbling method. I had to take care of the genule while removing the lens. After doing the peripheral iridectomy, I just gave one sutures in the apex of the triangular flap. This is the postoperative picture, the 612 vision and 12 millimeter of mercury intraocular pressure. So pseudoexfoliation syndrome is an age-related systemic condition that is characterized by an abnormal accumulation of deposition of extracellular matrix materials throughout the anterior segment of the eye, most notably along the pupillary border and on the lens capsule. This is one of the most common identifiable secondary open-angle glaucoma, and it's common in the Scandinavian countries. LOX1 gene is responsible. The pathogenesis is the pseudoexfoliation materials entrapped within the trabecular meshwork pore that causes resistance to outflow. The prognosis is really very worse because it has a high tendencies of intraocular pressure, and the progression is more, and progression of visual field and also optic nerve cupping is more comparison to the primary open-angle glaucoma. We can start with the medical management in early case. For this, as the progression is very much rapid, so immediate and appropriate treatment is very much important after diagnosis. Prostaglandin analog has a role, but in some studies shows that it causes relatively some inflammation. Beta blocker has a good role in case of middle income people. carbonic anhydrase inhibitor has a great role, and also where the one medication doesn't work, in that case combination medications works good. Surgical options have many, like laser trabeculoplasty, filtration surgery, and tube shunt implantation. We can use the selective laser trabeculoplasty and argon laser trabeculoplasty, but selective laser trabeculoplasty is better. And average the 6 to 7 millimeter of mercury intraocular pressure can be reduced after trabeculoplasty. But in the cataract with high pressure, trabeculoplasty doesn't have any good result. And this is a case of advanced pseudoexfoliation glaucoma with mature cataract with a little subluxation. In that cases, I didn't do the phaco surgery. I did the manual small incision cataract surgery, as the anterior chamber is very much shallow. After doing a very good CCC, I had to remove the nucleus in a very cautious way, as the nucleus is very much hard, and I had to take care of the granule. And the granule was very much weak, almost 100 degree. In that cases, I put CTR ring. After putting the CTR ring, I stabilize the lens back, and then I put the intraocular lens. So postoperatively, the patient was doing good. This is another case where there is a early pseudoexfoliation glaucoma, but advanced visual field defect. In that cases, I did combined surgery, phacotrabeculectomy. In that cases, I had to take care of the granule, I had to take care of the endothelium. Same method, I did the single suture trabeculectomy, triangular flap, and the postoperatively patient was doing really very great with controlled intraocular pressure. Trabeculectomy. Glaucoma surgery is generally undertaken when glaucomatous progression occurs or intraocular pressure is elevated to a level that progression is likely despite maximum medical therapy. A 20 years follow-up study shows that pseudoexfoliation glaucoma cases that failure rate of trabeculectomy is more in comparison to the primary open-angle glaucoma. And pseudoexfoliation, those patients have a pseudoexfoliation, they have a tendency to develop more cataract. So in that cases, combined cataract and glaucoma surgery is needed. If we do the cataract surgery alone, we can do where the glaucometer changes are minimum. In that cases, average intraocular pressure reduction is 2 millimeter of mercury. But combined versus cataract surgery alone, if we do the only cataract surgery, in that case, only 1 to 2 millimeter of intraocular pressure reduction occurs. But if we do the combined surgery, in that case, 4 to 6 millimeter of mercury intraocular pressure is reduced. So the combined cataract and trabeculectomy surgery has a greater role in case of pseudoexfoliation glaucoma with cataract. But we can do the combined, but in a separate time. In that case, failure of trabeculectomy is more. We can do the express implant. Different studies suggested that the express implant also does a good. The advantage is it may reduce inflammation due to decreased tissue manipulation. But average, no difference between the express implant and trabeculectomy. Trap versus tube implant. In the trap versus tube study, for the 5 years study was done, intraocular pressure reduction is almost similar in the tube, especially in the Birdwell implant compared to the trap. But failure rate is significantly higher in the trap group. We can do the angle-based procedure like trabectome surgery and also viscocanalostomy. And a postoperative consideration. Usually in case of pseudoexfoliation glaucoma, there is some aqueous flare and fibrinoid reaction and posterior synechia can be occurred. In that cases, the pseudoexfoliation patient, we have to give aggressive steroid to reduce the inflammation. Early postoperative IOP spike is more in case of pseudoexfoliation glaucoma. In that case, we have to take care of intraocular pressure too. And very interesting, intraocular pressure elevation more than 30 millimeter of mercury. This is more common in the phacoemulsification alone, rather combined surgery, where the 8.3% have a intraocular pressure more than 30 millimeter of mercury. We have a lot of challenges like rigid pupil, herniated, zonular weakness, high intraocular pressure, advanced optic nerve damage, postoperative IOP spike, and postoperative inflammation. So what is my take-home message is, pseudoexfoliation glaucoma with no cataract with high pressure, we can start with the medical treatment, then laser, then trabeculectomy. If the medical treatment and laser failed, pseudoexfoliation glaucoma with cataract with high pressure, we have to control the intraocular pressure even with hyperosmotic agent, then we can do the combined surgery. But most important thing is take care of the increased incidence of postoperative complications like inflammation and also trabeculectomy failure later on. Thank you so much. Thank you for the patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Shams Mohammad Noman, for your excellent deliberation. Now, I would like to request Dr. Sajidur Rahman sir to give a valuable comment on Dr. Shams Mohammad Noman's topics. Dr. Sajidur Rahman. Sir, please unmute yourself.
Thank
Yes,
you again for allowing me to have some comment on Dr. Shams Mohammad Noman's presentation. The thing, this session was supposed to be on medical management of glaucoma, but Dr. Shams Mohammad Noman has covered both medical and surgical aspect. I want to add only a few words regarding this pseudoexfoliation. Pseudoexfoliation is also known as ocular Alzheimer's disease because of its similarity in pathogenesis and biochemical changes. And the one important thing regarding pseudoexfoliation, medical treatment should be very aggressive. And among the drugs, we should take it, which drugs we are prescribing. Though Dr. Shams Mohammad Noman told that prostaglandin analog has some limitation regarding inflammation, but this is the drug of choice because it causes greater better control of intraocular pressure, better control of diurnal variation, as well as also it decreases various growth factors responsible for deposition of extracellular materials and exfoliative materials. And regarding and other drugs like carbonic anhydrase inhibitors, before prescribing these drugs, we should think about the endothelial condition because the endothelium in these patients are also compromised. So in medical management, we should be very cautious about prescribing the drugs. And thus during surgery, but before doing surgery, preoperative assessment is very important, like pupillary status, zonular stability, as well as endothelial condition. In some case, because of rigid pupil, it is difficult to assess the zonular stability. In that case, there are few points we should look for. That is the shallow AC with myopia, but normal axial length. We should suspect about zonular instability. And this patient with this combined surgery has better prognosis if it is necessary. And when in case of pseudoexfoliation syndrome along with hard cataract, it is difficult for the surgery. But in that case, when early cataract, if we do surgery, we can overcome the difficulties which we should face in case of hard cataract. So with these few words, I want to thank Dr. Shams Mohammad Noman for his brilliant presentation. Thank you for everybody.
Can you more?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Shams Noman, he has been migrated from Chittagong to Dhaka recently. Welcome him to the Dhaka family of ophthalmologists.
Thank you, sir.
His presentation, but I want to add something a little more. That is the counseling to the patient of pseudoexfoliation is very important. Whenever patient come to a chamber, and if you find that is pseudoexfoliation with cataract, with raised intraocular pressure, it is patient should be well counseled because anything can happen during the surgery or during the treatment. Another thing is that the patient suffering from pseudoexfoliation Not all patients develop the glaucoma. 40 to 50% patient can have glaucoma. Other percentage of patients, they can remain as a normal patient. So the follow-up is very important. Another thing, the perioperatively, every chances of genular dehiscence is there. And also during this surgery, there could be subluxation or the dislocations of the lens. So it is better and difficult to dilate the people. Sometimes it is very much difficult to dilate the people. Or perioperatively, people shrinks down, it's constrict. So it is better to get ready during the surgery with the iris hook and definitely it should be the viscot during the surgery. So these are the things I want to add. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your valuable opinion. Actually, we are very much grateful to Professor Din Mohammad Nurul Haq, sir, our other speakers and panelists from home and abroad. I am very much sorry that I could not allow so much more time for Dr. Devan Tuli. Hopefully, we'll meet again to our any conference or Zoom webinar in our from Bangladesh Glaucoma Society. So, is there any question from any panel or any speakers from? So, any question from any panelists or speakers? So if there is no question, so thank you everyone for being with us. I want to hand over our next session to our Dr. Ishtiaq Anwar.
Thank you, Dr. Shahnaz.
Goodbye to all.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shahnaz, for conducting the session nicely and timely. So we are going to start the final session of our conference. Till now, we had a wonderful conference with a lot of scientific contents and participation from APGC and GSI. And in this session, we have a galaxy of আশরাফ এটা দেখে যাও তো আশরাফ আসে নাই কেন স্ক্রিন শেয়ারিং হয়নি এটা দিলাম গুগল পাওয়ার পয়েন্ট দিলাম ও এটা কই না হয়নি কোথায় কোথাও I'll just share my screen. আগে কোনটায় যাব আচ্ছা just a second না না আমার এটাই গেলাম এটা যে এটা জানি এটা বড় করেন So this is the session that we have a galaxy of our glaucoma surgeons and teachers from home and abroad. And actually, we were supposed to have this conference tomorrow, but tomorrow we have another exciting webinar, which is arranged by WGA. And as we are member of WGA, we have shifted one day earlier. And in this session, we have Dr. Fabian, who is the president of WGA. He is also going to invite us to join the tomorrow's seminar. And also on behalf of WGA and Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, we invite all our members to join tomorrow's session. So the panelist that we have in this session is Dr. Vijaya Lingam. She is the distinguished senior consultant of glaucoma services, Shankar Netralaya, Chennai, India, and she was the past president of Glaucoma Society of India. Dr. S.S. Pandav, he is the president of Glaucoma Society of India, and he is professor of ophthalmology of Glaucoma Services, Advanced Eye Center, Postgraduation Institute of Medical Education and Research, Chandigarh. Dr. Devan Tuli, he is consultant glaucoma in Narayan Eye Institute. Dr. Mosharraf Hossain, He is Bangladesh Glaucoma Society Executive Committee member. He was the former Associate Professor of Glaucoma Department, National Institute of Ophthalmology and Hospital, Dhaka. And currently he is working as a consultant at Harun Eye Foundation. Dr. Iftekhar Muhammad Munir, he is the treasurer of BGS, and currently he is holding the post of head of the Department of Glaucoma Division, National Institute of Ophthalmology, and he works as a consultant in Bangladesh Eye Hospital. Dr. Zakia Sohit Sultana, she is the former Secretary General of BGS and professor and head of the department in Ophthalmology Department of Anwar Khan Modern Medical College. With this, we will start the scientific content, and our first speaker is going to be Dr. Devender Grover. He is the attending surgeon and clinician at Glaucoma Associates of Texas, and he is the director of research at Glaucoma Associates of Texas, as he is the member of board of directors for Cure Glaucoma Foundation, and he is going to be speaking on gonioscopy assisted transillumination trabeculectomy, GAT. I invite Dr. Devender Grover to share his screen and make the presentation.
Excellent, excellent. Dr. Anwar, thank you so much for the introduction, and a good evening to everybody there, and a good morning from the United States. It's really an honor to be here, and I look forward to talking to you all about GAT. So without further ado, these are my financial disclosures, none of which are really pertinent to today. I'm going to start off just with a general overview of my general thought on my glaucoma surgical algorithm, then introduce the idea of GAT, go over some data, talk about the cost implications, show some videos, show what I use, and think about my indications or who I use this in. So, I think sometimes a picture's worth 1,000 words, and what's wrong with the standard of care? Why did I go into glaucoma? It's because when I hated seeing patients that had blebs. And, although trabeculectomy is an amazing surgery and it has saved millions and millions of people from going blind, we still cause some harm. And I love glaucoma. I love taking care of glaucoma patients. And I would love to never have to do a trabeculectomy again. And I feel the same way about tubes. They're wonderful. They've saved millions of people from going blind, but I would love to never have to do a tube. And if I had glaucoma, I would never want a trab or a tube in my eye. When I talk to my patients, I basically tell them I'm a fancy plumber and their eyes like a drain in a faucet. And I'm either trying to open up their own outflow or reduce their inflow. And when we create a new outflow, when we think about the outflow system, we're talking about either opening up their own outflow system or having to reestablish a new outflow system. And what we're going to focus on today is what's on the top of this screen, assuming a patient has an intact outflow pathway, and specifically referring to GAT. And so, let's talk about trabeculotomy. So trabeculotomy is not a new surgery. It's been around for over 70 years. It was classically done with a large conjunctival dissection underneath the flap with a suture. Usually it's a 6-0 Prolene suture or a microcatheter, which can be kind of expensive. But this isn't new. One of the great thinkers in our field of angle surgery, I would say one of the founders of angle surgery is Redmond Smith. And he even reported this back in the 60s using, doing a segmental ab externo suture trabeculotomy, where he must have been a tremendous surgeon, where he would find Schlemm's canal, cannulate it, pass it around, cut down again, pass it through, cut down again, and treat 180. And I love this picture right here, number 3, because it shows exactly what we see when we do glaucoma, a GAT or angle surgery. You see an anterior cleavage of the trabecular meshwork, and you see that shelf, that trabecular shelf falling down. And sometimes he also wrote articles where it can adhere to the iris, and you really see evidence of opening up the patient's outflow system. And although, our technology has gotten better, here we are describing something that Redmond Smith described, using our fancy machines with OCT. This is a patient after a GAT, and you see that trabecular shelf, and sometimes you see these iris adhesions to keep that shelf open. So why trabeculotomy? So, one of the other huge giants in our field is Morton Grant, and some of his fundamental work he did in the 50s showed that 3/4 of the resistance to outflow can be eliminated when you remove the trabecular meshwork from the system. Now, David Epstein redid these studies and showed it was about 2/3. But regardless of the number, I can say with confidence that in primary open-angle glaucoma, and specifically in most secondary glaucomas, open-angle glaucomas, the major resistance to outflow is the trabecular meshwork. And we know it works, trabeculotomy. So here's a report out of Japan, retrospective study in developmental glaucoma, showing that you have 90% success rate with trabeculotomy in kids. You never see 90% success rate in glaucoma. That's just a number that's unheard of, except in trabeculotomy in dysgenic angles or juvenile open-angle glaucoma. This is a study, again, out of Japan, showing 3 to 5 year data on ab-externo trabeculotomy in primary open-angle glaucoma and pseudoexfoliation. The results that they're having here are no different than what the TVT study showed for trabeculectomies. And what's powerful is here, this is a study on steroid-induced glaucoma, showing that the trabeculotomy group actually did better than the trabeculectomy group. So, and that's because I think the mechanism of action of steroid-induced glaucoma is inherently in the trabecular meshwork. And here's another study I like, is what it showed, basically compared patients that had a 360 trabeculotomy, ab externo, versus a Harms trabeculotomy, showing that, that the more of the angle you open up, the greater the success rate. But what's wrong with ab externo trabeculotomy, and why did it fall out of favor? Well, it takes a decent amount of time. It's pretty invasive. You have to open up the conj and make a big scleral flap, and it may cause subsequent glaucoma surgeries to fail. And so, we're seeing this evolution in trabeculotomy in adults, going from Redmond-Smith and Harms to ab externo suture trabeculotomy, to then with the catheter, and now ab interno suture trabeculotomy 360 degrees, which we term the GATT surgery, gonioscopy assisted transluminal trabeculotomy. And we hired an artist to show some key portions of the procedure, basically through 2 small paracenteses. You get a 5-0 blunted proline, and you can cannulate the Schlemm's canal, pass it around 360 degrees, retrieve the distal end, and you can get a 360-degree trabeculotomy through 2 small paracenteses. And here's some still frames of you see that blunt. That's how exactly the smallest blunt you can make. That's the size you want. With an MVR blade or a 23-gauge needle, you can do a goniotomy. You want to pass that suture as parallel to the back wall of Schlemm's canal as possible, and it'll go around 360, and then you retrieve the distal end. And here's a video of that surgery. So it's a temporal paracentesis and then an infranasal paracentesis. Don't do what I did. Don't hit a blood vessel right here, because that'll creep on to the cornea when you're doing surgery. I put in some Myocol and then some Helon GV. That's a 5-0 blunted proline suture. You can see the blood right here creeping in between the gonioprism. That can sometimes mess up your view. Make a decent goniotomy, and you're going to see I'm going to depress on the back wall of Schlemm's of the TM, so I can see the back wall of Schlemm's canal. And then you want to just go as parallel as possible to the back wall. And the minute you make that first curve, the first 90 degrees, I would say, are essential. Once you know you've gone around 90 degrees and that angle the suture's taken a curve, you're pretty much in home free. The biggest risk right now is early on breaking through the back wall of Schlemm's canal. But I will typically, my first 90 degrees, I'll curve and look to make sure that it's going around. And then as it's going around, soon your vector forces change. The suture's going here and you're passing this way, the suture's going this way. You start to feel the resistance increasing. And that's how you know that you're in the right place. If you keep going like this and you get no resistance, you're not in the right place. And then right when you're about to give up hope, finally you see that suture come around 360 degrees. And then reach over the suture, retrieve the distal end. Make sure you don't grab iris or any other structures. Retrieve the distal end, and then I bring it into the center of the eye. And then with my other hand, I'll grab the proximal end of the suture and pull. And here within 5 minutes, you have a 360-degree trabeculotomy. You've opened the angle 360 degrees without touching the conjunctiva. And I've described something called the wave, my partner and I, Ron Fellman. But look at this blanching right here. It's not the most impressive example of blanching, but you'll see all this whiteness happening. That's you're flushing balanced salt solution down the distal pathway, and you're diluting it, and you can see that. And my YouTube channel has a lot better examples of this, but you see this blanching of the episcleral vasculature. We call it the episcleral venous fluid wave, and we demonstrated that was, you see all that whiteness, that was a very good prognostic indicator for successful outcomes. So this looks cool and it looks fun, but does it actually work? So in 2014, in the journal in ophthalmology, in the Blue Journal, we presented our 1-year results and initially described our outcomes in our first group of patients. We first did this in October of 2011, so we're coming on 9 years. And in both primary and secondary open-angle glaucomas, we see a sustained drop in pressure and a sustained decrease in dependence in medication. And we've done this in juvenile open-angle glaucoma. The youngest baby I've ever done this on was a 3-month-old baby, and the oldest person was like a 94-year-old lady. But we're seeing that high rate of success, tremendous success in primary congenital glaucoma. And then just a few years ago, we published our outcomes in the Journal of Glaucoma, our 2-year outcomes, which we're going to talk about today briefly. Take time to orient to the format of this table. So this is, POAG, a GAT and POAG combined, that's a phaco GAT. This is a GAT in POAG that's pseudophakic. And this is secondary GAT with phaco, and then a GAT in secondary glaucoma. Now, I want to bring your attention to this thing. And whenever you're looking at any of these outcomes in angle surgery and MIGS, you got to find out who you're doing this in. Is this the iStent patient that has very mild glaucoma that just needs a 1 millimeter of mercury? No, this is real deal glaucoma. These patients had pressures in their mid to upper 20s, if not 30s, on 3 medications with a real visual loss. Their mean deviation on visual field was anywhere between 6 and 12. So this is real glaucoma. And what do we see? We see at 2 years, we see a sustained drop in pressure from the 20s to the mid to low teens, and a sustained drop in dependence in glaucoma drops from around 3 down to 1. So this is very, very powerful. And this is, again, without a bleb, without a tube in the eye. Now, nothing is without complication. Every glaucoma surgery has complication. The very vast majority of complications related to hyphema. The other ones were more transient. Even this small cyclodialysis cleft that can be created inadvertently when you're first learning this is usually transient. But compared to trabs and tubes, the types of seriousness of complications were tremendously lower. And this is going worldwide, thankfully. And it's not just the data out of our practice, but these are, as far as I could tell, the data from around the world, from Canada, from Turkey, and from across the United States on outcomes with GAT. So GAT is a novel, safe, minimally invasive conjunctival sparing surgery. The 2-year results show a cumulative proportion of failure anywhere from 0.18 to 0.35, depending on the group. And the chance of needing further glaucoma surgery was extremely low after 2 years, from 0.09 to 0.28. And the secondary groups and the combined groups tended to do a lot better than standalone. We do need longer follow-up. My dream is to get a prospective GAT trial going. I think when it comes to glaucoma surgery, especially MIGS, we need to talk about cost-effective delivery of care. That's true, not as true in the United States. They don't keep that in their mind often, but around the world, it's a reality that all of us battle. A $4 suture for a GAT surgery is tremendously better than any of the devices out there. And I think we do need to be conscious and cognizant of cost when we're doing these surgeries. And this is from my colleague from Canada, Bryce Ford. He looked at all the studies and kind of MIGS trials and put a price. These are Canadian dollars, not US dollars, so it's kind of like fake money. But it's price per millimeter mercury lowering. And you can see without question, I would say GAT is the most cost-effective MIGS procedure out there. This is not a map of COVID. This is a map of GAT worldwide. And as far as I know, it's being done in over 24 countries. I would love to see Bangladesh added to this list. I'm not aware of anybody in Bangladesh doing this surgery, but hopefully they will be soon. This is what I use. If you want to take a screenshot, these are the materials I use when I do perform GAT. So this is just for instruction if you want to play with it. For those who wish to learn GATT, every year for the past 3 years, we've taught an instructional international course at the American Academy of Ophthalmology. Once the world opens up, I have an open door policy in my operating room. If anybody wants to come visit me, please let me know. And I'd be honored at a later time if there's interest in through your society. If there's more interest on GATT, I'd be happy to talk more about the details of the nuances of how to do this. So this is my YouTube channel. A lot of the videos are on my YouTube. Thank you so much for your time. And sorry, I went a little bit over, but it's just been an honor to talk to you today. And I look forward to my second talk later on.
Thank you, Dr. Grover. That was an excellent presentation. I'm sure that we are going to be on that list in a couple of months. We are going to see Bangladesh in that list of, we are going to make the 25th country. So
wonderful. I can't wait.
We have some questions, but I would like to invite Dr. S.S. Pandav to make some comments on the presentation.
I think that's a fantastic presentation. I think Dr. Grover has been, I think, doing this procedure for a long time, and I think he's such an expert in surgery. I have seen a few YouTube videos as well. I think the procedure looks to be really good, and like trabeculotomy has been there for a long time. External mostly to begin with, but later on, with other methods as well. Now the technology has become more refined, and I think we can visualize the angles much better, and you have much better control over the procedure. So I think maybe that's why we are getting probably better results now. My question to Dr. Grover would be like, how do you see it, say, you did mention about the long-term follow-up, and one of the concerns would be because you had just, ripped the meshwork, and are there any chances that it's going to heal there, or the Schlemm's canal could get epithelialized in an abnormal manner over a period of time? Do you have those concerns about the procedure?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really good point. And you talk to like Murray Johnstone, who really has a big belief in the valve function of the trabecular meshwork and preserving that function. And I know Murray very, very well, and the conversations I've had with him, as far as his concerns about destroying or the trabecular tissue and possibly losing that valve pump action in the trabecular meshwork and the microtubules, is that he said, in glaucoma, we see the functioning of the valve and the pump mechanism of the trabecular meshwork fall out, and it's no longer functional. And so that's one thing that I think about, that while the trabecular meshwork is important, the diseased trabecular meshwork, there's no doubt that's the site of the disease. Now, one thing I also talk to my patients about is I say, this is really no different than the innovation from an open appendectomy to a laparoscopic appendectomy. This surgery has been around for 70 years. So it's not like it's a surgery that we invented in our garage and we only have 2 years evidence or 5 years evidence or 9 years evidence. But I can say with confidence that we have, 70 plus years evidence of trabeculotomy in adults and in kids. And this, if anything, is a less invasive, safer approach. And the outcomes we're seeing are no different than what's been reported with ab externo 360 circumferential trabeculotomy, but we're just doing it in a much less invasive way. When we have patients that fail, we notice actually we don't see a difference in outcomes if I have to go on to do a trabeculectomy or a tube shunt in a patient that fails. Now, the only thing that's important to remember, and I'm so glad, Dr. Pandav, that you brought up this point, is that when a patient has had a trabeculotomy, you saw in that chart, there is a very low risk of blood reflux because the trabecular tissue is gone. And when you go back into the eye to do a trabeculectomy and you decompress the eye, or you do a tube shunt and you decompress the eye, rarely you can get some blood reflux. But that's the exception as opposed to the rule. And the last thing I want to say, just because it's so important, I think when I think about the healthcare society in Bangladesh and in India and in Pakistan and a lot of the other countries, unlike the United States, where patients are put on drops for 20 or 30 years, when I've gone and performed this surgery in other countries, in Saudi Arabia or in India, what's interesting about those healthcare systems is that patients are not put on drops for 20 years. They're put on drops for 3 months, 6 months, and then it's a surgical disease. And one of the other slides I didn't show in my 2-year outcomes is that patients with advanced disease with a mean deviation of worse than -15 had about a 90% chance of failure. And that's in the United States. When I did this surgery in other countries where patients had advanced disease, but have only been put on drops for maybe 3 to 6 months, they present with advanced disease. They actually tend to do very, very well, and their tissue, when I touched their trabecular meshwork and I touched their conjunctiva, was so much healthier, and they were virgin eyes that I think responded very well to angle surgery.
So is that because the drops, the continued use or long-term use of drops is changing the trabecular meshwork or the episcleral venous drainage system?
Yes, I think both. I think both. Their trabecular meshwork, their canal seems sclerotic, and I think what I extract from the light trial that out of England, where that compared SLT to latanoprost, and why the SLT patients did better. I think what we're seeing is that perhaps these drops are not as benign as we think, and they can cause some episcleral subconjunctival sclerosis and damage, and some damage to the structures long term. So I think we're all moving towards maybe more likely to do interventions, safer interventions, as opposed to chronic drop use because of those observations.
And Dr. Grover, how do you view this procedure vis-a-vis the Cahook's double blade and the trabectome?
Yeah, so if you look at the data, and we've published on our outcomes with Cahook dual blade goniotomy, or even the Tenedo goniotomy out of Japan, which is reusable. And I kind of think of it as a stage. So you saw the outcomes we're getting. We're getting almost a 10 millimeters of mercury decrease, number one, and number two, a drop of 2 to 3 drops, dependence on drops. When you look at the data with the Cahook goniotomy, you're seeing maybe 3 millimeters of mercury decrease in pressure and 1 drop in medication. So I kind of, if a patient has very mild disease, I'll consider something like an iStent or a Hydrus. Kind of mild to moderate, then I'll consider a Cahook dual blade goniotomy. But if they have moderate to advanced, where I need a significant drop in pressure, a significant decrease in dependence in drops, I think the data in one of the papers I showed was comparing Harm's trabeculotome to 360 trabeculotomy. I think what you're seeing in the data as well is that the degree of pressure lowering and the degree of decrease in glaucoma drops is substantially greater with GAT when you're opening up the angle 360 degrees as opposed to a small amount. And the cost difference is there too. You can off-label, you can reuse the Cahook dual blade goniotomy if you gas it. You can't autoclave it, but with a $4 suture, or even a lot less expensive in other countries, it's fractions compared to what the cost of a Cahook dual blade goniotomy is.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pandav. And I think in Bangladesh, I tried once or twice, but I was not successful. I know that Professor Nazrul Islam has also tried. Professor Nazrul Islam, do you want to have any comments on this?
Yeah, no, not comment, like onto a question to Dr. Grover. And first of all, thank you very much for the excellent presentation, and also joining to our conference. Thank you very much. I have 2 queries. One is, after seeing your surgery, live surgery in Pondicherry, India, do you remember 2 years before?
Yeah, of course.
I thought you did so by 5 minutes. I thought it is very, very easy. I came to Dhaka and I tried, but I couldn't. And the only problem I feel is the goniotomy. I feel a lot of hyphema. When there is, I put a goniotomy, there is hyphema, I cannot see well. The angle I cannot see. That is one of the problem. And secondly, recently I also tried, after having the low temp cautery, very nice 5-0, making the mushroom shape. And I tried, but I could go up to 50-60 degree, not more than that. I get obstacle up to 50-60 degrees. So these 2 things, how can I overcome, please?
Yes. One, Nazrul, thank you so much for reaching out to me, and it's so nice to see you. And I do remember us visiting when I was in Pondicherry, and it was so nice to meet you up, and I'm honored to have met you then. What I would love to do is at a later time, if you guys would allow me to give a longer discussion on really the nuances and troubleshooting, but a couple big things. When you first saw cataract surgery, it looked so easy. When you see the masters do cataract surgery and they make everything look so easy, and then you touch the eye and you feel so humbled. When I remember when I first saw cataract surgery and I was like, oh, I could do this. And then I go even do a paracentesis and it makes me, it takes me 5 minutes to do a side port incision. And so as with everything, when you have practice, you make it look easy. I watch, Roger Federer hit a forehand and I feel like I can hit it, but a couple of things. One, you need to, number one, always maintain your chamber, right? And then two, have your patient in reverse Trendelenburg. That minimizes the episcleral venous pressure. So if you have them flat or even with their head down, you're going to get blood reflux. I sometimes have my patients at a 30-degree angle, and it minimizes that. So when you touch, you can see this picture in the background. When you touch the TM, you don't want to see any blood in the canal. And if you're having blood reflux, you need to pressurize the eye and you need to minimize episcleral venous pressure. But there are a lot of little other tricks that I could spend an hour talking to you about, and I have the material to do that. So yeah, I would love to add Bangladesh to the list, and love to have you be able to do this in a safe way. So let me if you have me sometime we'll reschedule something and have a dedicated one where I can spend an hour or so talking about that.
Sure.
Certainly. Thank you, Dr. Grover and Professor Nazrul Islam. I'm sure we're going to have that session. So now we would like to start the next presentation, and I would like to introduce our next speaker, Professor Sheikh M.A. Mannaf. He was the past president of BGS, and he is currently the advisor of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society. He's the managing director of Harun Eye Foundation and Hospital, and he was the head of department of ophthalmology of one of the large hospital, Bardem, in Bangladesh. And he's going to speak on trabeculectomy, how I do it. So I invite Professor Sheikh M.A. Mannaf to start his presentation.
Yes, I am very much afraid of speaking today on trabeculectomy because a lot of surgeons are keep them away from trabeculectomy.
Yeah, can you please start?
Dear participants, good evening, everybody. I am Dr. Sheikh M.A. Mannaf, past president and advisor of the Bangladesh Glaucoma Society. Trabeculectomy is my choice of surgery for the glaucoma patients. In my training period, I have started iridine crisis and sheath operation when I was working in Mymensingh Medical College Hospital. I have seen trabeculectomy first time in 1983 when my mentor, Professor Harun, was doing the trabeculectomy. Later on, I have seen the trabeculectomy doing by Professor M. Mustafizur Rahman. Here I want to say the Professor Mustafizur Rahman was the founder president of the Bangladesh Glaucoma Society. I have started trabeculectomy operation in 1984. My decision of trabeculectomy depends on types of glaucoma, magnitude and duration of elevation of intraocular pressure, extent of progression of visual field defects, course of the diseases of both the eyes, and the compliances of the patients. I always make a plan preoperatively what would be the size and shape of the superficial flap, thickness of the superficial flap, and size of the deep scleral block with trabecular meshwork. And parametric points I also look after for the site of trabeculectomy without scleral perforating vessels. And I take care of the conjunctiva and during iridectomy, perfect size of iridectomy and perfect tightening of the superficial scleral flap. The fixation of eye, I use always the superior rectus medial suture, sometimes use peripheral corneal fixation suture. And local anesthesia is my choice before doing the surgery. Here I am doing the trabeculectomy. This procedure was about 20 years back when I am doing trabeculectomy with my device with tenonectomy. Anerectomy should be proper and peripheral. Stitch should be well tightened but perfect for the good filtration. Conjunctiva should be closed very properly. Our operative titration of aqueous filtration is understood by using the air bubble in anterior chamber, and also filtration can be understood by after completing the conjunctival suture. For operative peripheral deep epidural, I am using in each and every cases to prevent the postoperative inflammation. Here I have given the air in the anterior chamber and given the water as well. And the air bubble is becoming larger. It means the aqueous or water is passing from the anterior chamber to the blade. This is a combined procedure. I am deepening the angle of the anterior chamber with the eye tip and washing all the materials from the anterior chamber and giving the anterior air in the anterior chamber to check the filtration procedure. In my long time practice, I can say you that a good trabeculectomy procedure with proper postoperative management of intraocular pressure, intraocular inflammation, and regular follow-up may ensure the perfect management of both open-angle glaucoma and angle-closure glaucoma. But many times this filtration surgery fails to maintain the aqueous filtration. That's why we, the glaucoma surgeon, have to add adjuncts or define variations or additional procedures like trabeculectomy with tenonectomy. Here I am using trabeculectomy with my definition C, and initially I was doing trabeculectomy with tenonectomy. Now also I am doing trabeculectomy with trabeculotomy in the congenital glaucoma, and the trabeculotomy with cataract surgery is my choice of combined surgery in case of a patient having cataract and glaucoma both. In the beginning of 2000, I divided my cases into 3 groups. Group 1, patients of age more than 50 years. Group 2, patients of age 20 to 50. And Group 3, patients of age below 20, where I did trabeculectomy with MMC in all the cases. Now I am doing trabeculectomy with my MMC in all the cases, placing the sponge soaked with MMC under the conjunctiva and superficial scleral flap, and the duration of exposure to MMC from 60 to 90 seconds depends on the age of the patient, associated ocular disorders, and thickness of Tenon's capsule. Here you can see the placement of the sponge soaked with the MMC under the conjunctiva as well as under the superficial scleral flap, and that will be remained for 60 seconds. For the congenital and infantile glaucoma patients, I did tap with MMC with the limbal-based conjunctival flap. Although trap and trap is now the common procedure for congenital glaucoma cases. Here you can see I'm doing the surgery with the limbal-based conjunctiva and placing the sponge soaked with MMC in the same procedure under the conjunctiva and the superficial scleral flap. And conjunctival wound is completed with stitches. Here, case of tenonectomy, and that was also I'm doing about 20 years back when I'm doing trabeculectomy with tenonectomy, trabeculectomy with cataract surgery through the same port. Now I'm doing the separate ports. In the past 35 years, I did not face a lot of troubles with the result of trabeculectomy operations in my cases. And I have done a trap and phaco trap in many cases of end-stage glaucoma with static tubular visual field in more than 10 years follow-up. In some cases of trap and in a few cases of phaco trap, I have done revision of trap or retrap. my experience with severe hypertony after trabeculectomy and leaking bleed is rare. This is a case of revision of trabeculectomy. Here you can see the superficial scleral flap was triangular and the trabeculectomy hole and peripheral aneurysectomy hole was not well placed at the site of trabeculectomy. I reopened the wound by separating the superficial scleral flap and extended the scleral opening and completed the iridectomy. That's why I say the trabeculectomy opening should be free from peripheral iris. That's why that will not block the opening. This is a case of another case of revision of trabeculectomy. Here, the superficial scleral flap was quadrangular, and the dissection was good. The trabeculectomy hole and aneurysectomy was good, but ciliary process was the factor which was important to block the opening of the trabecular hole. I have cauterized the ciliary processes that will be helpful for the well filtration. This is a case of scleral bleb leakage, and here I have dissected the conjunctiva about the trabeculectomy, and the site is covered with a graft conjunctiva taken from the lower part of the same eye. I have been observing glaucoma surgery with GDD since 1986 when I was working at Wills Eye Hospital. In my opinion, glaucoma surgery with GDD is an option for the management of recurrent failure of trabeculectomy or refractory glaucoma cases. I do not have experience of using GDD in my cases. Uneventful surgical steps, no blood in SC during surgery, perfect attaining of the scleral sutures are the key points for a good trabeculectomy procedure. To read the behavior of air in anterior chamber after suturing the superficial flap is very important. To understand the filtration of passes, probable target pressure, and need to adjust the sutures and these sutures, or you can give additional sutures. Measures to prevent postoperative inflammation, postoperative medication and follow-up, titration of intraocular pressure, addition of anti-glaucoma medications, and also management of complications of trabeculectomy are important, and I always keep in mind during postoperative follow-up. Trabeculectomy is still the first choice of surgical procedures of all types of glaucoma. Success rate of trabeculectomy depends on the quality of surgical procedure and postoperative management. Results of trabeculectomy with mitral emergency is better than simple trabeculectomy. Glaucoma surgery with GDD, MIGS, or other new techniques are better in some selective cases, but the question of cost effectiveness is the drawback in developing countries. Finally, I want to conclude with the fact that trabeculectomy with MMC is a better procedure for surgical management of glaucoma of all the patients. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
I would like to thank Professor Sheikh M. Manna for the excellent presentation, and we all know that he is one of the best surgeon of trabeculectomy in our country. And I would like to invite Dr. Chandrima Paul to make a comment on this presentation, please.
Wonderful presentation. And in fact, I had the privilege of hearing him live last year at Dhaka. And I do remember, like, he had then also made a wonderful presentation. And I really liked the retrabs which he did, because few people actually can do those retrabs that well. He actually opened up the same flap and then extended the ostium, and which was like beautifully done, I think. And yes, trabeculectomy remains the gold standard until something else comes better than that. Excellent.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Dr. Chandrimapal. So we would move on to the next presentation, and Dr. Chandrimapal is our next presenter. She is the Honorary Secretary General of Glaucoma Society of India. She is the Director of BBI Foundation, Kolkata, and President of the Kolkata Association of Ophthalmologists. And she is going to be talking on trabeculectomy complication, how to prevent and manage them. So I would invite Dr. Chandrimapal to share her screen and make the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bangladesh Glaucoma Society and Professor Nazrul Islam for this invite. But I do miss the hospitality I enjoyed last year during this time at Dhaka. And I look forward to that. So I'm going to take you through trabeculectomy complications, prevention, and management. So trabeculectomy, as we all know, provides a non-physiologic route for aqueous outflow, and complications may occur despite the best of efforts of the surgeon. Timely detection and management of these complications is vital for a good surgical outcome. These complications can be divided into perioperative and post-operative. So I love this picture, and every time I talk about trabeculectomy, I like to show it because trabeculectomy is such a delicate balance between flow and scarring. So intraoperative, you could have a buttonhole of the conjunctiva, scleral flap tear, perforation, lens injury, hemorrhage, choroidal effusion, and decimal stripping. Early postoperative, you could have hypotony, flat anterior chamber, or deep anterior chamber. You could have elevated intraocular pressure, flat anterior chamber and deep anterior chamber, snuff out phenomena. And late complications, you could have thinning and leaking bleb, overhanging large bleb, and bleb-related infections, or finally cataract. So this is actually a small video of an intraoperative complication. Look what I do. Just look at my left hand, and there, the scleral flap is in my hand. So anyway, without losing nerves, continue with the surgery, finish your iridectomy, and then all you have to do is basically suture back that flap and keep your nerves cool and do it. But if you do it properly, it actually works as good as surgery without any complications. So I simply just sutured it back, and post-operatively, of course, like I did not even realize that this was the case where the flap was torn during surgery. So these are small intraoperative complications which you have to deal with on the table itself. Next, this is another one on the table. I was doing a live surgery and I hadn't seen the patient preoperatively, and I was doing an express shunt. So the flap, as you trace, slightly thicker, and just look what I do. There you go. That's a perforation. So that's pretty difficult on a live surgery table. But anyway, I closed up that wound and again opened up a fresh new area, and then I did do the express shunt. So those are two dreaded complications of on the table intraoperative. Prevention and management of complications intraoperative. Again, you can have buttonholing of the conjunctival flap. So you need to do gentle handling. Use of non-tooth forceps is recommended, and suture with tenonylon in figure of 8 if you do have it. So episcleral hemorrhage, gentle and sustained pressure, light cautery, use of viscoelastic. Choroidal effusion, slow release of AC is very important to avoid choroidal effusion. Preoperative mannitol infusion is a must. I always do it on a routine basis. Counseling if there is choroidal effusion, suprachoroidal multiple incisions to drain the fluid if required. And vitreous loss during iridectomy due to rupture of the lens sonules and anterior hyaloid membrane. So perioperative surgical pearls are considered topical or single site parabulbar anesthesia. Never use tooth forceps to handle the conjunctiva. Aim for watertight conjunctival closure. Lower high preoperative intraocular pressure, and never leave the operating room with an unclosed leak. So if you look at that flow chart, early postoperative complications, you could have hypotony or you could have elevated intraocular pressure. So with hypotony, you could have a flat anterior chamber or a deep anterior chamber. And with the flat anterior chamber, it could be due to a leaking bleb, overfiltration, or choroidal effusion. And with the deep anterior chamber, it's almost always overfiltration. So elevated intraocular pressure, again, you can have both the types of anterior chamber. For flat anterior chamber, it could be aqueous misdirection, pupillary block, delayed suprachoroidal hemorrhage, and with deep anterior chamber, it could be a failing bleb, internal block, or encapsulation. So early postoperative complications, high intraocular pressure with deep anterior chamber, usually because of tight closure of the wound. Gonioscopy to rule out obstruction to the flow at the sclerostomy site. Obstruction is rare and is usually due to fibrin, blood, vitreous, or iris, or imperforate Descemet's membrane. Obstruction with fibrin and blood is transient, whereas obstruction with iris or vitreous needs intervention. Separate the edges of the scleral flap with digital pressure. The intraocular pressure, depth of AC, and height of the bleb should be noted after the digital pressure. These measures may have to be repeated multiple times, and if the intraocular pressure remains high, removal of the releasable sutures if you've used them, or laser suturolysis can be considered. High intraocular pressure with shallow anterior chamber. Could be pupillary block, responds well to laser, or surgical iridectomy. Aqueous misdirection. Initial management consists of aqueous suppressants and cycloplegics. If medical therapy fails, then surgical treatment is required. Suprachoroidal hemorrhage. Ultrasonography demonstrates blood in the suprachoroidal space. Small hemorrhages can resolve spontaneously with topical or systemic steroids, and larger ones will require drainage. Low intraocular pressure with shallow or flat anterior chamber, as you see out there, and a flat bleb. So conjunctival wound licks, hypotony with a visible bleb should alert the surgeon of the possibility of a conjunctival leak, and the Siddle's test usually localizes the site of the leak. Conservative treatment consists of patching of the eye, bandage, contact lens, or a collagen shield. Serous choroidal detachments, precipitating factor could be hypotony, conservative therapy that consists of frequent topical steroids and cycloplegics with or without steroids. Rarely an inadvertent cyclodialysis cleft. Low intraocular pressure with shallow or flat anterior chamber and elevated bleb. Excessive filtration or overfiltration due to a loose scleral flap suture usually resolves spontaneously. Treatment is recommended when the AC is very shallow or if hypotony is associated with large choroidal effusion. Early postoperative period pearls would be then digital massage helps in formation of the bleb. Laser suturolysis and releasable sutures are useful techniques. Tackle one suture at a time to avoid hypotony, especially in eyes that have received antimetabolites. Early recognition of signs of scarring and appropriate treatment improves the success rate of trabeculectomy. Always try conservative treatment with encapsulated blebs. Aqueous misdirection is the difficult complication to manage. The best approach is to prevent the initiating factor, that is sudden shallowing of the AC in high-risk eyes. Common cause of serous choroidal detachment is the hypotonic eye. After trabeculectomy, it's more common in older patients. Late postoperative complications, you could have chronic hypotony with disc edema and macular folds, as you see in the picture. There could be a bleb leak, or there could be a positive Siddle sign. So the treatment would be conservative. You can use cyanoacrylate glue or fibrin tissue glue. Autologous blood injection also sometimes help. If that doesn't help, then you have to go for a bleb revision. So failing or failed blebs. Late failure of bleb is mainly due to fibrosis at the conjunctival and episcleral interface with the patent sclerostomy, and rarely due to obstructed sclerotomy. Management depends upon the cause always. External revision and needling using antimetabolites is the common recommended procedure for failed blebs due to scarring or failing blebs. Internal revision with laser can be tried for sclerotomy obstruction, and when these measures fail, repeat glaucoma surgery will be needed. So you can have symptomatic blebs as well when there is blebitis, which is a word of caution. You need to speak to the patient regarding the health of the bleb and how they need to take care of it. And of course, endophthalmitis we all dread. So late postoperative complication pearls are early postoperative hypotony, leads to chronic hypotony. So avoid low IOP, especially in eyes treated with antimetabolites. Patient education is very important to minimize the risk of bleb leak and infections related to it. Failure of the bleb can occur at any time. So following surgery, post-surgery follow-up is a must for all patients. Tear film disturbances are common, which can cause symptomatic blebs. So we need to give the patient artificial tears, and immediate and aggressive treatment of bleb infections can actually salvage the eye. So I'll say that a successful trabeculectomy is a stable surgical fistula. The one thing required to keep a fistula patent, rather open, is flow. The principal and most challenging complication is scarring, and prevention is vastly preferable to cure. And I'll leave you with a small video of lifting the bleb. All of us who have been doing glaucoma surgery for over decades have seen these blebs. And so that's preoperative overhanging bleb. And so it's a relatively simple surgery, just demarcate the margin, and with very delicate spatula, just lift that up from over the cornea. So once you lift that up delicately over the cornea, then you can actually excise it at the demarcation margin which you made. So this requires a little bit of patience and delicate handling. So once you've done that, you can actually excise it over the demarcation that was done. And so that is it. And then it can actually again overgrow. So all you need to do is put a compression suture to lift it up and keep it that way. That's also relatively simple. So mattress sutures basically. So there you are. It's lifting it up and holding it tight. And that's tight enough. That's the exercise part of the bleb. And post-operatively, this is how it looked. After 3 months, that's how it looked. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Chandrimapal. And I love the first slide, the balancing between the scarring and the filtration that we need. I would invite Professor Dr. Iftekhar Munir to make a comment on the trabeculectomy complication management presentation. Dr. Iftekhar Munir.
Thank you, Dr. Istiak, for giving me the opportunity to say something. I want to give thanks to Dr. Chandrima for nice and informative presentation. So I don't comment on her presentation. I can say something on our topics only. Actually, trabeculectomy is a gold standard operation for the advanced glaucoma, but it is an unpredictable operation. And success depends upon preoperative selection of the patient, preoperative risk assessment, and perioperative techniques depend upon the preoperative assessment, and postoperative complication management, timely management with appropriate technique. These are the main 3 factors, I think, for successfulness of the trabeculectomy operation. Dr. Chandrima Pal nicely described how we can prevent the complication and how we can manage perioperative and postoperative complication very nicely. Today, our viewers, I think, they very much benefited from our presentation. I would like to give thanks once again for a wonderful presentation. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Professor Iftekhar Munir. Now, I would like to introduce Professor M. Nazrul Islam. He is the Chairman, Glaucoma Faculty of Bangladesh Eye Hospital and Institute. He is the President of Bangladesh Society of Cataract and Refractive Surgeon, and he was the past president of Bangladesh Glaucoma Society. And I would just like to say some words beyond this. This one slide does not do suffice to his name. He is the pioneer person who has introduced many of the things. He went to different conferences and used to come up with all the new things, and he has inspired many young ophthalmologists to find the path as a glaucoma specialist. And I invite Professor M. Nazrul Islam to make his presentation on current trends of pediatric glaucoma surgery.
Thank you, Dr. Istiak, for your very kind words. And it's really a privilege and opportunity for me to speak in front of esteemed speakers and panelists. I would request you to run my video. It is a pre-recorded presentation, please. Good evening, everyone, my esteemed panelists, speakers, and moderator of this session. Thanks for the opportunity. Well, my topic will be current trends of pediatric glaucoma surgery. I do not have any financial disclosure. If we look to this slide, our children come to us so late with the edematous cornea, ophthalmos, not only in the congenital, infantile, and juvenile stage. And if we do not have good treatment, the result becomes blindness. What is the treatment now? It is mostly surgical, because we know that a lot of side effects with the medical treatment, and their blood volume is only 1/20th of the adult. You cannot give medical treatment for a long time. It can be, of course, a supportive role before your surgery and even after surgery. And definitely for a long time, we are using the goniotomy, trabeculotomy, ab externo. Recently, people are using GAT, mix, and definitely in the advanced stages, we need filtration surgery, deep sclerotomy, glaucoma deterrence devices, and cyclodistractive procedures. Dr. Otto Barkan actually started and published this article that goniotomy can be used in children in 1942. After that, it has been tried also in adult, but it has been established that if the cornea is clear, the goniotomy is one of the best treatment for the infantile glaucoma. And if you look here, the cornea is a little bit clear. In that cases, you can use the direct gonioscope. I am using here the Swan-Jacob gonio lens and using the MBR knife. Of course, you can use the 26G sharp needle also to make the incision in the trabecular meshwork. So whenever giving the incision, definitely there might be some hemorrhage, which is very common, but usually it can be washed out after surgery, and usually it goes within 1 or 2 days. Next surgery is the trabeculotomy ab externo. In the year 1960s, it was published by Beck et al. And Lynch et al. That they started the trabeculotomy ab externo, usually in the superior part, in 100 to 120 degree. And from then, it is becoming popular by many surgeons, and especially in the harms and other surgeons. They started using the special clip. We call it harms clip now. And with this, you can actually break the trabecular meshwork. Any dysgenesis in the trabecular meshwork, you can break. So you have to make a superficial scleral flap, then find the Schlemm's canal. Is one of the procedure that needs some technique and some experience. And whenever you find some gush of fluid is coming, that means you have reached up to the Schlemm's canal. Then you can introduce the harms clip. It has two, one is for the left, another is for the right. So I'm introducing here the left one first. So you can go smoothly in the trabecular meshwork in the Schlemm's canal. Up to that you can do easily. And then you can go to the anterior chamber so that it breaks the trabecular dysgenesis or any sort of obstruction in the trabecular meshwork. Similarly, you can go with the right side. You can go inside and then you can go to the anterior chamber and break the trabecular meshwork this way. There are some advantages of goniotomy, like it is very simple. It does not disturb the cornea, direct visualization, and you can target the cutting edge of the target tissue. On the other hand, trabeculotomy is very good for the cloudy cornea, where you cannot do the goniotomy, and no need of introducing sharp instrument in the antechamber, which sometimes may cause danger. Combined trabeculotomy and trabeculectomy. Mawel et al. First reported in 1980 that combined trabeculotomy and trabeculectomy can be done. Later on, many authors, Dr. A.K. Mondal, Dr. Elder, they found in the studies that actually it works better, especially in advanced glaucoma cases. This is a case of my patient, 2 months old, and the patient having, you see, the cloudy cornea. The pressure is 32 millimeter mercury, both thalamus, half cestra. So in this case, I thought only trabeculotomy may not help to decrease the intraocular pressure. So I did both the trabeculotomy and trabeculectomy in this particular case. So trabeculotomy, already I mentioned, the last case is same here. And you can see here, the fluid is coming. So definitely you can go inside with the harms clip, and in the like the last video, you can go inside, and up to that you can go easily, then go into the antechamber and break the trabecular meshwork and other dysgenesis. Similarly, go to the right side and do the break of the trabecular meshwork. And there is different studies showed, even in this study in the African population, they found the trab and trab actually works better for the children who actually comes late with corneal edema, with higher intraocular pressure. So they found also. So this in this subcontinent, India, Bangladesh, in the African black people, probably the combined procedure, trabeculotomy and trabeculectomy, is the right procedure for the control of intraocular pressure in these children. Now, trabeculectomy is sometimes do in the children because this is a patient, 14 years old, had steroid-induced glaucoma. So this patient do not have any dysgenesis in the trabecular meshwork. Rather, they have some thickening due to the pathology of the steroid, long time using of a steroid. So these are the patients when you need to do the filtration surgery. Otherwise, only trabeculectomy may not be helpful. So you can do the trabeculectomy, but definitely with augmentation with anti-VEGF or anti-metabolites you have to do. So my practice is with mitomycin C mostly, but I do not must use the 5-FU. But I have done a 100 case series with the anti-VEGF subconjunctivally. That also helps to decrease the IOP and for a diffuse bleb. So in this particular case, I used the subconjunctival low concentration MMC to use the anesthesia. So I didn't use any any sponge here. And finally, I sutured the flap and sutured the conjunctiva by Vicryl. Now, recently, the trend is 360-degree trabeculotomy. And Dr. Beck, Lynch, and Medicino, they actually started to do the 360-degree trabeculotomy. But after that, today we are so much proud that Davinder S. Grobar is with us, and he's one of the pioneer of this GATT procedure, the 360-degree trabeculotomy. This is a procedure by eye track, the fiber optic lighted eye track catheter. That is the better because it has less complication, better visibility. So definitely the result is better than the 5-0 Pauline and other procedure. This is of the video of the GATT procedure by eye track microcatheter. I took it from Dr. Rishi Kumar, and I do not have any experience of GATT with the eye track catheter, because you know that the eye track catheter is one-time use. It is very expensive. I asked the LX company; they said it is about $900 to $1,000. So definitely for this country, for India, for Bangladesh, actually this has become very expensive for our patient. So yet we could not start and the right way to do it. Here again, the goniotomy is done, and then you are using the you are using here the catheter, eye track catheter, going into the angle through the goniotomy port,
and then coming to the whole way, all the way of 360 degree, the other end will come. Then you bring both the ends out so that cutting all 360 degree of the trabecular meshwork. This helps you to go to directly open the trabecular meshwork so that the fluid outflow will be more and more in these cases. So this is the surgery by Dr. Davinder S. Grover. Thank you, Dr. Grover, for the opportunity, because you put many of your academic videos in the YouTube, and we learn so much from your YouTube channels and from the videos. This is one of the videos that you have shown. I've also seen his live surgery in India. It is so easily he does, but it's not very easy if you want to do it. And going in the interchamber and putting all these things not very easy, but definitely it's has some learning curve. And definitely we have learned from him the way how to do the 5-0 The low temp cautery also helps to make the suture end round. It is very important. Otherwise, that may go to the antechamber, that may go to the choroid. So it should be some complication. Lastly, the glaucoma drainage device in children. Many studies showed that aqueous shunt is useful for the refractory glaucoma, and valve device is better for the pediatric glaucoma, and FP7, FP8 valve device you can use in both cases. So I prefer the valve device in children because if we use the non-valved one, you have to give the anti-glaucoma medication again for some weeks, maybe 4 to 6 weeks. So this is really a problem for the children. So I try to put most in the cases the valved one. Definitely you can use the FP7 also, because the children's eye is bigger because of ophthalmos. The eyesight is bigger. So definitely FP8 can be used, and many authors have shown it is useful that you can use also FP because of larger surface areas. Now, the cyclorestorative procedure, yes, it can be done only in most of the cases when vision is poor, just to save the patient pain, decrease the pain, all these things. But recently, I talked to Dr. Paul Chiu. He said that, yes, you can do the micropulse laser, even for the good vision eyes of the patient. But actually, it is not yet published that how it works for the children for a long time. But definitely, you can use it for the children before this surgery as a conservative way. So what are the future trends of pediatric surgery? Future trends is still probably circumferential 360-degree trap, and that is the GAT. And when the angle surgery fails, then you can definitely go for filtration surgery, glaucoma drainage device, laser photocoagulation, etc. So, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I like to say, although the outcome of surgical treatment in pediatric glaucoma has improved significantly, its treatment remains challenging. Newer procedures like GAT, TRAP 360-degree trabectome, barely getting to their first decade, still need to prove themselves in a disease that requires long-term, lifelong control of the children. At the end, I like to congratulate the researchers, surgeons, and clinicians who have improved the outlook of pediatric glaucoma surgeries and increased chances for better vision for our young glaucoma patients. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Nazrul Islam. Such a hard surgery, but you made it look so easy and delicate. I would like to invite Dr. L. Vijaya to make some comments on this procedure.
Thank you, Edward. Nazrul, very nice, comprehensive surgical options we have with pediatric glaucoma. So the only thing I just wanted to emphasize is that pediatric glaucoma is a huge spectrum. So you have all varieties of glaucoma, and what kind of a glaucoma dictates the outcome. So if it is a primary congenital glaucoma, whether it is a neonate onset or infantile glaucoma, even they can differ in terms of the outcome. So as far as the primary congenital glaucoma, where there is a dysgenesis of the angle, I think any angle surgery, either goniotomy, trabeculectomy, should perform well in those children. But as he rightly pointed out, now the trend is to move towards a 360-degree trabeculotomy. You can use the catheter, or you can use Devinder's technique of GAT, So we tend to do a two-side trabeculotomy. That is superiorly and also inferiorly. So ultimately, the outcome of the surgery is dictated by what is the cause for the glaucoma in children. And we tend to keep the GDD mainly for the post-cataract surgery glaucomas, which is not uncommon in children, and other forms of secondary glaucoma. So well done, Nazrul. Thank you very much for asking me to comment about it. Thank you.
Dr. Ishtiaq, unmute, please. Dr. Ishtiaq, unmute.
Sorry, yes. I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Fabian Lerner. He is the professor of ophthalmology, School of Medical Science, Favaloro University. And he is the president of World Glaucoma Association, former president of Argentine Society of Ophthalmology, Pan American Society of Glaucoma, and Argentine Glaucoma Association. And he is going to be talking on old and new concept and tips of management of angle closure. Dr. Fabian, I would invite you to share your screen and make the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I feel very honored to be sharing with you some thoughts on angle closure today. So there are 80 million people with glaucoma in 2020. This is what is calculated for this year. And 25% of these are angle closure. Most of them are women, and 25% are considered to be blind. This is more than doubled compared with open angle glaucoma. There is a high prevalence in Asia, where most of the angle closure glaucoma is. So the traditional classification is based on symptoms, and this classification talks about acute primary angle closure, which is what you are seeing now in the video. Subacute or intermittent, chronic angle closure, and latent, which is the one that occurs only under specific conditions. Another classification is based on mechanisms, and this divides angle closure in pupillary block, plateau iris, lens induced, and the angle closure induced behind the lens. So these are a few examples of pupillary block, and this can be absolute pupillary block with a secluded pupil, as you see below in the pictures, or a relative pupillary block, as it is shown in the video. Plateau iris talks about an abnormal ciliary body position, as it is shown here, and this should be differentiated from pseudo-plateau, which is what we encounter in cysts of the iris as here, or the ciliary body as here. Lens induced could be intumescent or a luxation or subluxation of the lens, or even with a big lens pushing the iris forward. And behind the lens is what is named as malignant glaucoma, or aqueous misdirection, as you see here in this example of a patient that was referred to me on a Friday evening with malignant glaucoma after laser peripheral iridotomy. As you see, both eyes were with aqueous misdirection, and the IOP was extremely elevated. We can We can also divide angle closure based on anterior segment OCT, and it was divided into pupillary block, plateau iris configuration, prominent iris last hole, and exaggerated lens vault. But the most common classification is the one that describes primary angle closure disease and divides it into primary angle closure suspect, primary angle closure, and primary angle closure glaucoma. Suspects have an occludable angle, the intraocular pressure is normal, and both the optic nerve and the visual fields are normal. And there are no peripheral anterior synechiae, and the angle is, the trabecular measure cannot be seen in at least 2 quadrants. And here, it is important to incorporate the concept of indentation gonioscopy, which is extremely useful when we examine patients with angle closure. And you can see here the video showing indentation in and out. Primary angle closure also needs to be examined into dark conditions in the office. And you see here a patient with angle closure with a very limited light. And when we open the light, the angle opens up, as we see here in the UVM. With the light on, the angle is open, but immediately after the light is off, the angle is closed. This is a video courtesy of David Friedman. Primary angle closure is an occludable angle, but now the intraocular pressure is elevated and or there are peripheral anterior synechiae. This is different from the suspect, and of course it is different from the glaucoma, as there is no damage in the nerve or the visual field. Finally, in primary angle closure glaucoma, there is a primary angle closure plus damage in the nerve and or the field, and that is why we call it glaucoma. I want to share with you a case. This is a lady that came to my office very frightened. She told me, I was told I need urgent laser due to angle closure as I may go blind. This is a 48-year-old lady, no history whatsoever about glaucoma. She is mildly hyperope and intraocular pressures are normal. Central pachymetry is normal, and she has healthy optic nerves in both eyes. This is the examination of both eyes. She has narrow anterior chambers, and she has 2 quadrants of the angle that cannot be seen and 2 quadrants that are open. So, so do I offer her laser peripheral iridotomy? The pros of the iridotomy are that basically it's a benign procedure and it does prevent pupillary block. The cons is that it's not completely benign. You may get diplopia, glare, or cataract, but the main question is, does she need it? And to answer this question, Mingwan He and co-workers published the SAP trial last year in the Lancet journal. And the purpose of this study was to evaluate the safety and efficacy of laser peripheral iridotomy in primary angle closure suspects, such as my patient. And this was in Chinese individuals. So they took patients with bilateral primary angle closure suspects, and they received LPI in one eye, and the other eye served as control. They follow up these patients for 6 years, and the primary outcome was the incidence of primary angle closure disease as an endpoint with elevation of the IOP more than 24, development of peripheral angiosynechia or an acute angle closure crisis, which is what we all want to avoid, of course. So this is a table showing the results, and as you see, um, um, in all, there was a difference, statistically speaking, between those eyes that received the laser and those eyes that served as control. But this was mainly based on development of peripheral angiosynechia, because there was no difference in terms of elevation of the intraocular pressure, and there was no difference, in, statistically speaking, in terms of development of acute angle closure crisis. The rate of the events was very, very low, less than 1% per year, and the number needed to treat was 44, which is quite elevated. However, the eyes that received the laser had 47% risk reduction, and most of the events, as I show in the table, was changing from suspect to primary angle closure, but not an acute crisis. There were no complications due to the laser, but there is a very low benefit in terms of public health from doing the LPI. And the authors, unfortunately, they did not identify any risk factor that may help us to choose to which patients should we apply laser or not. I want to bring your attention to this recent paper that relates to this problem as well. The authors examined the iridotrabecular contact in primary angle closure disease. And for that reason, they used anterior segment OCT in 30 patients of PACS, PAC, and PACG before and 3 months after doing the laser. And the iridotrabecular contact was higher in glaucoma, in primary angle closure glaucoma, followed by primary angle closure and suspect before doing the LPI, and it was reduced in the 3 groups after the laser. However, the authors reported that the iridotrabecular contact was higher in those patients with higher lens vault. So in terms of management, the decision should be individualized, taking into consideration the reports, but also the individual condition of the patient that we are having in this moment at the office. So we have to talk to the patient, evaluate if the patient needs frequent dilation, if there is difficulty in access to controls, the family history, what's the status of his or her other eye. We also have to keep in mind that after the laser, the disease may need other things like medical treatment or surgery, as you see here in the slide. After LPI for acute angle closure, 58% required medical treatment during the next 5 years, and almost 33% required surgery. If we look at patients that receive LPI for chronic angle closure, 90% of those patients required medical treatment after laser, and 50% require surgery. This is important because many patients think that laser, they associate the word laser with magic, and they think they are cured because of the laser. So we have to talk very much to our patients. The Eagle study also addressed this problem, and they compared clear lens extraction, which was group 1, versus laser peripheral iridotomy plus eye drops in the group 2. Interestingly, they recruited patients that had 50 or more years without cataract. So this is clear lens patients with primary angle closure plus intraocular pressure equal or higher than 30, or primary angle closure glaucoma. And they showed that the intraocular pressure was slightly lower at 3 years, and the quality of life was better in those patients that received phaco compared with those patients that received laser. Less patients in the group that received the phaco needed eye drops for glaucoma after the procedure, and also in terms of additional surgeries, only one patient in the group received surgery after the phaco, and versus 24 in the group that received the laser. Well, phaco alone is also, of course, an option. Even with the Eagle study, the Eagle study gives some support to take out the clear lens, but it may still be controversial. It is challenging. The chambers are very narrow, and you may get less IOP control compared with trap. But nowadays, I wouldn't do a trap in an angle closure that has a very narrow anterior chamber. Like for instance, in this eye on the left, which I would prefer to do a phaco, and then see what happens if this eye needs additional surgery. And also, sometimes phaco not so alone may be needed in misdirection, as I showed here. This is the patient that I showed before, in which I did the phaco plus iridectomy, posterior capsulotomy, and anterior vitrectomy to solve the malignant glaucoma. This is the eye before and after, and the other eye before and after this procedure. So a few final considerations. We talk about epidemiology, the different classifications, indentation and dark gonioscopy, the SAP and the Eagle studies, the role of phaco. And I want to send some greetings from Argentina. I know that in Bangladesh, there are a lot of fans of Diego Maradona, and I want to give my respects for his recent passing. This is a jersey that he dedicated to me a few years ago, and I want to invite you all to join us for tomorrow's WGA Global Webinar on diagnosis, monitoring, and more. Please register. You have the address, the web address here. It's going to be a fantastic program. And again, it's been an honor to participate in the Bangladesh Glaucoma Society meeting. I hope sometime I may be able to visit you there. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Larnad. That was an excellent presentation. I don't know what is the incidence of angle closure in your country, but like in some parts of Asia, China, Bangladesh, it's nearly 50-50%. We have small eyes. And I would like to invite Dr. Musharraf Hossain to make some comment on angle closure glaucoma. Dr. Musharraf Hossain, can you please unmute?
Yes. Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear. Yes, we can hear you.
Acha. Thank you, Dr. Ishtiaq Anwar. And I also very good evening to all the panelists, speakers from home and abroad, and also the viewers. Actually, Mr. Lerner has described everything with pros and cons of PI and also other causes and management of angle closure mechanisms and management. Actually, in our country, angle closure a bit higher because in Southeast Asian countries we are about 50-50 of angle closure, and patient usually come late, another problem. And so management is definitely, laser PI has got definite role if it is done in earlier stage of the disease, that is PSC, PSCS and PSC. But it is very much important, we should keep in mind that this stage is not stable, it can turn into another stage, and it may cause, whenever there is PI is done, there is no acute rise of pressure, so patient cannot understand his or her eyes, what is going on in his or her eyes inside. So patient may come with angle closure, that is chronic angle closure, glaucoma, damage of the optic nerve. So whatever procedure is done in angle closure diseases, one should make regular follow-up, which is very much mandatory. Otherwise, patient will lose his vision ultimately. And there are so many options. He has described everything, nothing to say. And again, I thank Dr. Lerner for your nice and excellent and elaborative presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Musharraf and Fabian Lerner, and we would certainly love to have you in Bangladesh. And you see how many supporters we have for Argentina, and we know Argentina by Diego Maradona in many parts of the world. So thank you.
Can I ask one question to Dr. Fabian?
Yeah, please.
Sure.
The question is, our practice in Bangladesh, when we find a patient with early cataract with appositional angle closure with high IOP, the patient will do not have glaucoma. So in this condition, how do we manage this case? Got my scenario? A patient with early cataract, good vision, but pressure is say 32 millimeter of mercury. In gonioscopy, find appositional angle closure. So how do you manage? Do you do the laser or do you go for the cataract surgery?
Well, if the patient has early cataract, I would take the cataract out, and then you help both things at the same time, because in many cases the IOP will go down, although not for a very long period, but at least for some time you will have the intraocular pressure low, and you already have taken the cataract out.
Thank you.
Can we share something?
Yeah, while we are
because participant is very low.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. You got the point, Ishtiaq? You can go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I would like to invite Dr. Devinder Grover to make our final presentation of the day. And he is going to be talking on ab interno bleb revision with a spatula. Dr. Devinder, can you share your screen, please?
Of course. Excellent. Okay. Well, thank you again for giving me this opportunity to share with you all my thoughts. And I'm going to talk about a blood revision. And these are my financial disclosures, none of which, again, are pertinent. I'd like to start off, just to make this even more pertinent, start off with a case, because sometimes it really helps solidify what we do and why we do it. So this was a 47-year-old Caucasian male who presents with uncontrolled glaucoma in the left eye, history of longstanding glaucoma in his 20s. He's on near max meds and ongoing, and I see him back in 2012. So it's also important to think about the context of when I see him, because what's available as far as options. He has significant glaucomatous optic neuropathy on the left side with a dense relative afferent pupillar defect. And more importantly, on exam, he has the classic signs of pigmentary glaucoma with a Krukenberg spindle, transillumination defects, and dense pigment on gonioscopy. You see the OCT confirms asymmetric disease, and he's not the best visual field taker, but you can see he has a significant defect in his visual field in the left eye, and that's confirmed by the optic nerve images you can see on the left. It actually looks very similar to Fabian's background picture that he was showing too. That left optic nerve is so classic for glaucoma. So here in May of 2012, we have a young gentleman with advanced uncontrolled pigmentary glaucoma on near max meds. And the question is, what would we do? Do we want to add medications, do an SLT, a trab, a tube, a deep sclerectomy, canaloplasty, trabectome? Again, this was 2012. In May, we did our very first GAT in October of 2011. So, would you consider an angle surgery in this gentleman? And what I did back in 2012 was I did a trabeculectomy. You know, I was using sponges at the time, and since that time, his pressure in the left eye has been controlled, and in the right eye has been controlled in the mid-teens. And then followed on for about 3 years, and in April, his cataract on the left eye started getting worse, and it started to affect his vision. And at that time, his pressures were 15 just on latanoprost. So in May of 2015, I moved forward with an uncomplicated isolated cataract surgery. Gave him Diamox and Timolol right after surgery. And on post-operative day 1, his pressure was high. It was 30. He had a flat bleb. Could not massage it up, really. Put him back on max meds. And a month later, he comes back. He's still back on max meds. And his pressure is 25. And looks like we've kind of failed. We lost this bleb. And so now the question is, what do? Do we add more medication? Do we try to needle at the slit lamp? Do we an SLT, repeat a trabeculectomy, put a tube shunt? Again, this is all in 2012. And what I did with him is did what we've been, another thing we developed here with my partner, Ron Feldman, is used a sclerostomy spatula that we designed for ab internal blood revision. And this is what it looks. It's called the Grover Feldman sclerostomy spatula. And it's 18 millimeters long and curved with a flat blunted tip with sharp edges on the side. And you can see right here that tip, about 2 millimeter, 3 millimeter tip is kind of flat. That can help me dissect. And what we do is we make this is the trab at 12 o'clock. You make a paracentesis at 6 o'clock. You reach across the anterior chamber. You have to use gonioscopy, turn your brain upside down, cannulate the ostomy with the spatula, and then you dissect just posteriorly, and you selectively unroof the posterior aspect of the flap. And here's an example of that, of the video. So this is a left eye, and I'm sitting temporal. You can see a flat bleb at 12 o'clock. He's got a iridectomy right here. I make an inferior paracentesis. And then there's 2 ways to do this. Here I'm making another paracentesis to rotate the globe. This is Helon GV. This is the sclerostomy spatula. I initially tried this with a psychodialysis spatula, but we needed something better that was longer, flat, more blunt. And then key thing here, this is the superior angle. Look at the superior angle on gonioscopy. You got to flip your brain upside down because everything is backwards. And you want to go, make sure you're through the ostomy. Once you're through the ostomy, then you can come off, stay there, and then rotate the globe down and then dissect posteriorly. And what's nice about the blue design of the spatula is that you can see the blue shine through the conjunctiva and you actually can see it. And what's also interesting is that there's almost always 2 layers of scar tissue. There's an initial layer of scar tissue around the flap, and then a couple millimeters back, there's another layer of scar tissue, that ring of steel. Invariably, there's always 2. And then you want to bluntly dissect back, really, and you really want to just selectively open the posterior aspect of the flap. And you can start to see a bleb form already. Now, these are people that have already shown that they have the ability to scar, right? And but you're not seeing bleeding. Right? You're not seeing bleeding. You will have some early hypotony. So put some sutures through the wound. I leave the eye with Helon. I burp it all out first, and then you see the bleb elevate, and then I reinstill the amount of Helon, so I have control over how much Helon is left in the eye. But you see that nice posterior diffuse bleb. Here's another example. This is an unedited video. That's about 8 minutes long. You can see how long it takes. But basically, again, this is a patient. I used a traction suture, which I now like to use a lot. So before you do this, I actually now inject mito far behind posterior to the flap. And then I really like Ike Ahmed's gonioprism. It helps. So you want to be able to, in the clinic, visualize the ostomy and make sure you can see the ostomy. And then let's move this forward. I'll make an inferior paracentesis. I put some Helon in the eye. And then I come in with my spatula. Back up a little bit. I come in with my spatula. And then the minute I'm in, I put the gonioprism on the eye. And then you want to be able to visualize the superior angle and that ostomy. And you want to see the spatula go through the ostomy. If you can't see the ostomy, you can't do the surgery. And again, it takes a little while to adapt. You've got to turn your brain upside down. And then once you get through the ostomy and you're confident you're in the right place, then you can come off with the gonial prism. And then I use the traction suture to pull the eye down and rotate backward. And you're going to see that I also will twist it around my needle holder so I can really rotate the globe inferiorly. Beforehand, I injected undiluted mitomycin C posterior. And then here you can see the blue spatula shining through, and I'm just selectively unroofing the posterior aspect of the flap, not the temporal side, the posterior aspect of the flap. And as I said, that blunt curved nature will help prevent piercing through the conjunctiva. And notice again, you're not seeing a lot of blood. And why is that? Well, when you needle from the outside, you're going through vascularized conjunctiva. You can see a nice bleb forming right here. When you needle through the outside, you're going through vascularized conjunctiva. But when you're coming underneath the flap, that fibrotic tissue that covers the flap is avascular fibrotic tissue. So you're unlikely to break a blood vessel. And it's not that bloody like you do with needling at the slit lamp. And this is much more controlled because you're getting under the flap, you're selectively only opening up the posterior aspect of the flap, and you're getting really some nice posterior dissection. And that's it. And then I will, I'll wash out the eye. You can see the openings now. I went right through the sclerotomy site. And then you wash out the eye, put some corneal incision through that inferior paracentesis, and then put some Helon in the eye. I put a drop of atropine in the eye, and then Kenalog. And post-op month 1, his pressure, let's back up to where he was. Post-op month after his phaco, his pressure was 25 on max meds. I planned for an ab internal bleb revision. I gave him 40 micrograms of mitomycin C. On post-op day 1, his pressure was 10. He had a diffuse bleb. And you see, these are the blebs we all dream about, right? If I could do a trabeculectomy and get this bleb, I would do trabeculectomies all the time, but they're unpredictable sometimes. But when you selectively open up the posterior aspect of the flap, you get this level of control. So at 3 months out from the bleb revision, his pressure's 13. He has a diffuse posterior bleb. I've actually seen him recently, but this visit was from when I last saw him was December of 2019. He was 4 years out. The pressure on the left eye was 11, and he's on nothing. And he still has this diffuse, minimally vascularized bleb that we all dream about. This is a kind of a before picture, and this is what they look like afterwards. So you can really see that low diffuse posterior bleb that here's a before and after from the paper that we published in Journal of Glaucoma, a nice before and after picture of this. And so when do I use this? I use this in patients that have a scarred flat bleb, a patient that have a tenon cyst that I can't needle at the slit lamp, if I want to avoid doing anything more and they have a failed bleb, or in situations like this where the bleb fails after phaco or just fails over time. I've done this in trabeculectomies that are 10 years old, done by another doctor. As long as you can see the ostomy on gonioscopy in the clinic, you can perform this procedure. And then always, you usually need to give some mitomycin C. So I typically will inject 20 to 40 micrograms of mitomycin C posterior to the flap. We published this in 2017. I actually just look back and have the data, long-term data that I'm going to publish my long-term data on very shortly. But in this case series of 21 eyes, the mean age of the bleb was over 6 years. Mean follow-up time was about 11 months. And patients went from a pressure of 21.9 and on 3.7 meds down to 12 on 0.8 meds. 4 eyes failed, but these are eyes that have already shown you that they have a tendency to fail. They've already failed a trabeculectomy once. So the way I think about this is, and one eye was lost to follow-up, but he would have needed a surgery. But these are 15 eyes that he did not need to do anything more invasive on. So it's 16. So it saved 16 eyes from needing more surgery. You need to leave Helon in the anterior chamber because the patients will have a low pressure on the first day. I also give a drop of atropine and subtenon's Kenalog. I hit them hard with steroids and atropine, and then manage it more like a trab, but really hit the eye hard with steroid drops for the first few months. Now, this is not extremely novel. This has been initially described by Dick Simmons and his colleagues back in 1996, where he published on this. But the technique he used was actually right through the cornea, and he used the cyclodialysis spatula. He did not use mitomycin C. I don't like making an incision right in the middle periphery of the cornea. I don't think that's a good idea, and it's really hard to close. And number two, the cyclodialysis spatula, which is what I tried when I first did this, is a very pointy, sharp instrument that you can perforate through the conjunctiva. And so I think this spatula has allowed us to really get a much more controlled opening. I think it's safe, effective. I think it's cost efficient. You get this nice posterior bleb. I performed this in Saudi Arabia. I performed this in India. I know it's being done in India now and in around the world. And you must augment this with mitomycin C. I think it's much more controlled, less likely to bleed than needling at the slit lamp. This Grover Feldman sclerotomy spatula is available through Epsilon Instruments. That company is a company that makes all my instruments. I have no financial interest in anything. I know what's nice about Mateen, who's the president, is he usually sells these instruments in Asia, essentially at cost with a minimal markup. So he does provide these instruments and other instruments in developing countries for a very low cost. And he does donate 6% of sales to our Cure Glaucoma Foundation. So, I think when I think about my patients, broader spectrum of things, I think our patients are our best teachers, and they're challenging us to be better, challenging us to know more and find new ways of treating our glaucoma. And if you're not learning from your patients, then you're not paying attention because they challenge you and they're teaching you every day. And this is the golden age of glaucoma surgery, and you're going to have to be comfortable with thinking out of the box and trying new things. And the glaucoma surgeon of today needs to be comfortable with ab interno surgeries, less invasive, safer ab interno surgeries. And usually what I do is whenever I'm thinking of trying something crazy or trying something new, I always bring my partner and colleague with me. Usually it's Dr. Feldman, who's my partner in crime, and we do a lot of our work together. But that way you have someone sitting next to you, you're doing something new, they're watching you, you're in the hot seat, they're thinking, and it really helps create and innovate with some help. Because while I'm in the hot seat, Dr. Feldman is watching everything and thinking and helping make this easier. It's hard to do this alone. So just random advice, I think this pandemic has challenged us in so many ways. And it's such an honor to be able to speak to the Bangladesh Glaucoma Society and have this way to interact in a very safe way. But I want you all to stay safe and remember, life is getting stressful. Laughter is the best medicine. Please take care of yourselves and your families and your colleagues. We're definitely taking advantage of this time of being outside and spending time with our family, especially with those with young kids. It's also given us a lot of renewed sense of gratitude, and it's humbled a lot of us. And I think I'm so grateful on a daily basis for my family, for my spouse, for my kids, my friends, and my families and colleagues. What we do every day at the dinner table is we go around the room and each of us says one thing that we're grateful for. And it reminds us to how lucky we are to be here and to still being able to take care of patients and interact. And it makes me so much more grateful. And I'm grateful to Nazrul. This was when we were in India, the first time we met in Pondicherry. I'd also like to just thank the entire Bangladesh Glaucoma Society for the opportunity to speak today, as well as the other leadership of the Glaucoma Society, Dr. Rahman, Dr. Parvin, and Dr. Manan. Thank you so much for letting me speak today and to share this time together. And hopefully when the world settles out, we'll have a chance to do this in person. I've never traveled to Bangladesh, but I've heard wonderful things about it. And hopefully the opportunity will arise one day for me to visit. This is my YouTube channel. This is my glaucoma practice. And they're my emotional support group whenever glaucoma gets tough. please don't hesitate to email me if you have any questions. And I appreciate you guys for being here and letting me talk today. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Grover. Beautiful presentation, and I think more beautiful was your family pictures. You have got a lively family, and the best advice that I could take from your presentation was we should love even in hard times.
Yes.
And
Yes.
I would like to have comments from Dr. Fabian, and then we would love to hear from El Vijaya on this presentation. Dr. Fabian, please.
I think that Davinder gave a fantastic presentation on how to approach those blebs that sometimes we think may not work forever. And this is a fantastic rescue. I would call it going to the rescue, Davinder. Next time, the title of the talk is Going to the Rescue.
Yeah.
And you know, sometimes the only other choice would be to do another surgery, and it may happen that you are with a young person that has a lifetime ahead, and maybe may need other procedures in the future. And we as glaucoma surgeons know that we have to save any possible procedures in the future, because you never know which is the procedure that is going to succeed. So I think this was a great presentation, very helpful, and thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Lerner. Wise words from someone has a lot of experience in glaucoma, and this is a lifelong battle. And yeah, my general approach is to always do the least invasive and safest thing first. And like you said, Dr. Lerner, save real estate for the next time.
Dr. Vijay, last comment from you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Devinder. It's always pleasure to listen to you and watch your surgeries. And we did purchase your spatula, started using it for the revision of the blebs. I think it is worthwhile to revise the failed trabeculectomy as much as possible, because it is very conjunctiva is very precious in glaucoma patients. We should, if we are able to salvage, if the stoma is patent, I think we should always try to revise the blebs. I think an excellent technique and a good alternative to the needling. Only thing is it may increase the cost for the patient because of the use of the Helon. So that has to be kept in mind. So it's a beautiful technique. So unlike in needling, so you don't get the subconjunctival hemorrhages. And I like what he commented, that you always have somebody with you when you're trying it, anything new. I agree with him 100%. So I operate with one of my junior colleagues who is also operates on the same day when I operate. So we kind of join together and discuss and what should be done when you're in a difficult situation. I think a teamwork always helps. So that's a lovely message from Devinder. Thank you, Devinder, for a nice talk.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay. I have just can we use 19 or 20 G needles? I mean, if it is sharp, is it going to help, or what is? Have you ever tried that?
Yeah, I would not use a needle. I've never tried the needle. I've gotten burned with the cyclodialysis spatula. You know, these are not elevated blebs. These are flat blebs with very thin and sick conjunctiva. So the design of the spatula was very intentional to make the let me show this one picture again. To make the tip very blunt and the tip is very, very blunt and flat, and the sides are a little sharper. So you want to bluntly dissect and not perforate to the conj. And then once you get through, then you can use the sides to actually to incise the two. But then you also need that curvature to get through. And there's always 2 rounds of scar tissue right under the flap, and then just a little posterior to the flap, that kind of ring of steel. And an MVR blade or anything sharp like that, you're at very high risk of perforating. And if you perforate right at the base of the flap or in that conge, you're done. I mean, you're in trouble because that conge is sick. You're not gonna be able to suture it. You're gonna have to open up, and it's a big mess. So that was all very intentional with the design of this spatula to avoid any sharp potential for perforation, and the curve also helps you. So so I think it's you know, thankfully the spatula is not that expensive. It can be reused as many times as you want. So I think if depending on how many times you do it, may actually be as cost effective of a needle or an MVR blade eventually.
And do you do under topical anesthesia or perivalvular anesthesia is required for this?
You can give some injection of lidocaine at the beginning. I'll sometimes give just a little transconjunctival peribulbar block and intracameral lidocaine. But the key thing is when you put mito, I usually use the traction suture, rotate the globe down. I give the highest concentration, lowest volume of mitomycin C to prevent toxicity to the limbus. So what I'll do is I'll actually inject a little bit of lidocaine, 2% lidocaine, and milk it back, provide that anesthesia. And then once it's all the way back, then I'll go in and I'll inject, 0.1 cc's of 0.4 mito, and then milk it back behind the flap, posterior where you want flow to go. You have to use mito with this. And then once that sets, then I turn to the surgery after I irrigate the surface of the eye. But yeah, you can do this with a little subconj lido injection, and then I give a little peribulbar block just to keep them comfortable. Transconj peribulbar block.
I thank all the speakers and the panelists for staying with us, and we have extended our session half an hour, and it was so interesting. We did not realize that time has gone. I would request Professor Nazrul Islam to conclude the session and the conference.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stiak. It was our pleasure to have very nice and excellent session. This was really excellent session of the whole day. I liked the session very much, especially our speakers, Dr. Devinder Grover, Dr. Fabian Lerner, and Dr. Chandrima Pal, and our local speaker, Professor Mannaf. So Dr. Chandrima Pal, everyone spoke so nicely, so importantly, and so contents are so rich. We learned many things. Our panelists, they have commented so nice way. We have learned many things, and it was really excellent session. And Dr. Ishtiaq, you conducted very nicely. So I like to thank all of you in this time of pandemic. You have given so much time for us. Dr. Bijoy, you have come twice, morning, evening. Dr. Pandab, you have come twice, 3 times. So many of you have come 2, 3 times. Dr. Fabian Lerner, I know you are very busy. Tomorrow you have a webinar, so still you come. So thank you so much. I thank each and every one, each and every panelist. Dr. Musharraf, Dr. Iftikhar Munir, Dr. Jakia, everyone here. I'd like to thank all of you. And I'd like to thank the Bangladesh Glaucoma Society, the president, Professor Mizanur Rahman, Secretary General, Dr. Salma Parveen, Professor Mannaf, advisor, everyone who cooperated so much to have this conference. And I'm so grateful to our speakers because they're so busy. Dr. Grover is so busy. He has hospital. Early morning his time, 7:30 a.m. So he has gone to the hospital, and out of hospital, he came to our conference several times. So it is the affection, it is the attitude that he wants to teach us. He wants to give his contribution. So it is so much important that all the speakers, all the panelists, they are here for some of us in the deep night, and they're in the early morning. So really it's a lesson for us. We are so much thankful to you. We are so much grateful to you. And as all of you has said, Dr. Chandrima also said, Dr. Grover said, we want to come physically, we want to see each other. We want to greet each other. Hopefully the time will come, the COVID will go, and we'll meet each other again and again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank
you
all.
everyone. Be safe. Take care.
Take care.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thank you all. পরে মিটিং এখন শুরু করলেই ভালো।
জি স্যার, এখন শুরু হয়ে যাবে। এখনই শুরু হয়ে যাবে এখনই। আমার মনে হয় আমরা সবাই আসলে হয়ে যাবে। So I think this is the closing ceremony, and there is no moderator in this ceremony. So I will request our president, Professor Mizanur Rahman, and Secretary General Dr. Salma Parveen to moderate this closing ceremony. ঢোকো ইয়েতে ঢোকো প্যানেলে ঢোকো প্যানেলে প্যানেল দিয়ে ঢোকো
লিংক দিয়ে ঢুকলে
প্যানেল লিংক দিয়ে ঢোকো প্যানেল লিংক দিয়ে ঢুকলেই হবে প্যানেল লিংক
আর আপনি এদিকে চলে আসেন মিজান স্যার এই পাশে চলে আসেন আবার ঢুকতে সময় লাগবে
আমার এখানে চলে আসতে পারো
ওখানে চলে আসেন বা এখানে চলে আসেন স্যার
মানে আপনারা কি এক জায়গাতেই আছেন নাকি
আমরা সকাল 8টা থেকে এক জায়গায় আমরা সকাল 8টার সময় আসছি এক টেবিলে এখন রাত 10টা বাজে একই জায়গায়
বাংলাদেশ আয়ার পিছনে টাইলস দেখে বোঝা যাচ্ছে যে আপনারা ওখানে
সোশ্যাল ডিসটেন্স থাকলেই হলো
আমরা যদি সবাই এক জায়গায় না থাকতাম তাহলে এটা কনফারেন্স করা খুব কঠিন হতো আমি ওখানে হয়তো বলতে পারি নাই কিন্তু এখানে যে কাজগুলো ডক্টর আশরাফ ডক্টর ইশতিয়াক করেছে এটা আমাদের ধারণা ছিল না সো ডিফিকাল্ট জব ওরা যে সবাইকে ইন করেছে আউট করেছে ইন করেছে আউট করেছে এটা থেকে করা খুব কঠিন কাজ ছিল এবং এখানে একটা ভালো একটা অ্যারেঞ্জমেন্ট এবং ইন্টারনেট ফ্যাসিলিটি ইজ ভেরি গুড আমাদের আইটি ইঞ্জিনিয়ার এখানে ছিল সবাই এখানে আমাদের হেল্পিং হ্যান্ড সবাই ছিল so at the outset I like to thank the Bangladesh Eye Hospital chairman and MD also for giving the opportunity
আপনাকে অনেক ধন্যবাদ প্রফেসর নজরুল আপনি এই যে বাইরে এতগুলা ডেলিগেটকে যে এনে এত সুন্দরভাবে একটা প্রোগ্রাম করলেন এবং এদের সাথে কন্টাক্ট করা
সবাই মিলে করেছে ইটস আ টিম ওয়ার্ক
সেটা ঠিক আছে ইউ হ্যাভ এ গুড কন্টাক্ট উইথ দ্য ফরেন ডেলিগেটস I thank you and I appreciate you thank you so much
আমার কাছে যেটা মনে হয় পোস্ট কোভিড পিরিয়ডেও এতগুলো ইন্টারন্যাশনাল অর্গানাইজেশন শুধু আমাদের ভার্চুয়ালি নিয়ে আসা যাবে বড় স্ক্রিন করে
দ্যাট ইজ ভেরি গুড
আমাদেরকে বড় স্ক্রিন করে নিয়ে আসা যাবে আমাদের লোকাল স্ক্রিন থাকবে
আমাদের অনেক আগে থেকে গত 2 বছর আগে যখন
যেটা বলেছেন আমার ধারণা যে উইল মেক এ হাইব্রিড কনফারেন্স এর পরে হাইব্রিড মানে আমাদের দুইটা সেশন থাকবে হলো এরকম ওয়েবিনার আর কিছু থাকবে ফিজিক্যাল তাহলে ভালো
স্যার কোরিয়াতে একটা সেশন হয়েছে স্যার কোরিয়ান অপথলমোলজিক্যাল সোসাইটির ওখানে স্যার হচ্ছে যারা কোরিয়ান ছিল তারা শুধুমাত্র হচ্ছে হলো হলে প্রেজেন্ট ছিল আর ইন্টারন্যাশনাল স্পিকাররা সব হচ্ছে হলো স্যার জুমে প্রেজেন্টেশন দিয়েছে
হাইব্রিড
এর মান বাড়বে বুঝছেন
একজনকে একটু ধন্যবাদ জানাই রহিম মান্নান আমি তাকে অনেকবার করেছি আমার ভিডিওটাই করার জন্য সে অনেক যত্ন সহকারে এটাকে আপলোড করেছে আর শাহনাজ হাসান সে সুন্দরভাবে আমাদের এই সেশনটাকে মডারেট এই দুইজনকে
আমি রিকোয়েস্ট করব আমাদের প্রেসিডেন্ট সাহেবকে এখানে তো বাইরের কেউ নাই না আমাদের কেউ আছে আর বাইরের কেউ নাই সো আই রিকোয়েস্ট আমাদের প্রেসিডেন্ট সাহেবকে টু স্টার্ট দ্য মিটিং শর্ট করার জন্য কারণ সবাই টায়ার্ড শর্ট করার জন্য
সম্মানিত অ্যাডভাইজার এবং সদস্যবৃন্দ আসসালামু আলাইকুম
ওয়ালাইকুম আসসালাম ওয়া রাহমাতুল্লাহি ওয়া বারাকাতুহু
আসলে এই 9:30টার সময় এখন একটু শরীর এবং মনটা হালকা লাগতেছে
বাংলাদেশ
এটা দীর্ঘ প্রায় 1 মাস আপনারা অনেক কষ্ট করছেন এবং বিশেষ করে আমি বলতে চাই সায়েন্টিফিক সাব কমিটির চেয়ারম্যান প্রফেসর এম নজরুল ভাইয়ের মানে পরিকল্পনা এবং আন্নাফ স্যারের সিদ্ধান্ত আন্নাফ স্যারের ডিসিশন এবং আমরা আসলে কর্মী বাকি আমরা যারা আছি আমাদের প্ল্যানিং এবং ডিসিশন দেওয়ার মতো ওইরকম যোগ্যতা কম এবং সেক্রেটারি জেনারেল ডক্টর সালমা ডক্টর রুহি ডক্টর শাহনাজ আশরাফুল হক হৃদয় ইশতিয়াক এই কজনের নাম বিশেষভাবে আমাকে বলতে হবে, যাদের অক্লান্ত পরিশ্রম,
বন্ধ করে দাও, ওখান থেকে বন্ধ করে দাও।
অক্লান্ত পরিশ্রম, we become tired.
স্যার
এটা এত বেশি,
কালকে 4টায় ঘুমাইছি স্যার।
এটা এত বেশি টেকনিক্যাল এবং এটা এই ভার্চুয়াল কনফারেন্সে আসলে অনেক কষ্ট। আমি তো এটার তেমন কিছু বুঝি না, তারপরেও আমি নিজেও কাহিল হয়ে গেছি এটা বুঝতে বুঝতে।
আপনি চিন্তা করতে করতে কাহিল হয়ে গেছেন, চিন্তা করতে করতে।
স্যার প্রেসিডেন্ট হিসেবে তো চিন্তা থাকবেই স্যার, সেই জন্য
সালমা এই 4জন কাজ করতে করতে টায়ার্ড হয়ে গেছে।
আলহামদুলিল্লাহ যে আল্লাহ পাকের অশেষ রহমত যে আমি মনে করি খুব নিখুঁতভাবে এবং সুষ্ঠুভাবে আমরা সারা দিনের এই কনফারেন্সটা শেষ করতে পারছি।
আপনারা ভালো একজন সেক্রেটারি জেনারেল পেয়েছেন।
আল্লাহর অশেষ মেহেরবানি, আল্লাহর অশেষ মেহেরবানি। এবং আমাদের সমস্ত স্পিকার সবাই অত্যন্ত সুন্দরভাবে পেপার প্রেজেন্ট করছে, প্যানেলিস্টদের মতামত এটাও খুব সুন্দর ছিল। মেমোরিয়াল লেকচার ডক্টর মাহবুবুর রহমান চৌধুরী ভাই এবং ডক্টর মোহাম্মদ জিয়াউল করিম ভাই খুবই সুন্দর দুইটা প্রেজেন্টেশন মেমোরিয়াল লেকচারে ওনারা প্রেজেন্ট করছেন। এবং আমাদের মতিন স্যার, মুস্তাফিজুর রহমান স্যারের আমাদের সাবজেক্টের প্রতি যে স্বপ্ন ছিল